Hello, everybody. This is Tom Balding. Welcome back to the 19th WCF AC World Championship. This is our afternoon streaming session here on the quarterfinals day. And coming to you from Lawn 6, we saw the opening of it before at the end of our morning session. We have Robert Fletcher versus James Deeth. So we had a very, very long and intense match spilling over from yesterday between Andrew Johnston and Mark Avery. But now we are back on track in the quarterfinals. However, it is already around lunchtime, and this is only game one, so we will see how long this match continues to last. So we have the first break was ran by James Deeth, and it was a very good pickup off of an interesting opening after several misses. And then we now have Robert Fletcher is in court. James Deeth stuffed three back. So on the final peel that he was due to get in this break before setting his leave, I was not personally witness to how it happened, but he did stuff the final hoop of that break to give Robert an easy way back in. So Robert now has just finished running hoop 6 in his first break and will now be approaching one back. And it looks to be from this roll shot that he's planning to set a new standard. And this makes great sense. He's leaving the three-back ball over by hoop 2. I'm sorry, reverse that. He is leaving the hoop 1 ball probably over by hoop 2, and then we'll be escaping off of the three-back ball. So this will be a problem for James in several regards. He'll want to pick up the hoop 1 ball because there's not much point in the three-back ball at this moment. He can do a quad peel if he feels inclined. James Deeth is one of the more qualified people to be doing that. But that will leave the on-time triple attempt for Robert if he leaves the ball at three-back. And then also, if he does decide to play the three-back ball, it will already be at three-back, and everywhere else that he hits into will be sending things further away, and he will not have a great build to maybe get around to the peg. Because if he did play the three-back ball, he might as well go for peg at this point. Robert has ran this rather long, so I doubt he'll be hugging black anywhere near the hoop. He'll just be throwing it out into the distance over by the west boundary, which is sort of the old new standard. And so with us again, we have the U.S. Croquet Association in the chat giving us some updates on some of the current games. So Bamford versus Forster, game 2. Forster broke down at hoop 3, and Bamford ran 9. Forster hit in with his hoop 3 ball. So Forster now with a chance to clean up his earlier error. McCorkindale versus Rothman, game 2. McCorkindale running the first break. And I can see out of the window that McCorkindale has a great position and has just ran hoop 5 with all the balls together. So Ben will be probably looking down the barrel of a hit-in fairly soon. And then finally, we have Essex versus Avery. So Mark Avery just coming off of his day-late win against Andrew Johnston of Ireland, is now playing over on lawn 3 to the right of this camera view here. You can see the sign for lawn 3, the Archie Peck lawn. Matthew hit the Duffer Tice on the 4th turn, but broke down after hoop 3. And Avery collected the balls and is running a break. So Matthew with an early mistake, much like he did in our match against me the other day, but Avery, unlike me, able to capitalize so far. So we'll see if Avery's able to take it out on the lawn. So for those who are wondering, for those who are saying, hey, it seems like Mark Avery just got off the court and has been playing and Matthew's been sitting, the tournament management has allowed that if you have a bye or have just been sitting while someone else is having court time, you are entitled to 20 minutes of practice in order to get warmed up on the lawn that you are going to play on. So I don't know if Avery got any basic practice on that lawn since they did change from the lawn he's been playing on, but Matthew has had the chance to warm up. So we got to get the score updated over here. So I'm actually going to move chairs so I can do that. Changing microphones. So gonna get the score up here. So we have Mr. Deeth has 8, and 0. And Robert now with his yellow ball has just ran hoop 8, so he has the same. All right. And our score is updated. We'll get it on the screen for you guys just momentarily. Forster ran hoop 3 and then rolled out of bounds on a croquet stroke. Reg hit in with his hoop 1 ball. It seems like Steven just is not having as good of a day as he was having against Zach yesterday. So Robert here, beautiful setup to finish his NSL. So the goal here, there's going to be some added precision needed with this ball. So normally, when you come through a hoop, whether you get a rush or not, doesn't matter. Hit the ball, send it somewhere, get down to the next hoop. With the NSL leave, the goal is to push it almost up against the hoop, or at least in a certain line. You can see him there. He's looking at the line he wants. It must meet certain criteria. It must not be openly hittable from the end of A-balk down on the south boundary by the cabana behind Robert's back. It cannot have a backswing at Robert's 2 balls that he will put over on the west boundary, a little north of this hoop. And it must also be rushable to hoop 1 so that he is able to get it over there as the ball he's going to make hoop 1 on.
The only time I've seen somebody deliberately change mallets, Simon Williams, the Irish player. Don't know if you've met him, Tom, probably not, but he was playing a game at Colchester and his opponent wired him and he fancied doing a jump shot over the hoop to try and hit it. But he didn't want to do it with his own mallets in case it broke, so he found an old wooden club mallet and played the shot with that. But had he hit the shot, which he didn't, he would have to play that turn with that broken club mallet. Anyway, James Death has missed the long shot. Clearly, blue was sufficiently...
So I'm a little bit surprised. Well, so here's my thought. I'm a little bit surprised that he would hit the B-balk shot for 2 reasons. Number one is he missed it in the beginning of the game, and he missed it by a decent amount. That boundary line curves inward a bit towards the lawn. Second, if it's someone other than Robert Fletcher on these conditions, I would say he probably wouldn't finish if you gave him a delayed, but it's Robert Fletcher. Whether you give him a delayed or an on time probably means very little difference to him finishing.
So you just take the shortest shot available.
I think you take the shortest, straightest possible shot because you're James Death and you're great at hitting. And you just build from there. So
for 2 good shots like
all right, we're back, everybody. Internet is reestablished.
Good.
So for those of you who missed anything, you didn't miss much. Nothing really. James missed the hit in, and now he missed long down B-balk, and now Robert is trying to build off of this new standard leave he's left.
So here we are. This is the key shot. This is the it's the key shot with an NSL. It's quite difficult to get red here to get a perfect rush on blue to 1. That's what you need. If it goes well, you're all sorted. Diagonal spread, it's probably easiest to pick up the break from, but with an NSL, if you do pick up the break, you then have an on-time triple rather than the delayed. And to be honest, if you don't pick up the break, you can have quite a powerful leave your opponent a 20, 25-yarder.
That looks like a pretty good shot. So black has come just about level with 2. About
maybe 2 yards southeast. Something like
Barely south, mostly east. And he has a slightly angled rush here. This is tricky because of how close it is to the line of the hoop. If you don't cut this just the right amount and you bounce this off the hoop, you're in trouble. Overcut it too much, and you end up some weird place north of hoop 1. But you have one of the best rushers in the world. There you can see the mallet that we were commenting on earlier with the 2 screws on the bottom.
I was going to say, Tom, how can you see it from here? But we've got a monitor to our left.
We got a monitor. So, look at the monitor.
And that's pretty good. So
again,
you're always preferring to approach from the front rather than the back, but that was as good.
It was good pace.
Blue.
It was good pace. He overcut it just a fraction. And again, that's the tricky part with that shot out of the corners. One of the reasons I don't use NSLs is my stop shot ratio is not great. I'm not guaranteed to get a ball up all the way to 2.
Fair enough.
And I'm a good rusher, though. So,
with my mallet, I don't think that's a stop shot. That's a regular croquet stroke for me.
That's crazy.
So he's nicely taken off. So as long as he runs this, you'd expect him.
And he was run it well. Didn't need a rush there.
He'd like one, but he doesn't need one.
Yeah. So he looks over at yellow. I think he's going to send blue to 3 and try to get behind yellow to rush it up towards 3 as well. And that's the reason he's hit that as deep as he has, to sort of make the rush line more natural and get the furniture out of the way.
So he's already in a position where he's more likely to finish this turn than not, I'd say. Not very good at percentages, but 70, 80, maybe even more than that, depending on conditions. And also it's the quarter-final of the World Championships, but he's been here before. Oh, hang on, we've got a message. This is game on lawn 7. McCorkindale has made 9 hoops. Ben Rothman missed the lift. And I think it's McCorkindale game up on that one. And Reg is game up on whoever he's playing. Forster. Yeah. There we go.
Avery and Forster has been struggling in the game too, it seems. He's had a couple of breakdowns.
Forster?
Yes, Forster.
Yeah.
So over here I can visually see on lawn 3, Avery has set a reverse NSL against Essex.
So he's gone round. Avery's had first
He's gone
break.
round.
Okay.
Matthew is now shooting from corner 1 down a balk. I can get the visual on it.
Okay, Tom's standing up now. If Tom stands up, he can see lawn 3. If I lean forward, I can see lawn 7. Can I see anything of lawn 11? Hang on.
Matthew
See,
shooting.
the southern half of lawn 11, I can report that Reg is on the lawn. And... but I can't see enough of it to see what he's doing. Sorry. Oh, there we are. We've got all sorts of things. So that's Logan McCorkindale on. No, is it 7? Hang on.
Matthew has missed the hit in.
Okay.
All right. What you're looking at right now would be lawn 4, which I don't know what match is going on back there.
Lawn 4, some constellation games.
Yep.
There's lots of constellation events. There's a new one. There's a. So the bowl is for the losers of the first round in the main knockout, and now there's an event for the losers in the first round of the bowl, which is called the XXV for some reason.
And here we are over on lawn 3.
Now there's lawn 3, so
and you can see Mark Avery start to take his shot. So we got full coverage here of a lot of these lawns, guys. So we can actually zoom back and forth if we want to get updates on some of these games.
Excellent. So you are. So Mark trying to pick up the second break, and then if things go well, he'll have a go at the delayed triple.
So Michael Kernigan says, what is a reverse NSL? So normally in a normal new standard leave, as you saw Mr. Fletcher do, he has a ball sort of floating out by 2, a ball hugged up against the wire at 4, and his ball's hidden from that on the west boundary. A reverse NSL, ball floating out by 4, you have a ball hugged up against the wire of hoop 2 with your balls over on the boundary near hoop 2. And the idea of that was Matthew's yellow ball is on hoop 4, and yellow is the ball that he put deep near hoop 4, so that knowing he wanted to pick that up, he would have a very hard time to get going off of that ball. Matthew did elect to pick up red, though, to prevent Mark from having as easy of a build. Unfortunately for Matthew, Mark Avery has made a pretty good rush over to 1 and should be able to get something going here. So, although he still has some building left to do off of red. So, but back to Robert. So, all right, swapping chairs again so Mr. Gregory can keep up with the scoreboard because I'm lackadaisical about that.
No, you're very good at talking, Tom. The good thing about Tom is if I screw up the spreadsheet, which I'm probably about to do, I'll just panic, call Orlando over, and Tom can keep talking and telling you what's happened. So the first 2 days, I was hoping to tell people what a standard TP was, and then we didn't see any. But this is position A1 for a standard or on-time TP. I like on-time.
Yeah.
On-time TP, we call it over here. Yeah. And so, maybe we'll be able to see a textbook example.
Right, so up. Robert here is going to position blue as his escape ball. So after he makes this hoop, he's going to try to peel his partner back through and then escape off of blue. So what we mean when we say
wrong. Hang on.
What we mean when we say on time triple is the peel happens immediately after you score the same hoop in the opposite direction. So this peel, yellow, as you can see from the clip position, is for 4 back. 4 back the other way is hoop 3. So Robert is going to score hoop 3, peel 4 back. Later on in this process, if he keeps it together, he will score hoop 6 and then peel penult, which is the same hoop, the opposite direction. And then the third peel has a chance to be done early before he makes it to a straight rover finish. But if that doesn't work out, it's a straight rover peel anyway, just like a normal delayed triple. A delayed triple, you are always peeling going to a different hoop until the rover peel. So Robert runs that with a good amount of control for an angled hoop, and he holds position. So this one he can do straight. He's already got the blue ball a little bit southerly of his line. He can just hit a soft, straight shot here to either peel this gently or get it in the jaws, and then he'll have a cut rush down the lawn towards 5 to get that ball down there. He doesn't need to get it all the way down the lawn because black's in good position, but he can just shorten his croquet stroke.
So we've explained the slot style. Always best, if you can, to arrange to play the peel straight. So then you don't have to worry about pull, or sometimes called draw.
Beautiful peel.
If you're aiming off a split shot, the yellow won't go along the line you might think. So, angle. Nope.
Logan McCorkindale has stuffed hoop 1 in his triple attempt.
Okay.
Leaving red a 3-yarder to his ball in the jaws. Here's a replay of Robert's peel here. You can see he's lined this up straight, and he's just gently going to just pop that ball through and keep position on blue.
And I can see on lawn 3, Matthew is on the lawn taking croquet.
Yes.
So something must have gone wrong then for Mark.
Avery didn't really have a hoop 2 pioneer.
Okay. So Matt's now got a break. He's running hoop 5, I can see.
Oh, Avery stuffs hoop 1, and Matthew hits with the hoop 4 ball. His break continues on from 4. So, wow. Avery's rush to 1 was fairly good. He must have come up a little. It was angled, but he must have come up pretty angled on the hoop attempt. So here we go now with Fletcher approaching his. It looks like he's going to do a pass roll of some sort. That's a heck of a pass roll right there.
I can't do that.
I can't even come close to doing that. My gosh.
He's hit it too hard. He's too close to black.
Yeah.
It's not a big issue.
Yeah, it's with a corner hoop, he can afford to approach a little further back. Let's see that again. How do you do that?
Yeah.
Maybe
you have to buy an Invictus
Maybe
mallet.
you have to buy an Invictus mallet, one of our tournament sponsors, to be able to do that. Certain mallets are more conducive to pass rolls than others.
It's always good for a mallet maker to say, look, my mallet was used by the world champion. And for those who don't know, Invictus is Robert Fletcher's company. So
it is.
Yes, double reason to do well this.
You can see that our
week.
featured lawn here the court is sponsored by WP Carey of the WP Carey Foundation, which are the major supporter of this event. We mentioned them earlier in the live stream, but I think it's a good time to give a shout out again to them and the Palm Beach Sports Commission for the support they've given to this World Championship here in West Palm. And the WP Carey Foundation will be presenting the winner of this event with a special mallet, custom made. So,
that's excellent.
Yeah, so a little side trophy.
Because if you win the World Championship, clearly you need to change your mallet.
You need a new mallet. That old one's got to go up on the wall.
So he had a slightly angled hoop 4 there.
Yeah, he got a really good kick out of there.
He arranged it so he could hit it hard to the boundary, and he's got a good kick, as Tom says. So he's got to rush up the lawn, or indeed down the lawn, depending which way you look at it.
and this is really nice position because his hoop 5 pioneer is fine. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's very manageable. And he will be able to now send this black ball over to 6, rush the yellow ball over to 6, and then take off to blue. Or if he likes the angle, he might have to just slide it past hoop 4 back. He could rush yellow down the lawn and then stop it back up the court, getting good position on blue. But he might have to play a little bit close with that hoop. So let's see what shot he opts for here. He's playing this at about a half roll.
Go.
Oh, he's gone
a bit
okay.
Far.
So
it's okay.
This is fine. He's just going to cut
He's
this.
Overhit both balls slightly,
this is still okay because he can cut this just down to the middle of the lawn and actually have a fairly natural split approach to blue. I don't think he intended to overhit that.
Yeah, don't want to go into the hoop. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, this is fine. It's a little bit more adventurous than Robert would like to play this, I believe. It's a little bit bigger than what he would normally do, but should not present any horrific issues.
For those of you who missed the start of the game or the gap between the morning and afternoon sessions, for two such good shots, it's surprising that the first Croquet wasn't made till the 7th turn.
Something surprising that should be noted. Ben must not have been able on his lawn. You saw red and yellow on the left-hand side of the screen there just roll up.
Oh, you can see Ben
yellow
in the
was in corner
background.
4. I think red was about where yellow is behind that hoop or a little closer. He must not have been able to see black cleanly, and so he shot into corner and hit. And now he has all 4 balls in front of him if he manages to make hoop 1. Robert with a really good shot.
Okay.
Yeah. All this is back in order now.
Okay.
And Ben does hit the black ball and bounces it off the wire, so he has everything in front of him now.
Sorry, I missed a message there. Oh, McCorkindale failed hoop 1, Rofton hit it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
That's what we can see, yeah. Do you want to play a little game? I played this with Chris Clark yesterday.
All right.
I do a little research on Stato, Chris Williams' rankings website, just to see the head-to-heads between the 4 matchups we've got here. So your task is to guess how many games each pair has played against each other in the ranking system. Maybe Chris has been doing this a bit longer, but they're all quite small numbers.
Okay.
So let's have a look at this one. Robert Fletcher and James.
This is AC only.
AC only, advanced play. Every game around the world goes into Stato's database.
Right. So Robert and James may have met several times in some Max and maybe some other tournaments, but I'm not. Maybe.
Okay.
So I'm going
sorry.
I'm just trying.
And
I'm
people at home, you'll be guessing too. See if you can do better than Tom.
I'm going to say 8 or 9 times
Very
they've
good.
played.
You're blessed with this. 9 games.
9? Oh, yeah.
And you're quite right. Two significant matches. The 2009 World Championships, which were here.
Okay.
The quarter-final. Robert Fletcher won. I haven't written down the score. And you're quite right, they also played in the 2014 McRobertson Shield.
Got it.
So I haven't put my full research here, but I'm pretty sure Rob won both of those matches, but James has picked up 3 odd games along the way. Meanwhile, I'm behind with the scoreboard.
Right. So Robert here approaching hoop 6. Now you see he's gotten a good rush right up to hoop 6. We saw this in the last game. You do not want to rush yellow right behind the hoop. In fact, he might just want to tap it forward just 6 inches or so.
I mean, normally you'd want it right in front of the hoop.
Yeah.
Normally in approaching a hoop, but here.
And you see he cuts it at a slight angle. This is a really good camera angle here. So this allows him to just slide in front of the hoop with red and put yellow directly behind the hoop so that when he comes through, he'll have a straight peel attempt. So gentle shot here.
Good.
Yep. Red.
Hard. Yes.
Red's fine.
It's fine. It's
Red's
fine.
fine.
Don't
So
panic, but it's not.
the thing
It's
is
not
that
perfect, but
yeah.
it's certainly good enough. There we go.
So now if he's
got
feeling
beyond yellow, he
yeah,
can knock
if he's
it a
feeling
bit
a little
closer.
adventurous, he can try to cut it a little closer. It's unnecessary, and could potentially, if you hit it too full, lead to some
Very
issues.
gentle.
But he did cut it. He did opt for the cut.
Yeah.
So our audio keeps cutting out every 3 seconds. Wish I knew how to help that.
Oh, hang on.
So, but our technical wizards will, not for me, it might just be a connection on your end. So, but we're going to keep talking. It's going to keep recording, and hopefully you'll keep hearing it. But, okay, so this is a fairly straightforward peel attempt. I think he's just going to play it straight. The trick he's looking for here is how far does red go? The problem is let's say yellow just stuffs in the jaws and red rolls up too far behind it. Then you're hampered. So you hit it, very gently. Give yourself space to get back on blue. It's actually, I think, preferable to have this peel jaws than to put it through by 6 inches.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So because now it's midway in the hoop. All you need to do is get north of it, and you have a beautifully built-in rush peel that'll go straight down towards rover. So, barring hitting the peg.
Okay.
But all right. So, now see, this would be a position, Andrew, where my stop shot is just woefully inefficient to be able to hold a tight position on blue and get black all the way down.
Yeah.
So, my stop shot is horrifically bad.
Right.
So,
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, I'll sell you my mallet, and then you'll be able to do wonderful stop shots. The downside is no other croquet shot is possible. So it's either stop shot or nothing.
Yeah, I've had to. It is the weakest part of my croquet stroke game, which is the fact that my stop shot ratio on its best of days is a 1-5.
Yeah,
on its absolute best of days.
That's a function of your mallet. It's not.
I've tried it with other mallets.
Oh, okay.
And I've had the video. We were saying this earlier in the chat. I've had Matthew and I have videoed my swing in slow motion to see how I'm contacting it. I'm contacting it clean. I'm about to try experimenting hitting them with an Irish grip to see if it makes a difference.
Okay, right. I mean,
so anyway,
you're standard grip.
I am standard grip.
Yeah,
and I am a big hitter and everything. So maybe it's a function of the fact that I'm pushing through the ball too much even when I stop it. I don't know. So. But Robert has an exceptional stop shot that I've seen on when he's using his light mallet for AC, which I don't know what this current one is, but he had one at the 2023 Worlds, which was 2 pounds 8 ounces. He could get a 1-8 or a 1 stop shot if he really wanted to.
I think that's lighter than mine. I think mine's 2 pounds 12.
Mine's 2 pounds 14.
Okay, maybe mine's a bit lighter then. I think.
So here's Robert trying to get this rush peel.
Yeah. Sending blue to 3-back Pioneer, and finishing up north of yellow, like
beautiful.
that.
That's a perfect position.
Yeah,
blue's a
bit
deep.
deep.
Blue's traveling a bit.
Oh, it's quite a lot deeper. I think you can see it in the background there.
Yeah, that's about halfway between the hoop and the boundary.
I was going to say nearer the boundary than the hoop, but
so
it's as always. Red's the important one. If he wants, he can. Well, I'm sure he can actually, but it's not a problem. Still expecting him to finish this turn.
Yeah. Hits that nice and straight. Red actually follows it through the hoop. And he's left it a little north. Oh, this is interesting. I like this. Okay. It looks like because of blue's position, he is going to send yellow there as well. And what he'll be aiming to do is after 3-back, he will try to rush yellow back over.
Okay.
So yellow will become his actual pioneer for 3-back. He will go to blue and send it as an escape ball, I think.
So is this one of the situations where you do play differently if you're doing a TPO rather than a TP? Because the TPO, not only do you have to do the 3 peels and peg it out, you then have to try and make a defensive leave. So in fact, a TPO, though if you're nitpicking, logically it's easier than a TP because you don't have to peg the back ball out. That's only sort of a logical, pedantic point. In practice, so maybe... I don't know. But Wiley's expert croquet tactics, he says, if you're doing a triple peel on the opponent, you have to really prioritise the peels because once you've run 4-back, if you're trying a TPO, you're conceding contacts to the innings. So if you don't finish off the TPO, you're almost certainly lost the game.
Right. And the question has been asked by Mr. Blake Fields. If Ben is doing the TPO, and it does not appear that he is setting up for that. He has foregone putting blue at 3, and he's already past hoop 3 himself.
So were you surprised? So when James blobbed 3-back and Robert got in, he could have rush peeled blue through 3-back, scoring the hoop for him, and then either continue with a QPO, or some tactics he's done earlier in the week is to make 6 hoops, have a powerful leave that leaves the opponent a 35-yarder, and then do what would now be a TPO on James's ball. Or do you think, it's the first match of the day, first match of the quarterfinals, just a break to 4-back was in order?
I think that it's the first match of the first game of the match, and I don't think he's looking to do anything too adventurous. James hasn't shown him any reason to be worried at the moment. Not that James has played poorly. He had an unfortunate breakdown, but they both missed a few hit-ins in the early game.
They did.
James' first break didn't quite finish under control. I don't think Robert's looking to do anything horrifically adventurous here to risk this game not finishing cleanly. As the match progresses, if James gets on the court and actually, wins a couple of games and puts pressure on him, then I think we're going to start to see maybe some more aggressive shots from Robert, just trying to get James's ball out or trying to finish more aggressively. So, but Michael Albert's here.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Are you okay for a little while, or you want me to find somebody to replace you?
Good.
You good for a while?
All right, so Robert here. So the plan now is, well, I don't understand. Okay, I see what he's done.
He's going to 4-back. But why? Yes, he hasn't put black.
So the black's a bad escape ball for this rover peel.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going. It's not a high percentage operation, but
Yeah. So
you
what's
can usually
likely
make it so
going?
it's a free go.
Well, what's likely going to happen now is he's probably blue's gone a little far. So what's likely going to happen now?
A foot too far.
A foot
It's
too
fine.
far, but for 4-back,
Yeah,
So-
you want it short rather than long. I grant you.
So I think what's going to happen now is I think we're going to see Robert just try to tidy up the Peely's position. If he happens to get it to a perfect spot where he feels that he can maybe do some sort of takeoff attempt to jaws it back to black, he will. But I think he's just going to be looking to get this as close in front of Rover as he can get it. And now, because blue's a little long, he's going to prioritize a northerly rush on the black ball. You can see the wind is really actually there's raindrops on the window.
Oh,
So we
this
are.
stuff- Oh, quite heavy, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. We got a little. So this is some Florida weather for y'all. So if we can pan this camera up for a second, just show the sky. So don't know if that's in our wheelhouse at the moment, but if we can, you will see that there is a cell of dark clouds hovering directly above the center, and then looking out over the rest of the sky, it's all blue and cheery, starting about a mile or two away from us. So this should be just a quick passing little cell. But welcome to South Florida.
Yeah, it's our first rain in the daytime. I think there's a couple of nights. I think when I went to bed on a few nights ago, there was quite a heavy little short, but there is a short shower.
Yeah.
But this is the first rain we've had, I think.
So Robert here has just elected to tidy up y'all. He didn't get the rush he wanted, but he's prioritizing just making sure this break stays nice and tidy.
So now he'll have to do a straight rover peel. Now things can go wrong with it. I mean, you don't expect them to, but this you much prefer to have the rover peel done before 3-back,
Yeah.
or in this case just after 3-back. But if it's not to be, it's not to be.
Yeah.
Here we go. So black to penalty as Pioneer, red to blue.
There goes Armando in the background, just coming out of the control center. He went to go retrieve one of the cameras that was uncovered. Now that it's
Of
raining a
course,
little
'cause
bit,
it's
but
raining. It's stopped, hasn't it?
it has stopped. It stopped as quickly as it came.
Okay, apparently we have a technical issue and there's a delay in the audio, so we'll try not to call the shot before you get a chance to see it.
So
I'm very confused with this.
well, you just look at the monitor.
I look at the monitor.
The monitor's on time. So
We're on time with the monitor.
yeah, we're on time with the monitor. So if something happens in real life slightly ahead of the monitor, then we'll be wrong.
Fletcher's pretty much on time with the break.
Yeah, I think there's actually a good sync up right at the moment. But anywho, so Avery, Mark Avery misses the NSL lift shot, but Matthew gets a bad position of hoop one and retreats to the east boundary. So Matthew not quite finding his groove yet, and neither has Avery.
I can see Avery on the lawn. He's
We are in real time. All right. So
what's happening?
no, we're in real time. Just don't worry about it.
Okay. I get very confused. While we're talking about delays and so forth, can I remind you, if you're in the UK, clocks go back Sunday morning, but over here, daylight savings time goes on 2 or 3 weeks, is it, before daylight saving time? And Tom doesn't know.
I never pay attention to that.
Okay. So if you're tuning in for finals...
My phone automatically updates.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
I either lose an hour or gain an hour at some point in the year. So,
Yeah.
But
Spring forward, fall back.
that's right. So
Yeah.
fall's my favorite time. But
Anyway, so
he's-
you might have to tune in an hour later or possibly earlier. I can't really work it out.
Bamford has won game 2, 26 TP to 3.
Okay, that's 2-0, isn't it?
That's 2-0.
2-0
Ed
to
Forster
Red.
has not really gotten a whole lot of action. So here we go. We see Robert tidying up this ball. So he's pushed it closer to Rover, slightly to the side. With this takeoff, he'll push it sort of back in front, going up to his penalt ball, and it'll now be sitting within a 1.5 feet, 2 feet of the rover wicket, so that when he comes down for the final time, he'll be able to tidy it up the last little bit to get a really nice straightforward peel. So this shot is not without its own risks. Whenever you're doing a long takeoff, especially to a pioneer that's a little bit wayward. So obviously you're trying to prioritize not, that's really nice touch. You can see there, puts it right in front. And his touch is just about perfect on that red ball. Maybe just like a foot past of ideal. But he'll rush it right up to Pinault. Doesn't need a rush out of this hoop because blue is waiting there, sort of just south of the peg. So he can roll black to a deep ball position if he wants and get position on blue to rush it up to yellow.
Are you a deep ball man or two side balls?
Deep
Tom?
ball,
Deep
normally.
ball for you.
Yeah.
That's traditional because in the old days, I say you tended to try and peel over with a stop shot, and stop in front of the hoop. Whereas these days, you most often try to go for an Irish peel, sending ideally both balls through, but or even better, usually peely through and red finishes in the jaws, and then you can run the hoop with your continuation stroke.
Yeah.
He's just hit black.
Yeah, he's just nudged into it. So for those for those Americans who have only really had experience with American rules game, which is similar to AC in its construction, AC, here's a replay. So you can see he comes through the hoop here. And in American rules, he would still have to roquet this black ball.
Oh, right. Okay.
So when you run a hoop and hit a ball in the process of doing so, it is incidental. Incidental contact.
I did not know that.
So it would not be a roquet, so you could still theoretically have rushed that ball down. So, but in association, anytime you run through a hoop and strike another ball in the process of doing so, it is a roquet.
Indeed.
So
unless the ball was in the jaws of the hoop before the stroke.
Correct. So, right, you have to run the hoop first. So.
And another big difference between 6-wicket rules and association croquet is that you run rover the other way.
Correct. So
you run rover the same direction as hoop 5.
For reasons that defy all good reason and logic that I could not tell you. Because on a certain level, it is a somewhat silly game. And
I'm glad you realize that.
They have decided that rover should just be ran backwards for no reason at all. So 5 should be ran twice. Makes finishing a peel and getting the peg out a lot easier.
It does.
But there's also the added risk of if you don't get great hoop position and you run the hoop firmly, you could just accidentally peg out your ball, which has happened.
That does sound amusing. And I have seen.
This is a great angle to look at Robert's peel. So,
look at this.
Again, for those who are not used to peeling, this is a method that most of the top peelers use where they get down and they are using their bottom eye there on the ground to line up the edges of the ball to see if it has clearance on the stanchions. So he's going to try to play this straight. It looks to me like it's favoring the... So if you look at this split camera angle, if you look at the one where we can see his face, people would say, well, it looks like it's going into the right wire more than the left wire. And that's because he's slightly angled on this hoop. You do not want to hit the near wire because you will reject back out. If he can hit the inside edge of the far wire a little bit more, it'll just deflect through. And that's beautiful.
Great. That's great.
And this is why we put the side ball here, because he would have no backswing at the ball he put deep, or he didn't want to hit his partner first. So he just turns sideways. And hits blue. And now what he'll do is he'll take off to the black ball to get better shape behind the yellow.
Going back to American rules, I have seen an American, I can't remember which one, in the Opens back in the day. He was just finishing and he ran rover the wrong way.
Yeah.
He forgot he was playing AC, not 6-wicket.
Yeah, if anyone out there in TV land can figure out why they did that and give me a good justification for it, I'll accept it.
Yeah.
But until then, I think that should be changed. So, all right. So now it's just a simple takeoff just to keep a rush on yellow and rush up to the peg. The only thing that can really go wrong from this point is either he rushes it into the back of hoop 5, which is unlikely because that would have to be a cut. He has plenty of room. Or an accidental grievous. Grievous is the act of rushing a ball that's for the peg with another peg ball into the peg.
Yeah.
And that puts it out of the game, and it ends your turn with the ball being placed exactly where it lands.
Exactly, because you should be taking croquet off the ball, and there's no ball there to take croquet from.
That's another difference in American rules.
Okay.
You know. In American rules, it's actually a perfectly fine thing to do. If he were to rush this yellow into the peg right now, it would be pegged out, and then you would place your ball within a yard of the peg on any side of it.
So can we go through the other silly rules in American croquet? So the yard line is 9 inches, if that's right.
Yes, and you cannot roquet balls out of bounds.
You must never, in this game, it's only on the croquet stroke that it matters if you hit the ball off the lawn. American rules is anything. And then you get deadness. Now in AC, you can only, at the start of the turn, you can roquet any ball. You can only roquet each ball once between each hoop. But then if you break down or whatever, then at the start of your next turn, you're good.
You're good.
But in American rules, you have a deadness board. We've not got the right shot here to show it you, but a sort of complicated rectangular array with little windows that you shunt across to say whether you're dead on the ball or not.
Yes, very punitive.
Yeah.
And it has, and I will say, I started out my croquet career in American rules, so I do have a soft spot for it in my heart. But there are certain aspects of it that I think need updating. So, all right, Robert Fletcher has handily won.
Did you see how much the peg moved?
Yes.
I think the peg needs firming up. Referees down there, the peg's not loose.
Is it?
It's not good. It
Here's
has
a
to be
replay.
firm because it doesn't matter for the peg out, but for if a ball bounces into the peg, you don't want it to go floppy like that. Look at that, moved an inch. Come on, referees, bash the peg out.
So, Robert Fletcher has won the first game of the match.
Hang on. Oh,
It looks like the players may be breaking for lunch. Not quite
that's
sure
a-
yet. I think Michael Albert is going out to give them the option that they can break for lunch. So,
I'd have thought so. Where are we? About half 20 to 1 our time.
yeah. Maybe we could pan the camera over to
Mark.
Avery and Essex.
Avery's just
three.
run hoop 1. Avery's just run hoop 1 with the second ball. I can see a blue and yellow clip on 4 back, so it's break all is the other clip. I think there's still a clip on 1, so
Avery's
let
on.
me stand up. Hang
Yeah.
on. I've lost her on the ball. Hang on.
So I know that Mark is
Yeah.
on 4 back with blue.
Yeah, he's got a good chance of a break here. There's a ball 3 or 4 yards from hoop 2, so
This will
Mark
be
should
for his
get
triple attempt.
the balls to an online on time triple.
So I don't know what must have happened to Matthew, because we know that when we last left, Avery had missed Matthew's leave. Matthew had not gotten position hoop 1 and had retreated. The assumption is that Avery hit in, but that was a while ago.
You can see it now on your monitor. So there we are.
Yes. So
So he's fine. He's fine. Is again.
yeah,
And we might see another textbook standard TP.
Right.
So earlier in the week, it wasn't until Monday till we saw a TP on lawn 6. I think that's right. But
that figure you see walking behind Mark Avery is actually Rocky Smith, one of the 2 assistant tournament directors, tournament managers, I should say.
That's another difference between America and UK. We call them, most events just have a manager, but important events also has a director above them, and then you put it the other way around.
We do. So most of our tournaments have a manager and a director. The manager is in charge of all the non-competitive sides, like the food and the logistics, and then the director does the job of the manager. So,
yes.
But so
I think we've had the 2 nations divided by a common language quote
It's
mentioned
like,
before.
we can talk about the metric system and everything. You guys do drive on the wrong side of the road, but it's fine. And so, but anyway, point is,
I think it's you guys.
so we Henry Ford was over here when we made the car accessible to people, so we get to decide what side of the road it drives.
I think you'll find the car was invented in Europe. I'm not claiming
As like
England,
right,
but
but
I
as
think
like
Germany
a
claims
okay,
that.
that's fine. But as a
Mr.
rich,
Benz, was it?
that's fine. But as a rich person's toy that there were no rules for, basically a carriage without horses.
Okay, so can you see? No, you can't see. You can't see. But on
I'm getting an update. Matthew missed the squeeze leave in corner 2 by a whisker and has given Mark the break at 1 with black, blue, and yellow are for hoop 10. So, yes, so this will be
squeeze leave. I'm familiar with the term squeeze after a TPO when you have a 3-ball ending and you put, but you clearly in America, squeeze leave is used
I've
more often.
I've never heard that squeeze leave said.
Oh, right.
So
Okay.
we just call it a
this
squeeze.
is just something that is it Brian out there?
I have no idea.
Anyway.
But it's a leave of some sort. He was squeezed doing it. But
Okay, so you can't see, but I can see Avery lining up the 4-back peel after hoop 3.
yeah, we're going to try to get the camera back on it just in a little bit. I think we've had some technical move arounds. They're trying to move some things. So
Okay. So
would we be able to get one of the cameras back on that lawn?
So the peel hasn't gone through. It's in front of the hoop. Looks like it might be rush peelable in due course. I mean, Mark forfeited a good rush on the escape ball, which was yellow, so that he could play the peel straight, which, as we explained, means you can ignore the dreaded pull. Oh, Armando's outside, so... so Mark's now doing a pass roll from, 2 or 3 yards west of the peg, going to hoop 4, where red is waiting and yellow's gone to hoop 5. He's played that very well.
So over here on lawn
7,
we have Rothman and McCorkindale. Rothman is finishing up his first break. This is kind of interesting. So he's setting what appears to be a very steep diagonal. He is black is for hoop 2, it says by the clip. He must have popped him. So unfortunately for Ben, he is left black 3 yards in front of hoop 2.
Okay.
So if black chooses to do so and has no better shot available to him, he could just elect to try to shoot his hoop and then take whatever shot is available to him then.
Okay.
So
yeah, we saw a match the other day. He must have been on here. Robert Fulford. Yes. No. Who played Ewan Burridge? Was
that was
Robert?
Fulford.
Yeah. So Ewan was for hoop 2, and Rob tried to pop him through hoop 2 after 1 back, and then it stopped in front of the hoop. And there was I thinking, well, Rob's got to come back and tidy that up. And, of course, he didn't, because he could make a leave where, okay, Ewan can score the hoop, then he has to hit a 35-yard double, which is exactly what Ewan did. He ran the hoop, hit Robert in 4th corner, and got the break from it. Meanwhile...
Over on the back lawn, it looks like my opponent in the Shield will be Greg Fletcher, who has just pegged out the second game and the match against Stephen Morgan. So I assume he will want some lunch. I also need some lunch, and so I may have to leave you guys shortly.
Well, please send someone up, or 2 people up, Tom.
Yes.
It's difficult to do this on your own. Well, I don't know. You could probably do it, but I suddenly
I've made my efforts
completely
over the
lose thread of
yes.
what sentence I'm on. I sort of say something, and then I go off an anecdote, an incidental, and then I see something that happens, and apologies.
That's kind of the way to do it. Just keep a flow.
Meanwhile, hang on, where's blue? So I think Avery is for hoop 5, but judging from how did he get blue there? I can't see the blue clip on 4 back, so it looks like he must have managed to rush peel it, but blue is now 2 yards southeast of 4 back, so he must have done a thick takeoff, I'm guessing. So anyway, black's run hoop 5. So I try not to be biased, but obviously I favour the English players, not through blind patriotism, but I've known Mark for, 40 years and James for 25, 30 years, so I'm actually staying in the same house as James this week. So apologies if I am less than completely impartial. I guess I would like the winner of the world champion to be the best player who's played best over the week, but I really would like it to be James or Mark, the last Englishman in the event, in the main knockout. I'm trying to remember the makeup of our 8 quarterfinalists. We've got 1 South African, 2 Englishmen, as I say. Hang on, where are we?
We got a New Zealander and 2 Americans.
Yeah, okay. That's
And then
right.
an Australian and another.
Two Australians, yeah.
2 Australians.
Forster and Fletcher, of course.
Yes. So, all right, guys. I'm going to mosey on downstairs to figure out what the status of things are with my upcoming Shield match and maybe get some food. So I will leave you guys, depending on how quickly that goes or how long this goes, you may hear from me later on in the evening.
So you can see in your shot at the moment, Michael Albert's helping with the hoop setting. I think really as tournament director or manager or whatever he is, normally delegate that, but he's here at 6:30 setting hoops as well. So the hoops are being moved, i.e. into fresh hoop holes every 2 days. So they're doing 6 lawns one day, 6 lawns the other. I'm sorry, I don't know which 6 lawns they did last night. The lawns are mowed to within, we think, I think it was 2.6 millimeters, wasn't it? So pretty short. So I'll just stand up again so I can see Avery. Okay. So Avery's on a standard TP. He's lining up his penult peel. And the peel didn't go through. It stopped in front of the hoop, but again, it looks like it'll rush peel okay. So Avery's TP still very much on time. Remind you that Reg is 2 games up on Stephen Forster. That's over on lawn 11. If you'll forgive me, I'll stand up again and see if I can see what's happening on lawn 7. Okay, and there's nothing happening on lawn 7, so I guess they've gone to lunch. There's no balls on the lawn, I don't think. Oh, hang on. No. Sorry. Okay. So if this were text commentary, I would now delete the last comment because it was completely wrong. Okay. So forget that. Lawn 7. Let's start again. There's lots of balls on the lawn and Logan's walking onto the lawn. Okay, so I think, who's Logan playing? I should know this by now. So Rothman has had first break. I think that's game 2. And Logan's hit the lift. Seems to be the most likely interpretation of the position of the balls. Actually, sorry. So, as you were, I think Rothman's 1 and 4 back and Logan's 2 and 4 back, something like that. So break all and Logan has hit the lift. So Logan's about to have to rush to hoop 2. Here's for hoop 2 with the black ball he's playing. Rush to hoop 2 from the east boundary, and he might have an on-time triple peel ahead of him. So Logan, to remind you, won the first game plus 17. Meanwhile, you can't see. You may have seen this a minute ago. So the 2 English women playing, Debbie Lines and Gabrielle Higgins. They are now playing each other, I assume, in the... Okay. Okay, so Debbie and Gabrielle, I think, are playing in the... let's have a quick look. Yeah, so in the quarterfinal of the plate knockout, the first round was single game, and so I think this is a best of 3. So looks like they're going to lawn 4. Okay, I think the best thing to do now, I might grab a bite of lunch, and then we'll come back. Or somebody will come back once the match on lawn 6 restarts. They're breaking for lunch, and I'll be back with you shortly, or not me. Maybe not me. You know what? In a way, I hope not me. You've heard enough of me this week, but commentary will resume when the match between Robert Fletcher and James Death. Oh, hang on, I've spotted an error on the scoreboard. Let me just clarify that. Hang on. We are, of course, in the quarter-final of the knockout, so we haven't updated that. There we go. That's better. Right, I'm pretty sure that's right now. James is English, Robert Fletcher, yeah. One thing I'll say, I think I advocate a very minor change in the laws of croquet. So I think I explained about how the toss works in croquet. At the beginning of the match, you toss, and then the winner of the toss can either choose colours, or he can choose to go in, or he can choose to go second. And then, according to which sort of choices made, the loser gets to choose colours. You understand this. And then the toss alternates for each game. So if, I'm guessing James won the toss, I don't know. Say James won the toss in the first match. I'll try and find that out. But then Robert's now won the toss. And so if Robert chooses to go in, James could then choose to switch colours. So I think there should be no switching colours, because then we have to... It's actually easier to switch the names over than the... Well, I'm not sure whether it is. You either got to change all the background colours on the Hoops Scored logo. Keep the same colours throughout the match. Also, if you want, if there are any referees out there, I played a match. I think it was the first men's championships I was the manager for, my first major event as a manager. And in almost all events, certainly in England, except maybe the Opens, but usually the manager is also playing in the event. So Samir Patel managed the Opens this year and played in it. In his game with David Fuller, close game, and at one stage he came out and played the wrong ball, and I'm convinced he would never have done that had he not been, just distracted by worrying whether Fred should play Bill in the plate. Anyway, so to go back to my story, 95 I think it was, I was playing Brian Hallam, and I'm pretty sure he switched colours at one stage. And so somewhere in game 3, I've been doing some managing, and I walked back to our lawn, which was a slight distance from the hut. Lawn 2 it was. And I looked at the lawn, and there were 4 balls in not a very obvious place. They were sort of scattered all over the lawns in a somewhat random fashion. Anyway, so I asked my opponent, do I have a lift? Did you run one back in the last turn? And he said, yes, I did. Right, I said. So I picked up the red ball. I don't remember the exact colours, but let's say it was the red ball. I then wandered over to Bulk to look at my shots. And then I realised I was playing blue and black. So then we went to get a referee, and I think they had a committee. I won't mention the referees, because the consensus afterwards is that I've got it wrong. So budding referees out there, I've picked up the wrong ball, but I haven't actually hit it yet. Have I played the wrong ball, so it'll be end of turn? Or can I go unpunished and put red back where it was and play blue or black? So there's a refereeing question for you. I should say this happened, I think, in 1995. So obviously the laws have been revised a few times in the last 30 years. So I haven't checked. Possibly the answer is different now. We don't know. So are you hearing me? Hang on. I'll stop talking if nobody's hearing me. Okay, so you're now seeing a shot of the bar So, people in the bar, can you hear me? Wave if you can hear me now. Please wave. No, you can't hear me. Okay, I'll shut up. Okay, I've just had a message that you can hear me. So hello. I've been asked not to not to keep commentating on games you can't see. So I say you're looking now at the bar. You can see there's a telly in the bar that is showing what you're seeing. But there's a delay between what's happening on the lawn and when it gets through to your screen. I'm not sure quite how much it is, 10 seconds or so. So that makes things interesting. Apparently, in our last commentary game, we had an issue when our audio wasn't synchronized with the video. But let's say, right, let's do a shout out for our videographers. I do live streams. They do an excellent job, and they sort of, I think you'll probably realise it's fair to say Armando's not a croquet player, but they got better at it. Oh, okay, I think.
I'm going to do a quick sponsor interview with Don Oakley, and then I'm back to lunch.
Okay, so we're going to have a quick interview while you're waiting. So Tom Balding will be interviewing, I've forgotten already, Don Oakley. I'm hopeless. Don Oakley, one of our sponsors. So I shall leave the microphones to them.
Hey, everybody. So Don is going to be joining us here in just a minute. He's coming back upstairs. But we will have a quick little interview with Don, one of our tournament sponsors. We read his company out, Oakley Woods Croquet, earlier in the live stream. He's a sponsor of both this event in particular and the U.S. Croquet Association YouTube channel, which information you see there up on the screen in front of you. So we're just going to have a quick little Q&A with Don and then get us back to our regularly scheduled programming as quickly as possible. So if anyone does have any questions for Mr. Oakley, feel free to put them in the chat now in these next few minutes while we're sitting down with him, and we will be able to have him answer those for you if he is able. But he will be with us in just 1 second. While we wait, I'm going to just peek around, see what I can see. Over on Lawn 2, Logan McCorkindale did, in fact, run Hoop 2 from that leave Rothman made and has now gotten himself a Roquet and is back on court. I don't know exactly what the status of his break is, but he's about to do a Croquet stroke near Hoop 2 on the east boundary. So he may have some big shots in front of him to get things back in order. Mark Avery, I believe, has won the first game. He's just placed all the clips back on Hoop 1. Matthew is walking back into the clubhouse. So Mark Avery may have walked away from game 1 triumphant. So some interesting stuff already. And then obviously on our featured lawn, who are breaking for lunch, we have Robert Fletcher and James Deeth. Robert Fletcher up 26 TP to 8. And so matches are progressing. I have been informed I will actually not be playing the Shield today because I should have played another opponent who elected not to play the Shield. And then the match that just finished, my opponent, that's the semifinal that goes on tomorrow. So I will actually, once I finish up this interview and take lunch, I will be back with you for the majority of the day because I have nothing else to do. Hello, Don.
Hey, Tom. How are you?
All right. Don Oakley here, everybody, from Oakley Woods Croquet, one of the event sponsors and the YouTube channel sponsors. How you doing, Don?
Can't complain. The weather's great. Play is absolutely amazing.
And Don, what have you seen so far from the event that's been your favorite? Like, is there a player that stands out to you, or has anybody really, you've been around the venue all day with your wares? And
Yeah, I have. It's been very well received. I have to say I have a couple of horses in the race, but they're I don't see them going through to the finals. Yeah. But the play is amazing, and I always look at events like this as a learning ground for my product line to know what players want and what they're looking for.
So one of the players who left yesterday to return back to work, who's one of the most prominent Americans who's using your equipment, is Kyle Maloof. Yes. And the Maloofs have worked very closely with you over the years to help develop some of your current line, including the new Arrow mallet that we see on some of the advertising boards around here. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about how that design came about and what its benefits are?
Well, David came to me a couple of years ago and said, look, on gusty days, we're having problems with the players are having problems holding their mallets online. Side wind gust doesn't take much to move a mallet, half an inch to the side, and that it went. So years ago, there have been a number of mallets over the years that have put holes in the sides of the mallets to address that, maybe to address other issues. With David and Kyle's assistance, we came up with the Arrow design, had a few different tweaks. The interesting point was that we came to the end was that David preferred a slightly different height mallet head than Kyle did. They even went through a mock-up game to say, well, the best height's going to win, and that didn't decide it either. So I just said, look, we're going to make two different mallet heights, and one is nicknamed the DM for David Maloof, and one's the KM for Kyle. And I said, we'll take a look at it another couple of years after it's been out in the market.
Get some data.
It is. It's been very well received. In fact, the first 5 mallets that we made, David and Kyle took 2 to the National Doubles GC Championships in California, and 1 with them straight out of the gate.
Right. They winning, by the way, over Ben and Matthew. Who, yes, that was a fantastic match. Played really high-level croquet. The mallets look great. We have a question from Allison Mom, so I'll just fit it in right here because it's actually a really good question. It's fairly easy to choose a height for a mallet, but how much you suggest choosing a weight for your mallet?
The newer players are really sort of trying to figure out their game and their playing style. Weights, as long as they're in a normal range, and I would say a normal range is anywhere between, say, 2 pounds 11 to 2 pounds 14 or 15. As long as they're in there, they will start to figure out their game with that. But yeah, as you get to be a better player, that weight issue becomes much more important. Also, where the weight distribution is. Obviously, if I could make a mallet shaft that didn't weigh anything,
We would do so.
I would be fattening that very quickly. But definitely, peripheral weighting is really important to keep your mallet online.
So, and I don't want you to betray any proprietary secrets if there are any, but when you're designing a mallet, you know, like when the Arrow was under design, or even when the Predator was first being designed, something like that, what sort of testing do you put a mallet through before you decide, hey, I think this is a good quality product that a lot of people will enjoy? Is there some sort of, I imagine like golf clubs and other things go through certain tests with wind resistance and balance? And
Absolutely, and I rely, because my gameplay is okay, but I'm nowhere near the level of the play here. I put those mallets, the prototypes, in the hands of top players, get their feedback, make some tweaks. Eventually, we come up with a final design.
so there's no, like, you don't have any sort of like lab it's sent off to like test some specs or anything?
If we had the same amount of players in croquet as they do in golf, we would have that $5 million computerized robot that would
Exactly.
be testing the mallets.
With a spreadsheet of information down to the mill. But so I just wanted to know, because I personally have never been involved with making mallets of any sort, and it's a bit of a mystery to me how one even pops out a good quality mallet.
I've been making widgets for basically all my life. Since I was 7 or 8 years old, I've been tinkering.
And what got you into making mallets in the first place?
Oh, that was an easy one. That friend of mine asked me to replace his old backyard croquet mallets that were literally wired and taped together. And I knew nothing about this level of the game. I only knew, tall grass backyard croquet.
Right.
And when those mallets came about, somebody had mentioned to me, "Oh, Don, that reminds me of a set I saw at Abercrombie and Fitch." Now, we're going back 33, 34 years ago. And the price point on those mallets, I thought you had to be crazy to spend $50 on a mallet. But, now I
Now look at us.
realize that that level keeps getting higher.
If someone offered me $50 for a mallet right now, I'd be like, what's wrong with it? Is it even held together?
Oh, exactly.
So obviously you're a major sponsor, not only for this event, but you've sponsored, I believe, a majority of the not only national events here in the United States, but world events, in golf, croquet, and AC. And obviously you're a sponsor of the YouTube channel that we're broadcasting on now. What is it about these events and this channel that's so important for you to be involved in and give your sponsorship and support to?
Well, for main reason is that I like to put back into croquet what it's done for me. If it wasn't for croquet, I'd actually have to work for a living. But this is
Me
more
too.
more play than it is anything else.
Yeah.
But the sponsorship means that it helps promote the sport so that more people get into it. I've seen a major growth, especially with golf. Croquet has been a savior on a few lawns that I've visited. And we're now reaching out as well because we've come to international events. We are now reaching out to other countries like Spain, Egypt. We've visited in September.
Yes.
And then we've got on our maps to go to Australia, New Zealand, and England.
Excellent. And we were in Egypt together this past month, and actually one of the defending champion and one of the best players, Fozzie Helmy, was using a mallet of your design and used it to great effect, actually, to knock out Reg Bamford from the event. And so it was really nice to see, but Egypt's a wonderful place, and it's nice to see that more mallets from more places are making their rounds over there and giving the players more options. But so for those of you who are maybe watching this from a more local area or could make it down here in the next couple of days, Don is actually here with a lot of his products right now that are available to take out, have a hit, test, and just to put in your hands and feel if they're nice. So if anyone is in the market for a new high-quality mallet and wants to at least see what he has to offer, come on down and talk to Don, and he'll be around here somewhere. I believe. I don't know the cardinal directions, but if you come into the veranda, he's on the right.
Correct. But I may very well be wandering around looking at some of the games.
If you stand around the stall long enough, he'll find him. He'll find you.
But Don, a red maple leaf on the back of my shirt.
That's right. Don, thank you so much for sitting down and talking with us just for a few minutes, and thank you so much for sponsoring this and all the other events. And we hope to have many more with you in the near future. Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Tom.
All right.
Take care.
Folks, I'm heading back to lunch. We're still waiting on some of the players to come back onto the lawn, so you're going to have maybe a brief respite of silence, or if Mr. Gregory here could fill the gap, but I have a burger getting cold for me downstairs, so I'm a jet real quick. Thank you to Don, and thank you so much once again to the USCA YouTube channel and I Do Live Streaming for this wonderful setup they have. Talk to you in a minute.
Which it's got lots of photos in it of, I'm sure, people who are prominent in forming the National Croquet Club or Centre. I haven't quite got the institutions correct, but whoever set up this wonderful facility. But anyway, in the front of this book, there is a quote from Stephen Hawking, and I was unaware of this, so I shall read you the quote. No, I won't. Hang on. I've got it. Technology occasionally gets the better of me. Let's try again. So if I go here and I press that, I took a photo of it. Here we go. I'll hold my phone up so you can actually hear what I'm saying. Oh, and it's swiveled around. Oh, I hate phones. Right, here we go. When writing about miracles, Stephen Hawking gives 3 examples. To heal the terminally ill, to bring premature end to droughts, or to reinstate croquet as an Olympic sport. I was hoping that interview would be a bit longer, and then I can fact check this, but I think croquet was in the 1904 Olympics, Paris. Help me out here, people. And I think in 1908, the Olympics were in America, and there was a game called Roque, R-O-Q-U-E, that was played, some variant of croquet. But I'm sure historians out there, it'll be in the DMC Pritchard's wonderful book, The History of Croquet. Do read that book if you haven't. Even for non-croquet people, it's an excellent read. There's lots of amusing sidelines and anecdotes, something to do with Napoleon. I won't say which bit of Napoleon. Anyway, there you are. I was unaware of that Stephen Hawking. It reminds me, there was a film made about Stephen Hawking. Who can be first to remind me what that film was called? But there was croquet in there, and if you look at the credits for this film, you'll see Alain Giraud is named as croquet advisor. I hope Alain was historically correct, because we may the rules of croquet have changed. I was a student at Cambridge 40 years ago, and I'm not sure it's part of the full university, but Ridley Hall Theological College, I had an occasion to go there, and on the lawn there was a croquet set, but I can't remember how many hoops there were, because there were a different number of hoops in the old days. There were 2 pegs, not just a centre peg, but 2 pegs, and then you were supposed to hit 1 peg and turn around. So the rules of croquet have developed, and also, as we've been saying, they've bifurcated. Why did I use that word? They've split. So there's association croquet, there's golf croquet. Those are the 2 main international forms. But we've been talking earlier today about American 6-wicket croquet. Then there are other games called ricochet. I was not quite sure what that is. There's a fun game called Pirates. if you've got a few of you and you want a fun game, that's a good game. Also, maybe I should mention Howard Sosin. So he has come up with many, many games, and I believe immediately after this tournament, so Monday for a few days, he's invited several people to come and play an event where I think there are 4 different games. So you play a best of 5 against someone, and 4 games under 4 different rules. Couldn't tell you what they are. Mainly variants of GC rather than AC, I think. So that could be interesting. A few of the players here are staying over for that. I don't think it'll be televised or live streamed, but there we are. Right. And you're now looking again in the bar area. So the bar's to your left, you can see the screen. And then behind the cameraman to the right, in that corner, that's where the management team are set up. Jeff Sue and his helpers, Rocky and Elaine, I think. Sorry, I've got those names wrong. Jeff Sue's done a magnificent job. He must have been, must be slightly concerned when one game yesterday had only got through 3.5 out of 5 games, but it's usually okay to play a best of 5 in a day, but we haven't got as much daylight certainly as you get in the UK near midsummer, and some players are quick and some players are not so quick, but let's hope that the tournament catches up now and that all quarterfinals are completed before dusk. And there you can see where we are in the championship. So you can see, I think we need to go, can we go just left a bit? You can't quite see all the game scores. No? Anyway. Okay. So there's Callum Hyland in the foreground of Australia. Tell you what, I'm running out of things to do. I'm going to read you Callum Hyland's biography in the programme. Everybody was asked to contribute a little biography of themselves, and I think Kyle, if I can find it, Callum's is quite amusing. Right, here we go. Callum is a proud capitalist and individualist who is 35 years old and comes from Tasmania, which, for those of you who haven't been there, is a pleasant but essentially smaller and generally less interested or impressive version of New Zealand. He first picked up a croquet mallet in 2009 and has chosen croquet as his retirement sport. He hopes to become a decent player by the time he reaches retirement age. He only plays AC and finds all other mallet sports incomparably dull. This will be Callum's 5th trip to the USA and his 2nd for croquet. He is thoroughly looking forward to the event and generally spending time in what he considers the greatest country on earth, and hopes to see many like-minded people there. Those who already know him will know what he means when he says that life is better in colour, and that he also hopes it will rain at least one during the event. Croquet tip: context is everything. I don't necessarily understand that tip, but I like the bit about Tasmania being a mini New Zealand. Anyway, still no action in front of me and still no co-commentator to the right of me. And we can now see James Deeth striding across the lawn. And there's Robbie Fletcher. So I think we're starting on court 6 imminently. So here we go. Right. Oh, and the message from Tony Elliott of England, Watford. Alain Giraud was not only croquet consultant on this film, whose title I can't remember, but was hawking's legs when playing a stroke. I did not know that. So if you see this film, you can see Alain Giraud's legs. Oh, and a message from Chris Farthing. Hello, Chris. Semi-finalist in 09. Hawkins' wife was played by Felicity Jones, an alumnus of Wadham College, Oxford, along with Openshaw, Farthing, Jenny Williams, I presume that is, now Jenny Clark, and Chris Patmore. Chris Farthing, Patmore were open doubles champions in, I think, 1999. Anyway, thank you, Jane Behariel. The Theory of Everything. That was the title of the film. Meanwhile, let's talk about some croquet. So Robert's gone first with blue, and he's gone to the East Boundary, and James with red is laying the normal 6 inches south of corner 2. And I'm glad I've now got a co-commentator. I'm very, very happy to welcome Robert Fulford to the commentary booth. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Andrew.
I'm sure you were hoping to be playing today, but we're very glad to have you in the commentary booth.
Yeah, I thought I'd come and see what's happening for a game. I think that might be my limit.
They've done it, haven't they? They've done
A good shot.
Robert's just hit third turn. And they've done what I was just complaining about during the intermission. They've switched balls. So I think I'm going to switch the colours, see if that works. No, let's switch the players. Hang on. So, Robert, talk for a bit. Okay, I think it's easier to switch the names. So bear with me. Right, there we go. That's that. Who's that?
Okay. From our commentary position, it's quite difficult to see corner 2, but I'm guessing James is probably just out of corner 2.
Yeah, I think perfect spot. About 6 inches, I can see it. So.
Okay, and yeah, Andrew's got the best view around the corner. And I'm guessing Robert's just going to try and make a kind of dream third turn leave.
So I must admit, I saw your last leave. You did a pop and you made a very defensive leave against Ben Rothman, with the idea, okay, it gives him a 13-yarder, but it's difficult to pick up the break and very difficult to pick up the TP. And I understand he just finished. Was that? Obviously a disappointing turn for you. Were you quite impressed with Ben there?
Yeah, no, it was a brilliant turn. There's you kind of need to win the opening and have the first break, or you're just at the mercy of the opponent, whatever you do. But so I got a lot of value out of. A lot of people go, well, how can you give someone a 13-yarder? But he had a 13-yarder and various other sweaty things, but you end them all up. It's better than giving them one 17-yarder for an easy break.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant turn. He hit the ball fantastically straight all through the turn. Lots of good hoop strokes and return ruggies when he needed them.
Armando, can we have the scoreboard up, please? Okay, so Robert's hit third turn. He's now rolling red down the west boundary somewhere, maybe in the lawn a little bit.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure he's definitely kind of at least a 17-yarder. It's a mistake if you overhit that shot and put it too close to a bog.
Yeah, you definitely want it north of the peg high.
Yeah, and he's left it pretty tight to the boundary, so he's making it possible if James wants to shoot into corner 4. But James rushes the black down the court, and then red being close to the boundary just makes it gives him a slightly harder job of getting a break fourth turn.
Okay, so we're talking about American 6-wicket rules. I think this is another rule that's different in American 6-wicket, isn't it? So in AC, normally at the start of the turn, you choose which of your 2 balls to play. But because it's the 4th turn, James has to play the yellow. He can't play red. He has to get yellow into the game.
Yeah, well, this is almost like American rules because you're forced to play a particular ball.
Of course, you've actually played
but from now on, it will be, your choice.
I forget that earlier in your career, you were a croquet pro at one of the country clubs in USA. Is that right?
Kind of a part-time croquet pro in the summers.
Right.
I've probably played about 200 games of American
Oh,
rules
goodness, right, yeah.
in various tournaments. I love American rules high-low doubles is the best game.
Okay.
If you're at this standard playing American rules,
Oh, and
he's
just missed his long shot there.
yeah. If you're a very high standard playing American rules, it's just almost whoever gets the first break tends to win the game.
So, yeah.
Whereas high-low doubles, you've got some nice. You'll get plenty of errors, and then then it becomes a very interesting tactical game.
Okay. Are you surprised by James's choice of shot there? Was that the shortest shot available? Normally you go to B-bulk and shoot into fourth corner. But,
Yeah, no. Normally you shoot a black one or another. If you think, the only reason you take that is because it was shorter. Because if you hit, it makes it a lot harder to work for you.
so he's
Picking up the break.
Rush blue very close to red now. I don't know whether he's got a cannon.
No,
Keeping his on spot.
red's off the line.
Oh, of course, red's in a bit. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot that.
He's
Yeah.
not far, but
Okay, I forgot red was.
yeah, he's got a very good stop shot as well, so it's almost the ideal spot for him. He probably thinks he could be maybe a foot further away from it to get blue a little bit further.
So you've got a good shot there. You can see all four balls, yellow near second corner.
But he should get a really tight rush to hit one. But yes, this is probably the hardest bit of this turn.
Yeah, yeah.
Getting through hoop one.
There it is. He's played that well, a bit
Yeah,
hard, but
that's
rather far than short. So
a 7 out of 10.
okay. Oh, I like you. I do the out of 10 thing.
Okay.
We like that.
He should be okay. He should be okay unless he plays a grossly poor shot, one of the next two.
Yeah, that looks pretty good, doesn't it?
That's
Look
should be good enough.
red nice and deep, even if you run past it, it's still pretty nice. Here we go.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Yeah, and the good croquet stroke players, getting a forward rush is nice, but
Yeah. So
just being able to hit this.
with blue being farther south than ideal, presumably you'll go to blue first. I think if blue was at hoop 2, he'd go to yellow in second corner. But do you think he'll go to blue first here or go to yellow?
It's fairly arbitrary.
Okay.
It's not hard to get to blue from yellow. It's it's on the opposite. If it was east rather than west of 2, then then it'd be very awkward to go to. But there's nothing in the way of
and he is taking off to yellow. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is
Okay. Oh, we have a message from McCorkindale wins game 2. This is against Ben Rothman. He won it 17 TP. So I'm pretty sure that's McCorkindale 2 up, isn't it? And Reg Bamford and Stephen Forster have started game 3. Reg is on the break, and I'm pretty sure Reg is 2 up in that one. So, so there you see Robbie taps yellow. So yellow's going to hoop 3. Black, ideally getting a rush on blue to hoop 2. Blue, 4 or 5 yards southwest of 2. You saw it a minute ago. So.
yeah. So did Robert have a sort of standard break to fall back in the first game?
Robbie. Robert.
Yeah, we'll call him
It's
Robbie.
very confusing. It's so
Robbie-
confusing
Robbie-
how to Robert F's in the game at the top of
Yeah.
the game. So anyway, Robbie. Should we call him Robbie?
Yeah.
Or we could just call him Fletcher.
No, Robbie's good.
Okay.
Robbie's unique.
Robbie, first game. Sorry, what was the question? He had no. So the first game, it was unusual in that the first Croquet was on 7th turn by Mr. Deeth. Then went round for that, except he then blobbed 3 back from nowhere. And then Robbie didn't rush him through 3 back. He could have done. I thought maybe he'd rush him through and then maybe do his 1 back tactics. But no, he just went to 4 back and then finished with a standard TP.
Okay. So what leave did he make?
What leave did he make?
So I've
I've
only just arrived at the club, so I'm...
Fair enough. No, I think it was an NSL. NSL. I can't tell you which ball was on for.
Okay.
But James lifted the other ball and shot into 4th corner. And then Robbie played a fairly good... I don't think the NS ball was on exactly the right blade of grass, but it was good enough. So he rushed just north of hoop 1 and finished very nicely. He didn't... Yes, the 3-back Pioneer went a bit deep. He'd peeled 2 hoops by then. And so he decided... it was nearer the boundary than the hoop, I think, to be honest. So he decided to put his partner, his P-Lee ball, as a 3-back Pioneer rather than go for the early rover peel before 3-back. We were a bit surprised in the commentary that he didn't try to set up for the peel after 3-back, where you make 3-back apart and then rush it to peeling position. But, he played the straight rover peel nicely, nice Irish peel, and a good finish. I hope that's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm saying what I see, but I can't necessarily remember what I see. So
that's good.
But I think that's right. Yeah. It was a duffer Tice from Robbie. So James went to the east boundary. Robbie duffer Tice. James missed partner from B bulk, so to near 4th corner. Robbie missed the duffer Tice. James shot the ball in 4th corner across to first. The ball at the end of A bulk, missing to 1st corner. Robbie then hit the ball near hoop 6 to join up with, to hit his partner and missed. And then James had a double with the east boundary ball. He was quite lucky. He hit one ball and then he hit it onto the other ball and nicked it into the lawn a bit. So that made the pickup a bit easier. And so that was 7th turn. But sadly he was about to have a diagonal spread and then blobbed 3 back from, I wasn't really watching from nowhere. I wasn't expecting him to do it. So that was a surprise. So first break now to Robbie. I think we can call this a 4-ball break now. Blues are, 6 yards from hoop 4?
Yeah.
Can you see it? No, you can't see it. It's, shall we say, 4 yards east of hoop 5. There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. You can see it.
We're still pretty close to corner 2 when you sent that out. So it's sort of understandable. It's
not criticism. It's just
on the
observation, but
on the blade of grass. But yes, he'd like it to be closer for sure.
So Rob, who do you like for the event? Mr. Fletcher's world number 1 by way is, I guess, he's most people's favourite.
I quite like it. I think Matthew Essex will have a very good chance. So he's game down, I understand.
He is going down. Avery TP in the first. Yeah.
I think.
Is that
and I mean, in the other half, it looks a little bit like it might have opened up for Reg.
Indeed. Yeah, I think
gets the final.
I think when the draw was done, both halves looked pretty even. But now I think you'd definitely be favouring someone from the top half.
In fact, Reg is almost through. Also, helps his cause.
I mean, I sort of fancy. Well, I did sort of fancy, but he's now 2 games down. But Ben Rothman, if you didn't know, after 2 days of block play, he was 3 out of 6. And he pretty much need 5. And then on Monday morning, he was playing Reg Bamford. And he pulled the win out there. He won his last game, and then he was in a playoff, and he won that. So I was trying to think of other examples, when a team of the Football World Cup gets through their block on goal difference or something and goes on to win the title. So I had my Rothman as maybe a dark horse. Of course, made the final here in 2009. But he's in a bit of trouble, a lot of trouble. 2-0 down to Logan McCorkindale. Meanwhile, you can see Robbie go around. So Logan and Ben Rothman had never played each other before today. So there we are. We had yesterday. We had some match. We had Fletcher v Fletcher. They played over 50 times, and but yeah. And this morning, for those that haven't been following too closely, we had one match that didn't finish yesterday. Obviously, well, you're aiming to play one match each day from here on in, but Avery v Johnston had only played 3.5 games, so the manager got them here for half an hour early, and then Mark was 2-1 up, so annoyingly for the manager, not only was it annoying that Johnston won, but he only won by 3, so that went on quite a bit. And then Mark Avery won the decider with a nice TP. Matthew Essick was waiting for the winner of that one. And curiously, in the... where's my theory? Oh, yeah. In the last World Championships 2 years ago in London, which were won by the person to the right of me, Matthew Essick played Andrew Johnston in the second round and Mark Avery in the quarterfinals, and got all the way to the final to play Mr. Forward. And
what do you almost
think?
exactly. If he beats Avery and then has to play Fletcher, it will almost be.
Oh yeah,
identical.
that's right. Yeah, he played Robbie Fletcher in the semis, didn't you? So you should be getting through to the final. But
Well, yeah. Matthew could have played the same event almost.
Yeah, that's amazing. Go on, Stato. When's that last happened? Meanwhile, I don't know. I'm not supposed to commentate on Lawn 3, you've been told, but Essex, I don't know.
We can do that.
Anyway.
I'm sure you can update it if you can see anything.
I can see, well, Chris Clark's on the lawn at hoop 1. Don't know whether he's checking the hoop.
Okay.
And now, I mean, looks like Essex stuck in hoop 1. And Avery must be the start of the game, must it? Because Avery's playing from bulk. I don't know what's happening. There's a good reason not to commentate on the lawns, because at least we don't have 2 games on the lawn anymore in front of us. So that distraction's over.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm way behind with the hoop counter. Sorry, where's he got to? He's made 1 back, hasn't he? Or he's about to.
Yeah. So it's just been a very nice tight turn.
Okay, so...
One thing about Robert's game, Robbie, it's coming, keep up with Robbie, he has an absolutely fantastic stop shot. James has got a very good stop shot as well. But
not as good as mine, Rob, come on.
We perhaps you need to get your mallet out and have a competition with Robbie.
Absolutely. I haven't brought it with me.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. You don't have to defend your claim. Anyway, we'll give Robbie your mallet and let's see how good he can do with your mallet. But you could see when he made hoop 6, a lot of people would have, gone, I haven't got that much space, and ended up running the hoop with less control and having a rush sort of pointing back up to 2 back, where Robbie, from quite close to the hoop, could easily send the front ball a long way. And it was easy for him to run the hoop and have a rush towards 1 back and just have that much more control. So you just watch this shot, how far he gets blue. So most people can only... he didn't need to get blue that far and cheat.
He's hit it a bit hard, actually, slightly angled hoop.
Yeah.
He's pretty close to it.
The best example. He's done that.
Yeah, commentator's curse. If he blobs this, it'll be your fault. But yeah, no problem.
But yeah, literally, most people are only sending the front ball half as far as Robbie is, and it's a real asset.
Yeah.
One thing about having a lighter mallet is on the whole, you can't have as much peripheral weighting in it.
Indeed.
which people use to help them with shooting.
Yeah, I can't shoot. I have a light mallet. I can't shoot.
Because fundamentally, there's so much weight that needs to be in the shaft and the middle part of the head. Just to have a solid object. The less weight you have, the less peripheral weighting you can have. But you can see Robbie's hollow mallet. That's again just to help with you can have more weight in the end.
Right.
He can be a bit more scientific about it than I can, I think. But essentially,
I remember an English player, Martin French. He built himself a mallet with holes in, didn't he?
I think that they're a bit also a bit theoretically a bit more windproof.
Okay.
On a windy day.
Yeah. It's like if you're a lorry driver or a truck driver and you're carrying an empty thing behind you and it's a windy day, maybe on the M62 in England, you take the covers up, you sort of, I don't know the words, but so that the wind can blow through the back of your lorry.
Less of a sail to get carried away.
Oh, we got, here we go, yeah. Robbie's just putting the nest ball exactly where he wants it.
Yeah, you need quite a lot of control if you want to make sure you can lay up reasonably far south.
Oh, that rocked back, didn't it?
Well, it looks like it's open from the bulk.
Well, I must admit the ball in the first game looked a bit open from A bulk, and it obviously wasn't because James didn't shoot at it. So, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. It seemed to do something at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, it hit the wire, did it? Yeah.
I'm
and it
not sure it hit the wire.
settled a bit, possibly an old hoop hole. I don't know.
I think it's an old hoop hole. I don't think that made too much difference.
No, it might make a difference to when you rush it if it's in the hole. A little bit hampered as well.
Yeah, you can't hit this.
I'm sure a cope it doesn't need a referee.
No. It looks like from A-bulk you've got maybe 60% of it.
Yeah.
Maybe more. It's quite. If he's got 80% of it, then he'll shoot at it.
Absolutely. So maybe Robbie will be doing a wide join here, sort of split one ball off in fourth corner and one ball off the east boundary, if he's worried that red will hit yellow.
Yeah, this looks like he's putting blue somewhere yellow can't hit it, but defensively, and then he probably will go in corner two if he's doing that.
A corner two, yeah, right. I was thinking corner four. I see what you mean. So really defensive. Yeah.
There's. If you think James is probably going to hit, it makes sense. I mean, essentially the better shot you are, the less you mind giving up the innings.
Yeah,
if you like, you don't. And no one wants to give up the innings.
No.
But if you're in a really, really good shot,
yeah,
then you kind of think, okay, at least I can hit back in again.
Yes, you can leave the balls where even if James hits, he's unlikely to get going, and then you get another stroke, another shot, I should say.
Yeah, is it? You probably can't go. I'm thinking about different leaves when I'm saying he can go in corner two, because the red can obviously hit him first stroke if he goes in corner two. He hasn't used the red yet, so
okay.
He could end up playing a sort of thickish takeoff, putting blue to the side boundary, and then decided to move red, and still end up going in corner two.
Well, you're seeing the bar again for some reason. Hello, bar. There's Jeff Sue, the manager, and that's Jeff Sue's wrist, and that's us. Go on, we want to see the lawn, please. There we are. I know he's thinking a long time, but it's as Rob says, there's various options.
Yeah, you can play a croquet out.
And now he's coming to look at red, so you can see exactly where red it is just by hoop two.
Yeah,
marching over. Maybe he's trying to find a point where red can't hit.
Yeah,
point on the east-west boundary.
You can put black where red can't see it.
And I can see Mark Avery. Actually, you can see it. There you go. Mark Avery's just run hoop 4 with yellow.
He's got the first break.
So 4-ball break there.
But yeah, he's just wants to make it difficult for James to go round if he does hit. It's probably then. But yeah, there's still a fair chance James will miss. So he's trying to cover all bases.
Yeah, you're trying to calculate the
But-
percentages, or maybe. Well, you see, I think that's no. Okay, so Blues croqueted to the east boundary, not
Yeah, so if it's
just in, is it? Yeah, just in
Yeah.
from the
if,
yard line. So where's Black going? I think you're right. It's going to corner 2. No, it's going to.
I don't think he'll go to corner 2. I think if he goes to corner 2, James will just hit him.
Okay, so,
I think
he's
he's
going to the
gonna
west
go-
boundary where Red can't hit it. Is that the idea?
I would guess he'd go to the west boundary. He almost looks like he's shooting at the red. I guess if you're going to corner 2,
Shoot a red on
is
the way.
interesting. Well, I mean, you can hit the hoop.
Yeah, well, that's why. I was just
But you can
wondering
hit the hoop and hit red as well. But
Right.
it looks a bit like he's shooting at red.
Here we go.
I don't like this particularly.
Did that go? My eyes aren't good. Did that go between the hoop and the ball, or just to the right of the hoop? I don't know whether we can get a replay on that.
Yeah, I think it.
There's a replay.
I think it may
Whether
have
we
gone
can
between
see-
them. But
Let's have a look. Can we see here? Yeah.
no, it looks like it wasn't shooting. To be fair,
Okay.
looks like
So
he just
Black
went the corner.
into second corner.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the end of the turn. He scored as many hoops as he wanted, but he hasn't got the leave he wanted. So, oops.
Yeah, I think.
Let me just find the undo button. I've done something bad. There we go. Right. Boom-ba-dum. Boom-ba-dum.
Yeah,
Right.
so James has got a couple of reasonable choices. One is kind of red at black.
Okay.
And because yellow doesn't really, it looks like it's probably awkward to rush to heat 1.
Just looking from the end of A bolt now, you can see that. It's court 5 in the background, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think you want to take this. This is partially wide.
Yeah, so red at black is the shortest shot because he can't see all of yellow. Red at black as it lies. We mean.
Red at black, it's a bit awkward to use yellow and blue to make hoop 1.
Yeah,
Um,
because we think
I
yellow
think-
won't rush to hoop
But I
1.
think for James, if he can take off to yellow and manage to rush it,
Off the east boundary somewhere.
I don't know, even rushing off the east boundary is hard, but if he can rush it sort of towards corner 4 vaguely, maybe not as good as towards corner 4, I still think he can do a 4-yard takeoff and get behind the blue, or sort of 5-yard takeoff and get behind the blue. But I think he might just opt for yellow at black, take his lift and
Oh, lift yellow to speed bolt,
shoot
shoot
yellow
at black.
and then
Then that
he's only
should
giving
be-
black the ball, and it's a much easier pickup.
Yeah, so black's the forward ball, so even if he misses yellow at black, Robbie won't be scoring any hoops next turn. I mean, he could do, but he won't
so
choose to.
I would take one of the shots at black, but
Okay.
here I'm.
Because the thing is, I'm presuming he's going red at yellow, then red will end up, 5 yards from blue, and so blue will get a chance to...
Well, if he hits the hoop, it'll be closer to blue.
Yeah, he might hit the hoop, of course, yeah.
If he hits the hoop, he'll probably bounce round to blue. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at this. There's lots of places you could rush yellow to, which is not easy to get behind the black as well. They get behind the blue. So
Okay, here we go. So
I kind of think yellow or black's not a much smaller target, really. This is an 8-yarder where you can't hit the left edge.
So it's equivalent to the 13-yarder.
I think it's probably
gone away to restalk it. I think
Yeah, I think it's probably equivalent to 11.
distracted by something.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's not taken yellow at black. Or if you're shooting well, you might take red at black just because you think I'm just going to hit that. It's so short.
And he could hit a lot of that.
Well, yeah, we always knew you could hit it in the middle.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so that's a good shot.
Very good shot, yeah.
So where he's come off, what? Is that
It's not
6 yards, 5 or 6
Yeah.
yards north of blue. No,
But
less than that.
Yeah, he's got quite a lot to do to get a break.
Yeah, exactly. So he's taking off to blue here, and
Yeah,
I'll be taking off and thinking, well, I might get the rush to one, I might get to rush to black, but you probably decide which one you're going for, whereas I go for somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I think
and hope.
you it's easier to rush to one.
Okay. But yeah,
He's got. I think he'll take that to black.
You think? Wow. Okay.
Is
Yeah,
that-
it looks like it. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a better rush to black.
So
No, he's gone for one. Okay,
okay.
that's fair enough.
Yeah, it's in betwixt and between. So
Yeah, that's not great. He was trying to cut it a little bit more.
Yeah. I remember the very first time I saw you, Robert, I was playing a tournament at Colchester, and you weren't playing, but you came down probably after school in those days to do some practicing, and we were watching you practice, and you played some sort of cut rush, so equivalent to their James rushing blue into black, and he just played it perfectly, and we thought, who is this kid? And Richard Hilditch says, yep, the boy can rush.
Yeah.
Fred, you can't quite rush like that these days with your wrist. Sorry about that, Rob. But
If it's this fast, I get
if
pretty
it's
close.
nice and fast, yeah,
I
nice
get pretty close.
You need it.
it.
And Colchester would have been fast back in the 80s.
Yeah.
They were very fast lawns, weren't they?
Yeah.
Anyway, he's played a reasonable roll up here, James. What's that? 4 or 5 foot hoop? Do you think? So,
Yeah, I'll go 2 yards,
Okay, 6 foot. Okay,
but
and he's giving it full power to get down to black, maybe, but rejected.
yeah, no, it wasn't close to running that.
No. And it's off blue, which is Robbie's hoop 1 ball.
Yeah.
So presumably just hit red and then try and roll up to 1 yourself, I guess.
Yeah, I can't see. It's easy. It doesn't look easy to go to anything else. There's not a lot of room behind that yellow. So I think, so you're right. I think you just approach 1.
There you can see black in second corner and courts 2 and 1 in the background. Can't see who's playing on there, but lots of consolation events here for people who are knocked out. So, if you're flying over here for 9 days of croquet, you don't want to be sitting around the last 3 days. Well, I wouldn't mind it. I've flown over here for 0 days of croquet because I just like watching it.
Yeah.
But I'm a bit weird like that.
Well, lots of people like watching
Yeah.
croquet, but yes, not too many tourists. Most people watch it at their own club, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so, Robbie's rushed red off the south boundary, and he's looking, not rolling up to 1, but going to yellow. Yellow's what? A couple of feet into the lawn from the yard line? No, he's looking at the roll-up.
Looks less than the yard. Yeah, the roll-up looks easier to me.
See the flags in the background there? They're fluttering quite nicely with a little breeze coming across. It'll take the edge off the heat. So
He's
that's
gone
good.
back.
It's not
He's gone
swarm,
back
so
to looking at the takeoff.
we're overcast. We actually had some rain earlier, didn't we, Rob? I think that's the first
Rain during the day.
during the day we've had.
Yeah. So I'm surprised by this. I would have thought Robbie would think the roll-up was sort of easy enough. It was worth taking on. This is quite a defensive kind of strategy.
Okay. So thick takeoff, red 2 or 3 yards south of hoop 1.
Yeah.
North of hoop 1.
So it was definitely an attempt to go round.
Yeah.
You wouldn't put your red out that far. So this isn't just a turn.
Okay, you're giving yourself
Making
a
a
chance.
lead.
That's the thing.
Well, it was trying to get behind it.
So-
He did a lot with the red in the shot, trying to get behind it as well. Most people, they were going to try and get behind it.
Okay, yeah.
You just play off in takeoff. So it was a very ambitious croquet stroke.
So if you come onto the lawn and you hit your first shot and there's not an obvious break, you try to find a good lead, but ideally you're trying to find a line of play that gives you a chance of a break, but if it doesn't come off, you still get a good leave out of it and force the opponent to hit a long shot, a 20-plus yarder. So Robbie's now taking off to black.
Yeah, so from my perspective, he's already put red so far out that he's making a worse leave.
Because I think black's actually in the corner, isn't it? So if it's just out the corner, maybe you could play to get a rush on it, knowing that... so he's taking off. Let's have a look at this. Has he got it? Has he got it? Oh, no. And it's just nestled into black. Look at one stage that he played the perfect takeoff to get a rush to 1, which would have been an amazing shot. But it was a sort of free go at it, because if he'd gone off the lawn, he'd still have the innings.
Well,
So
he'd give. Well, I have to face it. So one of the balls had quite a nice target.
Yeah. So now, yeah, that's true. So
but,
now, a dolly rush straight at red to not leave red a single ball?
Given he was willing to try and take off and get her into corner
Oh,
I'd have thought he could take off with the hoop.
Take off approach. Yeah, he's
I
not
don't-
looking at that at the moment.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. If you're going to try and take off into quarter 1, I'm surprised he's not willing to try and take off the yard in front
yeah,
of the hoop.
again, it's a sort of free go, isn't it? Oh, he's looking now. I don't know what he's looking at. Wandering around, trying to find the spot.
But yeah, I mean, here you simply just don't want to leave a double.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's no reason for James not to shoot at him.
No.
You can't corner against Robbie. He'll just go round, or he'll make a better leave.
Yeah.
So
We've not seen a lot of cornering this week. At this level, it's just not. At my level, it's far too effective a tactic because I can't go round if you corner almost, or if you wide join, and that can lead to some fairly tedious games. I think when I was a good player, I did corner a fair bit, but these days I can't be bothered. Let's get on with it. I mean, I corner and then they make a hoop. And, I don't know.
yeah,
So I think I'm.
yeah. But there's almost no need to have a rush. It's almost
Right.
There's nothing.
So is the ideal where you can persuade your opponent not to have a shot, not to
Well,
take a
it's
shot?
just there's no. I mean, I think James might play red at yellow, and then it's useful to have a kind of rush deep too. But the absolute key thing is you just never ever give away a double.
Okay.
But yeah, he could have had a go at taking off 2-1. I mean, it's the sort of thing I very rarely do. I think you can end up tempting yourself into an error by taking off to somewhere where you probably shouldn't go for the hoop, but you can put yourself in sort of borderline positions where you.
So here comes James.
But yeah, I mean.
So he's just thinking Robbie's going to go around whatever I do, so I'm going to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, he's
going to
thinking-
shoot at blue, and that gives me the break.
He's thinking about Robbie getting a standard TP. If you could do something which would make it harder for Robbie to get a standard TP out,
Okay.
you might do that. But
But Robbie's pretty good at delay TV.
yeah. But yeah, there's
Oh, and he's restalking.
there's
some
something.
breeze, I think. This breeze, his wind has just got up a little bit.
Yeah.
Again, you can see the flags there. Yeah.
In general, at this range, you think I'm probably going to miss. Odds are, I better move the ball at my hoop. if you feel like you're the slightly weaker player,
Shoot with yellow.
you could justify, I'm just going to leave the ball at hoop one and just make it easy for myself if I hit and play with the yellow.
And I'm afraid he's missed that. So again, I think if Robbie gets through hoop one here, he's favourite to finish, isn't he?
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, strong favourite because he should get a standard triple, and that's delayed triples. People are not making look, 100%.
No, I've seen the very first. Well, in fact, it wasn't the very first game doing live stream because the very first Saturday morning we didn't go on air till about 10 a.m. By which time Matthew Essick on this lawn had already won his game. He went round third turn after a super shot. Can't remember who he was playing, but his oppo missed. And then he embarked on a delayed TP, had 2 or 3 goes at the fallback peel, eventually did it straight. With the aid of a bombard, he managed to get in position for the penalty peel, so he got that as well, but he was then having to rush to rover for, 10 yards to get peeling position. Yeah. So he just went to rover and peg, had a leave, and then finished 7th turn. Yeah, anyway, here we go. So, blue's... Okay, blue's going to rush black to yellow rather than straight to first hoop.
That's sort of fair
again
enough.
gives you ensures the on-time triple, doesn't it? It's pretty insured anyway.
Yeah, it's you could argue it's adds a small element of you fail hoop one off yellow, you give away a little bit more than if you fail hoop one. Well, potentially quite a lot more than if you fail hoop one off partner. So you've got to be pretty confident in your rushing to decide you want to do that.
Okay.
Unless you've got a very good reason. But yeah, Reg and Robbie, I'm not expecting to fail many delay TPs. They're so accurate.
So, before the event, did you ever consider either yourself or maybe Reg and Robbie trying a Sex2 pool?
Not really. One thing about these balls is there's a lot more pull than the balls you've been using, and these hoops they're not easy to. If you've got to do a split peel. Yeah. The odds of getting it through in one go are a lot harder. So
yeah,
there's various places in the Sex2 pool you really could do with a split peel going through nice and cleanly up the lawn. And unless you're doing it from 4 inches, it's really hard to do it with these balls.
Okay,
so just anyway, we'll let him get through hoop one.
Yeah, pretty good rush to hoop one. That looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
He's got black nice and early. There's you can. I'm trying to remember what the perfect triple is.
So you peel black
back before 2.
Before 2, and then do you peel penalty after 3? You peel penalty after 3, or cross after 3. And you do the rover peel after 5. That's it, isn't it? That works. We're not going to see this, but we're talking. No.
Hypothetical, but yes, you almost got the position we could have a go at peeling blue. Before.
You can't see it. There's another yellow ball on the lawn from another court. You can't see it at the moment, but
we'll make it slightly easier to have.
Five ball break. Just to the right. I'd have thought somebody would have got it back by now. In fact, Robbie's having to hit the yellow ball off. He's gone to clear the ball. No, he isn't. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
It's from lawn 7. Goodness. There's Logan. It's Logan's ball.
Yeah.
Must be a second corner opening. I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah. I'm guessing that was a cut rush.
Maybe a cut rush, yeah.
So, yes, he could even potentially jaws this peel now.
Rush peel it now. Rush peel it now, then peel penalty. So he's not going to do either of that from there, I don't think. Just to take off. Right, hello. So we have a message from Lawn 3. Mark Avery sets an NSL but decide to separate to opposite corners. So I think it must be similar to what we saw here a few minutes ago. Didn't get the NSL. Oh, sorry, didn't read the other. So McCorkindale is building a break in game 3 on lawn 7 against Rothman. So McCorkindale's 2 games up, and now looks to be 2 games and a break-up. Okay, Tony Elliott, we were debating earlier, I think when Tom was here, about the rules about mallets. Apparently these Invictus mallets have got screws somewhere. And faces, he says, must be parallel and identical, although fine grooves and minor deviations are permitted. Not sure about screws in one only, but I guess Rob's company must have got a... And the last bit of the message I can't see, sorry. Must have got a ruling on that. Yeah, I suppose if you're making mallets, you better make sure with the powers that be that your mallet is legal.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
No. Nobody's ever accused you of having an illegal mallet.
Oh, I think they might have.
Oh, they might have done that with...
I think like a lot of people, I think I had at various points, one of my own faces came off and wasn't much good. You're good.
Yeah, I had that.
And then you just play with the other one.
Yeah.
And then
I've done
occasionally
that.
you can get someone pedantic saying,
So, 40 years ago, I got a Jackson mallet from New Zealand, and they were very popular at the time. They were the premier mallets of the day. And there was I think it was the Coles at Cheltenham, which is held on the first May Bank holiday weekend. It's known as the Colds sometimes, because in the UK, it's not always the ideal weather. Whether it was to do with the cold or not, but lots of people who had Jacksons, lots of their end faces came off. Oh, question, here we are. GC player, Alison Murray, what is an NSL? Sorry, we use all these abbreviations. Okay, it stands for New Standard Leave. And the key part of it is that you leave a ball very near hoop 4, so to the north east of it, if you know your compass points, so that it's hidden from a bulk. So once you see a wide shot, you see the shelter at the far end of the lawn. You can see the second colour balls there. Well, you can't. Sorry, I'm stupid. But when we see a shot, you will be able to see the second colour. That's the end of a bulk. So you keep it hidden there, but it must rush to hoop 1. You then leave your 2 balls near the east boundary so that the ball at hoop 4 can't hit it because the hoop's in the way. The 4th ball isn't very critical. Some people choose to leave it at a certain spot very close to hoop 2, almost symmetrical to what placement you want hoop 4. And Chris was explaining to me yesterday exactly which blade of grass you want to lay it on. But to be honest, it doesn't matter. If it's sort of near the west boundary, southwest to hoop 2, that's fine. So it's a popular leave. The other probably more popular leave is what we call a diagonal spread. Now, the thing with a diagonal spread is, assuming the opponent misses, it's probably easier to pick up the break. But the advantage of the NSL is if the opponent chooses to leave the hoop 4 ball where it is, you've got the big shot then. You've got a big shot traditionally from 4th corner, loading 2, getting a rush on the ball to 1. And it's getting that rush that's difficult. So it's slightly more difficult to pick up a break from an NSL. Why I'm not getting Mr. Fulford to tell you this, he knows why. But if you do, you tend to get a standard or on-time triple rather than a delayed triple. And then Rob will give me more insight as to whether what I said was just rubbish.
well, yeah, I think for a GC player, probably what you understand, in AC, you do get a fair few, particularly at this level, you get a fair few sort of standard positions. Quite a few of them have names like New Standard Leave, and New Standard Leave is a leave you make after if you get a nice break at the beginning of the game. It tends to be you make 9 hoops, and it's one of the leaves you can choose to make. And people have different leaves. They make partly according to their own style and partly according to the whether they're the stronger or weaker player. They might tailor their leave to what they think the opponent's capable of.
You made an important point at the start of it. There are certain standard positions, and we've seen this week sometimes, clips are on hoop 4 or 2 back or whatever, because usually as a result of errors. So they're not always, obviously probably the most common leave click position is 3 hoops on 1 and 1 on 4 back. But so for instance, if the opponent is for hoop 4, you see some people they just do the same leave all the time, leave 2 balls on the east boundary. Well, it's by his hoop. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be coming up with a different leave. And your game with Ben last night, he's for hoop 2, so you can get a pop in, put him to hoop 3, and then we can have this better leave. So not one of the standard leaves.
Yeah. So Robbie's doing okay here. It was a bit surprising. He had so much control when he made hoop 2, but he ended up doing his peel from about 2 yards, and he only jawsed it. Where it looked like he was going to have lots of control and do the peel from about a foot, but I didn't actually see.
Yeah, it must have been some imperfect play.
How he did there, but he's doing okay.
You'd still call it standard, wouldn't you? Because the delayed is when you have to wait till just before hoop 6 to do the first peel. But he should be able to get black over to. You could organise the penalty peel after 6 from here. Do you think?
He should be fine. You can even, if you want to, you can even play a roll on this stroke and sort of roll black towards 6, almost hoping to hit the hoop.
Yeah.
If you're really good at rolls.
Yes.
And if black lands more in the middle of the court than it is now, it's not a bad thing. But you have to be very good at rolls to for most people, a takeoff's a much more accurate way to get to yellow and make sure they make hoop 5.
Now you've got a shot, so you can see the second colour balls. So where white is, which is now just behind Robbie, that's the end of A bulk. So that's the position from which you have to hide the NS ball. So you want the NS ball roughly northeast of 4 by a short margin. Good shot, good camera shot there. It did seem to hit a little bit.
So you see again
right.
Robert's fantastic stop shot.
Yeah.
So he's got loads of room.
Oh, that went through.
Possibly to get a forward rush, but he equally allows him to run the hoop, with less control and still an easy Croquet. So both those things are really useful.
Message from John Filsack, enjoying the commentary. He appreciates my stamina. Now, I did say when I first started today, I wasn't expecting to be doing it today. I thought there'd be more good players who'd been knocked out to join me. I did have, I think I mentioned it on air before. It was my birthday last night, so we had a bit of a meal at a local restaurant. It wasn't exactly fine dining, Rob, was it? You were there, but did you enjoy your pizza? Was that all right?
Yeah,
how long did it
pizza.
take? Yeah, I don't think they have many.
I was sitting next to Jenny, and I think she ordered what she thought was just a nice chicken pizza,
right?
And it was a buffalo chicken pizza, which may be a bit spicier than she really had in
mind. Oh, a bit spicy, yeah. Okay.
But it was very nice.
Good. Anyway, so, to be honest, right. Okay, let's be personal. So, at the start of this year, when I realised that it was my 60th birthday, would fall during these World Championships, I thought, well, why not? I decided not to have a go at the qualify and try and qualify for them, but I thought I'd give it a go. And I mentioned this to Jane and said, "Oh yeah, we're going to make a house. Rent a house if you want to join us for that." So I said, "That's great." Anyway, so then I thought, and Debbie advised me. Well, I thought I'd do my text commentary. I often do. For those who I do text commentary on the latter stages of usually the Opens in England and the Worlds. So I emailed Michael, the director, and Jeff, and said, hoping to do some text commentary, if that's all right. And then if there's anything I can do for the first few days to help out, maybe do croquet scores or something, help the manager, that's fine. Anyway, and Michael said a very nice note back saying, that's good, we'll be in touch nearer the time Anyway, so then I turn up here on Friday and introduce myself to Michael. And he said, well, we're doing the live streaming from day one, which I didn't realise. Do you want to do a bit of commentary tomorrow morning, Saturday morning? I said, okay, yeah. And here I am. I think I'm only... Oh, you got a message. Sorry. But here I am anyway. Good tip from Blake there. Thank you. Flanagan's. Other people have mentioned Flanagan's. Sorry, we're advertising.
Right.
But apparently Flanagan's...
Yeah, nice getting messages from Blake.
Yeah. Anyway, so I
nice
basically...
to hear from you, Blake.
I think I managed to get Tuesday off, but I'm really... I really wasn't expecting to... I thought other people commentate today. I thought I might actually... To be honest, Robert, I'll be honest with you, I thought after the meal, certain of the more disreputable members of the thing might have come out with me for an evening of riotous debauchery, but it didn't happen. Okay. So I had a bit of a lie-in this morning, but here I am. Anyway, I'm waffling. Good to hear from Blake.
Yeah, I haven't seen Blake since he's won the World Golf and then won the Openshaw Shield. So, yeah, congratulations, Blake, on all of that.
Because he just turned 19, is that right? 18, 19?
I don't know. He can tell us.
He can tell us, can't he? Yeah, he knows.
That sort of age.
Not 60 anyway.
Yeah, I keep telling people, yes, I'd have loved to have played in the World Golf, as it is now, when I was 18.
Right. Yes, because golf
have...
croquet wasn't a thing when you were 18, really, was it?
No.
Not in England.
No.
Oops.
But, yeah, I had an interest.
Excellent. I'm just saying I needed a rest. You okay to carry on?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I can have a rest. I've not had lunch yet. Is there any lunch left? What's the time? Anyway, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Tom Boulding and Mr. Fulford still providing expert commentary. And tell you what, I'll just get the hoop counter up to date for you. Oh, no, not hoop 56. That's bad. Anyway.
All right. Hi, Tom.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
All right. Commiserations over last night's late-going match.
Thank you.
But this is the commentary team of those who were left behind.
Yeah. Well, I had 2 world championships in a row, one at golf and one at AC, where I had all the luck. So I can't complain about
Must be nice.
Ben's performance, to finish me off last night was very impressive.
Yeah, he was in very good. That last turn off of that Levy set was very impressive. That build he made, because that leave looked very tricky. His signature Fulford.
Yeah, he made him work, but he did all the work. So.
He did all the work with the sun disappearing. So, all right. So I've been kind of following along with this match. So I understand that Robert is setting up
we're
his
going
second
for Robert
peel.
to try and avoid confusion.
Okay.
But he's still in pretty good control. But I thought he was getting into an awkward position to do the peel, and then he played a better pass roll than I possess to look like he was still fine. He played a fantastic pass roll where he managed to move black about 2 yards with the back ball moving about 5 yards, which was amazing. Yeah. But then he just failed the peel from relatively short range. But he's still got a lot of time to get these 2 peels.
Carl Brown's asking, who does Robert think we'll see in the final on Sunday?
I think Reg is a kind of strong favourite to get through his half, particularly as I'm not sure he's won or he was 2 games and breakup last time I heard.
Yeah, it seems like Forster just wasn't having a good day so far. Had some breakdowns in game 2.
And then he'll be favourite against whoever wins out of Logan and Ben.
Bamford has all peels completed, taking on 3 back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Logan and Ben, if whoever gets through that match, if they can kind of hit everything, then they'll have a chance. But Reg has certainly got the best control out of that bunch. And then I should be another. I don't know if Matt's getting any play against Mark.
He is. It looks like he is building a break off of his NSL.
Okay.
So he's approaching hoop 2, and he's put Peely over by hoop 3.
Yeah, I'm expecting. I was quite fancy Matt to end up playing Robert and winning against him again. They've had a few matches.
It has gone Matthew's way in the majority of their. He's a certified Fletcher killer, as we say.
Well, yeah, that's not going to happen forever. But I just think Matt's shooting so good. He's reliably good. But I think he, and he's who I've got as favourite to win the event. And I kind of have a, because he hasn't won it yet. I think I'm kind of not exactly rooting for him, but out of Matthew, Robert, and Reg, they've both won it before, so it kind of be nice if Matt could do it. But
he's had such an impressive run. So since 2019, he has a rejection there. He accounted for too much draw on that one, and it didn't draw quite enough. But he got good shape on the red. So since 2019, when he first went to the AC World Finals in Australia, he has made it to the final of every individual World Championship.
Yeah,
coming away with the silver medal in both the AC ones and the gold medal against yourself in GC. And you obviously took the gold against him last time.
Well,
in
the
AC.
latest GC he didn't.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. There's been one more since then. So my bad. But in the last 6 years of World Championships, he's had probably the most impressive overall run of any player, just consistently getting to those late stages in that final.
Yeah,
and has collected quite a few medals along the way. We are seeing Logan McCorkindale on great form over here against Mr. Rothman. And I think Logan, with this performance, might be able to push himself up into the world top 5 if he has a mind to. Because he's only 2 points behind the 5th spot. And Reg obviously will be keeping himself up in that upper echelon. But Logan on some very high-quality form here in the quarterfinal.
So just going back to this game, Robert's kind of doing so-so. He would have liked to rush back out of 2-back, but he's ended up not really with a useful rush. But he's just going to try and organise himself. I doubt he'll be able to ever go at peeling going to 3-back, but we'll see. He might consider it if he gets a rush on the black here.
Matthew has just completed his first peel in the on-time triple. That's a touch short with blue of where he'd like it, and red as well, but it's actually a pretty good escape ball, I think. So,
yeah, I mean, one thing with these balls is you don't want to be playing your peels with a lot of split. So you prefer to be playing it with a stop shot, if anything. But most often people go for their delayed doubles with a bit of split. It's interesting whether you could, with balls with a lot of pull, or you can consider even having your escape ball where you can just play a straight stop shot. You don't really tend to see people doing that, but there's no reason you can't do that for your delayed double.
Robert here with a good-looking takeoff to his 3-back Pioneer, and he should be able to get a forward rush out of this with the space he's left himself. Not as many forward rushes have been gained out of these hoops this week as you would normally see.
I've been talking with Andrew about Robert's stop shot. He'll get yellow miles up the lawn here. Basically, he'll get yellow so far up the lawn, but if he doesn't get a rush, at least he's halfway up the lawn.
Right.
It's surprising how that can often be enough. If you've stop shotted yellow 8 yards up the lawn, and then all you do is go through and tap it, at least you're that far up the lawn. He's left himself an angled hoop. I wouldn't be surprised if he runs it past yellow, but as long as he can still just tap it, at least he's got 5 yards further forward.
Yeah.
I imagine he was trying to hit both balls a bit further with that last stroke.
And he has gone well past the yellow ball. So he will be looking at a long roll shot here. And the difficulty of this is that he's already left black somewhat deep behind Penalt to be approaching it from this far down. So you really would prefer, I don't know where your preferred spot for that black ball is when you are in this position. But
Yeah, well, yeah, you don't particularly want it where it, ideally you want it, almost level with the hoop. So yeah, when you do have to roll down to it, it's easy to, you can be a little bit short and still hit it. But yeah, Robbie's got a good pass roll. If you don't have a pass roll, this is quite a difficult shot to get behind the black and keep. You ideally want to keep yellow to the south of Penalt.
yeah,
So
and he has not.
he's
Got really good shape on black,
He's
though.
got an amazing rusher on the black.
Yeah.
But if he peels it, he's still going to end up having to rush black miles north and end up putting his peelie out to rover for him a long way away, which he didn't really want.
Bamford has won his match against Forster 3-0. So Bamford is through to the semifinal stage.
So yeah, in this we kind of have gold, silver, and bronze medals, but the semi-finalists both get a bronze medal. So he's got a medal already. And Reg only really likes the gold ones.
I was about to say, he's probably got enough of most of them. So at this point, you're just farming for gold. So yeah, I was fairly happy to squeak away with the medal of any color last time around, and unfortunately, it may be a while before I get back to that stage. Some things that need to be worked on.
Yeah.
So, but then again, I'm not Reg Bamford, so.
So this one, he kind of needs to get it a long way through for it to be. You don't want to peel this by a millimeter. Well, certainly not a kind of 2 inches, because then you almost need to. If you peeled it by 2 inches, you'd almost need to rush it to corner 2 to be able to send it to rover and get a rush on yellow in a minute to Penalt.
And that would be a much trickier shot to position it correctly.
If it's a foot through, you can at least rush it sort of pretty much straight past the yellow, and have just a straightforward shot up to rover. But it's still that sending the rover pioneer out from a long way. If it ends up in the jaws, and he gets the position to Irish peel, particularly where it's so far in the jaws that you can, accurately miss the peg, he'd be very happy with that. And he's decided to play it with a split rather than just hit the red.
So he'll be pretty satisfied just to get it nicely in the jaws here, I think. So it does mean that he'll have to finish up with a straight double, but given yellow's position, that may almost be preferable.
I think he might just be playing for the jaws, because it's an inch through causes a problem.
Yeah. So he's playing this straight,
Okay.
and it's through by a little less than a foot, but
Yeah.
I don't know if he can actually rush it back between the hoop and yellow. I think he'd have to go wide.
Yeah, he'll rush it back between yellow and hoop 2, and but he's got to get there first. He needs to sort of rush to black. That's a fabulous
That's a
shot.
really good Croquet. My goodness.
And
Cuts
so-
that perfectly from about 5 yards away and lands
Yeah.
it within a foot of the hoop.
I'm not sure how much cut he went for there. He might have just been playing at a pace where he was happy he hit it straight.
Oh, that one rolled back on him slightly. He's giving himself just a slightly angled hoop again.
Yeah. He'd like a nice rush on black. You do need a good rush on black. You don't want to be risking rushing black into penult.
So that one caught a little extra wire, but he gave it just enough to get a rush across.
Yeah, if you rush black into penult, you've got a big problem. So
he'll be approaching this from fairly tight along the line that he wants to be on, and he has a good stop shot, so he should be able to get this red ball. Here's a good replay on that hoop shot, and you'll see how this almost just catches up, just spins through. Yeah, there's that moment of pause, that moment of hesitation. So that ball, had it ran more cleanly, would have gone through by at least another yard or so. Okay, so he has a good line on this.
Yeah.
He might be able to squeak this between the hoop and yellow if he wants to play it tight.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's just got to make sure he misses all the furniture.
Yeah, and not hit yellow on the way.
Yeah, yellow's part of the furniture in this equation.
So let's see where he's looking. I think he's just going to actually go out wide of it and rush it mostly straight to there. He has such a good stop shot, he should be able to.
Yeah.
He's really thinking about it.
But yeah, he's sending black a long way. So you the closer you can kind of get the border over, the better. But
Essek has made the second peel after 6.
Yeah.
And is now approaching hoop 8 and has just rolled his partner into peelable position with a good reception ball to go to 3-back with. So we should actually have all the peels done before 3-back, or at least jaws before 3-back.
So Robert's going for as close as he can, but he doesn't really want to send it past. So it's a real test of his touch, this one. So the black is totally the most critical thing. Blue just needs to be short of yellow anywhere, but black needs to be right on the money. And it's kind of it's unusual that you play croquet strokes. Peeling turns are basically the place where you start having to prioritize the front ball on croquet strokes. Most times you're playing, you're worried about the back ball.
Yes.
The back ball's immediately got to play a roquet or run a hoop. But at this level, quite often on peeling turns,
Blue is good. Black is looking great.
Black's gone a bit to the right, and it's a little it's not a great spot, but it's as long as you get a rush.
It's manageable.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's very close to where he wants to be. So as long as he gets a rush on it, he'll be fine. Yeah, it's better there than 3 yards back, straight.
Yeah.
Because you really should be able to rush that to just 1 foot plumb in front.
So Matthew failed to get the peel, but it looks like his partner ball is sort of sitting right in front of the jaws of Rover. Maybe he was leaning on one of the wires even. So should still be an easy finishing peel there when he comes down to Rover. All right. Can you see anything what's going on over on lawn 7, Robert, out of the window here with McCorkindale and Rothman?
Logan's in play. It looks to me like he's trying to get organised for a delayed triple. So he's just made hoop 3, and he's taken off to ball in corner 4 in a sort of standard position you get after making hoop 3 when someone's missed a long lift.
We have the camera pan over, so that's nice. Yeah. So he'll be sending red to 5, getting shape on yellow.
Yeah. So anyway, Robbie's got himself to a good position here where he should be able to do a short Irish peel, and you can see he's put the yellow. He hasn't put it deep. Yeah. He's put it so that it's going to be an easy ball for him to hit if his Irish peel ends up through the hoop but still in the jaws.
Yeah. Let's go back to lawn 6 for a second so we can see. There we go. So
just see him finishing off.
Perfect touch there. Nice red. Looks like a nice side ball, and he has a pretty straight rush to get black just about a foot or so in front of the hoop. Might cut this a little bit just to keep it closer, but that's a pretty good shot. So that might actually be just over a foot, but it's about a foot, mostly straight. So from this current perspective where we can see Robert lining it up on the ground, he's a little, this is very much like the last game we saw with the straight rover peel. He's just a little bit to the east of that hoop, just a tiny fraction. So
yeah, at this range, kind of lining it up should be no problem. The thing that's most likely to go wrong is if you don't actually swing straight and the blue doesn't just follow the black nicely.
Yeah, so in a croquet stroke, even a very narrow one, if you're even a fraction of a degree off, the back ball's error is doubled off of the front ball. So it's very easy to. And you see there, that one wasn't perfectly in line, but it was enough to jaws.
Yeah.
So, but you got the peely through no problem. And it looks like, barring any weird grievances or rushing into the back of hoop 5, that Robert will be 2 games up in this match. Here we can see the shot again. And you can just watch this blue ball just come off just a fraction off of the same line as black. Just enough to sort of catch the wire up there.
If you'd been playing it from another foot away, that might have been enough.
That might have been a problem.
But
so,
he was close enough. That was not too bad an angle.
And this is why it's such an important thing to get those straight peels close to the hoop. Why you don't want to be taking those from multiple feet away. Although with a stop shot like Robert's, if you were good enough at lining up the front ball, I guess you could do it as just a stop shot to hold position in front of the hoop. But that presents its own challenges from time to time.
Yeah, and if you're further back, you've got more chance the front ball doesn't go through too.
Yes.
And then that's pretty terminal. Anyway, not a good patch for the English.
No, so
Matthew's running around against Mark, and James has gone 2-0 down.
and that is second game in this featured match in the books. 26 TP to Robert Fletcher in game 2 against, I believe, 0 for Mr. Deeth. He was not able to effectuate any breaks in that.
Yeah, James had a chance, not the best chance. He had to do a sort of 6-yard takeoff, and perhaps it was a little bit unlucky with his takeoff. He could get a rush to hoop 1 or corner 2.
All right, we're going to cut to a commercial really quick. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back in a few minutes for game 3.
Yeah, if anyone else randomly walks up, I'm very happy.
And we're back. Thank you for bearing with us through that short commercial break. We are just taking a short interlude before the featured game to recheck the hoops and make sure everything is good to go. The players have already had lunch, so there won't be any major delays. I'm joined now in the booth by Marcus Evans. How's it going, Marcus?
Good afternoon, Tom. Great to be here again. And it's not so well in the croquet. I've just been knocked out of the bowl by my fellow countryman, Stephen Mulliner.
Oh, no.
Who won 2-0. It was one of those days where I hit the best shots, straightest shots I have all week, but then wasn't able to fully maximise my opportunities. So there we go.
Well, that's kind of the opposite of what I had yesterday, where I couldn't hit a shot straight to save my life. So I never got to figure out really what I could do with the balls. But
it happens.
It does happen. So not to these players out here today. Everyone looks to be in good form. Obviously, Robert's gotten a lot more court time than James, but it could turn around at any given moment.
Absolutely, and they should be by now. I mean, they've been playing on these courts for, 7 days now? So 6 days. So having reached this stage of the event, there's not going to be anyone who's not in form. It's just, as you say, who hits the shots and makes the most of their opportunities. And a player of James's quality, certainly we can't write him off just yet, but tough to come back, especially against the world number one.
Yeah, Robert looks to be in really good form right now. The comment was made earlier that he might not be hitting it or shooting quite as good as he normally does, but it's a marginal difference. He's kept control of the lawn for the majority of the time that this match has been going on so far. So we'll see if James is able to put some pressure on him and make him hit some longer hit-ins. So
yeah, I guess the opening of this game is going to be particularly crucial. Do you know who has the choice of play in this game?
James went in first in the first game. So my suspicion is that he had choice. Yeah. And so he'll have choice again.
So I suspect, knowing James, he'll probably take the first ball and do something aggressive, like a super shot ball in the middle of the lawn, to just try and change his fortunes, do something to really try and take the game by the scruff of the neck and hopefully, if all goes well, not give Robert a chance. What do you think?
Yeah, he did. I've seen him lay quite a few super shots this week. In our block game, we were in the same block, so he laid one against me. I went to corner 2, and it did not stop him, not even a little bit. So he managed to get a round off of that. Thankfully, I was hitting that game, so I was able to stay in it. But he just, I think James always bets on himself to be able to run even those sort of tougher builds with those 3 balls around, regardless of where you put it. So especially on a fast lawn like this where the roll shots are fairly easy to come by, you don't have to muscle it and worry about losing accuracy. So yeah, I'm thinking super shot. In the first game, I know that he went max distance, and then he actually shot. Robert did the duffer, and then he shot down B-bulk along the boundary and missed. And then we had an interesting sort of back and forth where they both kind of missed a couple of times. Robert missed his duffer, and James then missed the ball in the south boundary with the ball that was now in corner 4. And then Robert missed. He took the duffer ball and shot at his ball in the south boundary, missed that. And then finally James hit the double target. Right. His max distance ball. So, and then got going. But unfortunately stuffed 3 back to only get 8. And Robert was able to go round. James missed and Robert tripled. So
what was that? They had 8 turns in a row at the start with no croquet being taken? Or
something like that, yeah. So they had 1, 2, 3. Yeah, something like that. So, which is unusual for those 2 players. Between the 2 of them, you expect someone to hit in the first 4 turns of the game, and if not, definitely hit in the 5th.
Well, I was having this conversation with someone yesterday, actually, who said, yeah, Duffer's Tice can result in that kind of sequence. Because I'm claiming an unwanted world championship record of having had 7 turns in a row with no croquet. But the difference was this was in the middle of the game. It wasn't an opening where you have a few that are probably never going to make a croquet, like the first shot. So yeah, somehow it was one of those weird situations.
So they're just doing a hoop check out there. You can see David Malouf, father of Kyle Malouf, one of the players here and one of our U.S. teammates. David Malouf, for those who've been around for a minute, actually was the silver medalist here at the AC World Championships last time it was held in West Palm Beach in 2016.
Correct.
Against Mr. Mulliner, who just knocked you out of the bowl. So David's a very accomplished player and is the unofficial official coach of Team USA and has been for many years. He's definitely my biggest mentor and coach since I took over from him. And he's joined out there by Michael Albert, the tournament director, and Adam Peck. For those of you who have dealt with the USCA for any given time and are aware of Ursula Peck, the office manager. That is her son and a new croquet player in his own right, and he has been extremely helpful. Now works for the USCA and helps with their managing affairs and things like that. So big shout out to Adam for all the hard work that he does, pounding hoops, in the heat, day and night.
Absolutely right. I heard someone the other day describe him as the hardest working man in croquet for all the effort and time he spent this week, and we really appreciate that.
Might be. For those of you who came out there who were here for the GC World Championships in the Chesapeake Bay in October, he came by. This was the first time I met him. He came by for the entire week, for the entire tournament, just to help pound hoops and set courts. And
that's fantastic.
And in that hard, solid clay ground out there in Virginia, it would take 15 minutes to set a hoop sometimes.
Yeah, I know it. I've done it myself. It's hard work. So, were you even aware of the 2016 championships, Tom? Because that was before you started, before you ever picked up a mallet, I should think, was it?
My first year of croquet, when I played an actual sanctioned tournament, was in summer of 2018.
Right.
I was playing in a small American Rules Invitational in Long Island, where I lived at the time, while I was home for the summer break. Played AC and GC for the first times later that summer. Fell in love with AC. Didn't really give GC much the time of day back then. Started as an AC player and, started working my way up. It wasn't until 2021, after COVID, that I met David, that I took a job with him as an apprentice as a pro in North Carolina and took over from him in his retirement after that. And he was kind of the main reason that I went from being a player who could kind of keep it together here and there to someone who could actually be in contention. Some of these bigger events and play well sometimes.
Yeah.
So still working on the consistency. But
We all.
But so I owe a lot to David and the Malou family for setting me up with the career that I have and giving me the training and the expertise that David had in order to be able to get to this level that I've been striving for. So I still see David a lot during the summer. He still works in the mountains, just very part-time at another club. And so we get a chance to play occasionally and to talk, and he helps me out with some stuff. So, yeah, great family, great people. And I wish I'd been around to see all that, because a lot of people I never got to meet, a lot of stories I never got to see in person.
Absolutely. I was there for that event. And like many people, I actually had to leave to catch a flight before the end of the final because it was the most incredible battle that took all day, a bit like the last 16 match we saw yesterday between Andrew and Mark.
And today.
But what they had to do, of course, on the last day of the tournament, they had really no option but to play under the lights. Well, I think there was some talk of should we come back on the Monday morning to finish it, but that would have been a bit of an anticlimax for all the spectators who were there, who obviously wanted to see the conclusion if they could.
Yeah.
So luckily they both agreed to play the final game under the floodlights. And Stephen made an incredible comeback in that match.
Yeah. And you can see on the right-hand side of the screen here that giant floodlight to the side. So that is court 3. Courts 2 and 1 are oriented to the bottom right of the screen behind it in a row, and they played on court 2 under the lights in that final. So the court to the right and bottom of the screen around the side of the veranda. So not the normal featured lawn. Normally lawn 6 here that we have the cameras on would be our final court. But as the lights required, and then we pan over to lawn 7 to see a little bit of the action here with Logan McCorkindale. Looks to still be on lawn, finishing up a triple. I know that when we got an update a little while ago, he had made hoop 6 with 1 peel completed. It looks to me now that he has rushed yellow into the position that we see it.
Yeah, he did the standard thing you do if you're doing a delayed triple peel, which is to put your partner ball that you want to peel as your 2-back pioneer. So some of you may find that a bit counterintuitive, that you're moving the ball a long way from the peel that you want. But that's sometimes the best way to keep the break going. And he's now rushed it back up to where you see it after making 2-back. And as you say, Tom, he's got blue waiting there, so he can have a gentle go at this peel. He won't expect to get it, but he might get lucky and get it in the jaws. Well, he's actually missed the hoop entirely.
Ooh, that's not great.
I would say, if I was being critical, that he's maybe just hit that harder than he wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think, in that situation with how much pull is on these balls, I don't really think you need to be attempting the peel there in any serious capacity. Just sort of roll it. You want to aim it at the hoop and maybe just roll it up to it and see what you get.
Dead weight, yeah,
But,
exactly.
He's if it bounces off the hoop and stays to the side or kind of just trickles up in front of it, it's very easily fixed later. Over on lawn 3, Mark laid a super shot. Matthew went max distance, and Mark has missed just by a little bit on the north side of that ball. So Matthew now with a chance to line up a double target from down slightly angled on the east boundary. And it looks like, yes, he's moving his yellow ball down to do just that. So Mark with a chance, with a slightly more aggressive opening to take control of the game early, and has failed to do so. So we'll see if Matthew can hit.
What's the score in that one? Remind me, Tom. Is it 2-0 to Mark? Or?
No, 1-1.
1-1.
Matthew just finished with a triple in game 2. After some small back and forth in the beginning, I think they both had trouble getting a break going. But they both did get one break around, I believe. Mark actually had a chance for the second break, but wasn't able to build it out, retreated, but Matthew hit. Is, I believe, the sequence that happened.
So Logan has safely made it to in front of 3-back. And
should be getting a hoop and roquet out of this, maybe. Looks like he's put it really tight behind the hoop.
I think it maybe black isn't as far as he wanted across, because if he
Yeah,
does get
it's-
hoop and roquet, it's going to head the wrong direction. It won't be heading towards the yellow, which is where he needs to be next.
Yeah.
And I think
These are
got-
tricky because you don't know how it's going to come out of the hoop either. You would hate if it's barely like halfway in front of the hoop.
That's not too bad.
Oh, that actually hit it pretty straight. So,
Yeah.
So
So he'll be rolling this over. Now, where do you like to aim black on this shot, Tom? Because this must be a situation you've come across.
honestly,
bit.
black kind of wants to go exactly where yellow is right now normally. And it's,
Yep.
you know, so that it's going to add some difficulty because it looks like he's got black aimed halfway between the hoop and yellow. You really don't want to accidentally get this in your way or popping yellow.
You'd be
back
unlucky,
in front
wouldn't
of
you?
the
But
hoop.
yeah, you're right.
But-
It could happen.
Yeah.
You also don't want to put it the other side of the hoop, because that could get in the way of you getting to blue in a couple
Exactly.
of shots' time. So he's going for this one, which I think is probably right.
Matthew has hit and has clipped the edge of black to keep it right next to red, so he'll have a pretty strong build out of this.
Yeah, he's got the ball in the middle, right? So he'll definitely, well, almost definitely get going on a break.
Yeah, nothing worse than hitting that long boundary shot and pushing it all the way down towards corner 4, and it's like, well, now I still got some long shots to make.
Mm-hmm.
Not getting a rush on that other line ball. So,
That's a good
that
shot
looks
from
well
Logan.
weighted.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's beautiful.
yeah, good
How old is
recovery.
Logan?
That's a really good question. All I can tell you is that I know he's Reese's older brother, and I know Reese told me yesterday that he's 22 years old. So Logan is older than 22, but I
I
would guess
want to say 26 or something.
I was going to say I would guess around that 25, 26.
And he has come up the rankings really strong. So his first AC game was also in 2018. He started as an 1883 D grade, and he is now up to 7th in the world with, if he wins this match today in 3 straight, be top 5 in the world in AC. And we've just seen some really strong play. It looks to be like he's got that ball well in the jaws there with a decent rush. So this is actually a really nice position for him. He'll wish black was a little deeper.
Yeah, so why is that, Tom? Because after he comes back, assuming he makes 4 back and comes back to yellow, he's got a couple of options, hasn't he?
He does. So if black were maybe, let's say, another yard or 2 deeper towards the peg, you could do a croquet stroke to send blue down sort of halfway to rover, just past south of the peg, pop yellow through by a yard or 2, play a simple stop shot to get it down in good position, and get right behind the black ball for a nice tidy rush back up to penalt. With where black is now, by the time you get yellow far through enough that you're going to have an unhampered backswing and you play your stop shot, it's not undoable, but it's just creating a slightly longer rush for yourself that's more likely for you to run into some trouble approaching penalt.
Correct. I think personally for me, I think you're absolutely right. In this case, I think I would probably sacrifice a little bit of my position on black in order to try and get a good yellow.
Matthew has failed hoop 1.
Wow.
It looks to me like he did not get the perfect rush on blue, that he rushed it out maybe a few yards to the side of and slightly north of hoop 1 towards the boundary, and did a long sort of thick split takeoff type shot to try and get in position, got an angled one, and did not get the hoop.
And it's presumably off Mark's ball rather than a partner ball.
It is.
So this is a real
now,
gift for Mark to.
Mark
try and
cannot
capitalize
see
on.
yellow, though. So he's having to shoot north at Matthew's opponent ball. I'm surprised by this. I'm surprised given the positions. Yellow must run.
So he has to be aggressive, because if yellow can
He's hit
run,
red.
Oh, good shot. Well, he should then have the first break, because a ball right in the
Yes.
middle of hoop 1 is.
I was going to say what surprised me was his black ball is maybe 5 yards off of the 5 or 6 yards off of the east boundary, a few yards south of 3, and that he didn't shoot at that because he would have had basically a rush back in the lawn, which is why I believe yellow must run the hoop.
Okay.
Because otherwise he would leave Matthew with some hard shots. Yellow wouldn't really have much of anything. So Matthew with a surprising breakdown there early in game 3.
That could be a real turning point in the match, couldn't it, Tom? Because it looked like Matthew was going to get the first break of game 3, and now it looks like Mark is going to. And that's
Yeah.
very important.
And Mark has virtually everything. Let me just check. He didn't hit that red in the middle. So red has actually stayed on lawn halfway between hoop 2 and the boundary.
Wow.
So he's taking off over to his black ball and then can just focus on getting. And he came up short on the black ball. But anyway,
I'm just going to quickly update you on what Logan's doing. So I know the other game you're watching has now started, and we'll bring you up to speed on that in a second. But Logan has opted not to do what I was describing. Instead, he's gone for the other line of play, which is to not do the peel. So he now has to do a straight double peel, but the yellow ball is directly in front of the hoop. So he'll be looking to send that down to Rover with a stop shot and run the hoop at the same time. But yeah, let's go back to the game that you can see on your screen, which has now started. And it looks like James, as I predicted, has put out a super shot ball.
Yep.
Robert has gone to what we call the maximum distance point. Why do we call it that, Tom?
It is it's a zone that's theoretically the farthest away you can get from both boundaries. So it's a little bit larger than just a singular point. It pretty much ranges from about a yard south of the peg on the east boundary. Ooh, James has missed on the inside of that. A yard south of peg on the east boundary to maybe just a couple of yards north of corner of hoop 4. In fact, we actually had a double banked day on this lawn a few days ago where both games had simultaneously laid up diagonals with rushes off of that boundary, and they were sort of encapsulating the range. But the idea is that regardless of whether you're shooting from A balk or B balk, it is about as far away as you can be from either balk.
So James chose there to give himself a slightly longer shot with yellow at blue by coming at an angle, because it would have been slightly shorter if he went from corner 3. But the reason he's done that is...
And Mark has failed hoop 1.
Oh, no.
Leaving Matthew an open shot.
Wow.
His rush on... So he didn't get the rush on black that he wanted, had to take off to the ball at 1, rushed a little bit past the hoop to a similar place where Matthew ended up, and was short on his approach.
So the tables have turned again in that game.
And now Matthew will have, I think he has an open shot at blue and has a chance for everything. So
I think the pressure's getting to them, Tom, over there.
yeah, Matthew made one error against me the other day, and it was the first turn of the game. And it wasn't even so much, like a pressure-driven error. I think it was Robert's off. Robert misses into corner 3. Now, this is a very defensive shot because if James misses the slightly longer hit and he's given himself back up the side boundary, he will go straight to Robert's ball.
That's why he's chosen to do that, isn't it? 'Cause
Yeah.
it's quite an unusual shot
shoot.
choice to shoot on the 4th turn. Normally, you'd probably shoot at your partner ball to join up, but he obviously felt yellow was a bit too close to blue to do that. So instead, as he said, he's kind of guarded yellow's shot.
Yeah. And I think the idea for his build was, had he hit that, and he was most likely going to hit it towards the direction of the east boundary, it's not the hardest thing in the world to get a rush on blue down to yellow and start building a break from there. It would require some shots to really get things together, but for a guy like Robert, he expects more times than not to make that work. So James electing to play the super shot ball at his partner. So all balls will be on the east boundary.
Yeah, so it's a much, much longer shot than the one he's got with yellow at blue, but it does
Gives
have
up
some
a lot
defensive.
less.
Does have some defensive value, as you say.
And he whizzes just by it.
Yeah, that looked close. It means he doesn't give away the yellow going up past blue to black, as you said. And B, Robert's still got to hit this, which is about a 10-yarder.
Yep. And gives up a lot if he misses. It'll give up an immediate cannon opportunity.
Yeah.
Matthew rolling up from the south boundary after he's hit blue to hoop 1 and has ended up in good position, slightly angled. We'll see if he can make this hoop for the prospects of the first break.
Meanwhile, Logan on the court next to James and Robert is safely through Rover with both balls. He played very well. And so all he has to do now is peg out, and that'll be 3-0 to him in that match, I believe. Matthew
has successfully made hoop 1 and is ostensibly off to the races, and Robert has struck. So,
well, that's an extraordinary shot. He's not only roquets the red, but red then cannoned into yellow. Or was it the other way around? It was the other way around.
I think it's the other way around.
Yeah,
Yellow cannoned into red and pushed red.
But he's pushed red and...
Can we see a replay of that?
Yeah. Yeah, blue roqueted yellow. As you say, yellow, it was so straight that yellow then pushed red into the corner, which is a bit unlucky, actually.
Yeah.
If this had been reversed the other way around, then who would have found this pickup much easier. Now it's quite difficult to pick up an immediate break here.
Yeah, so what he'll be looking for here is, as difficult as it seems, is if he can get a rush on red up to the north boundary, to the corner where his ball is waiting, he can then more safely try to approach. There's a replay of James missing that hit, and you can see how close he was. That ball was just south.
It was.
Of
so how it's been a while since I've played on this court. How safe is this corner to play this shot? Do you have to watch out for it falling off the edge?
There's some character on this south boundary. I don't know exactly where. I know it is very characteristic right in the middle of the lawn where that brown patch is on the south boundary. So
he's playing a thick takeoff, which is what you'll see the best players do. And he's not. Well, he's been on the conservative side there, hasn't he?
And I think that may come from a lack of trust in this corner, not knowing what he's going to get out of it. So realistically, not going to cut this very far at all. So now the question is, okay, he's going to join up in corner 3 probably.
Yeah.
With some sort of a rush. Yellow is very far away, so that's fine. So I guess traditional wisdom would be you just throw red either deep over to the other side of hoop 1, forcing him to really play red. Or you could even be slightly more aggressive and throw it up sort of into the middle between 1 and 2 and then set a rush back down to yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, I like either of those options. I can't... It's not your ideal leave. Quite often you're able to make a leave with your opponent balls, one at hoop 1 and the other one at hoop 2, which is even better if you can get it, but he doesn't have that option in this case, as you said. So, I don't think he'll be attempting to make any hoops this turn because everything's just too far away.
It would appear that Logan McCorkindale has triumphed.
He has.
Over Ben Rothman in 3 straight. So sorry to my American teammate Ben. Kind of a rough result, but just some of the Americans have been more than we thought were dropping out. So,
do you think Ben will be happy with his performance overall this week?
I think he has plenty of reason to be. He got off to a rough start in the block, found his form, played really strong in those first few rounds of the knockout, and obviously Logan was just a buzzsaw. He hit in everything. So there are some days where it doesn't matter how well you play, your opponent is just going to outplay you. I don't think Ben missed some hit-ins that he wasn't missing the last couple of days. So Ben had some chances, obviously, to effectuate more turns. So Robert has elected to do the second of the 2 options that I said.
He sort of proved me wrong because I said, he won't be attempting to make any hoops this turn, but actually he has rolled over to hoop 1.
He gave himself he gave him. Now, the problem is, has he hooked himself to getting to the corner? Behind hoop 1 and the peg, and he's looking at it. It's tight. So he may have to elect to go a few yards away from that ball in the corner with no real rush to anything. If he was in open air, if he had nothing between him and that corner, he might be trying to place this very precisely.
I think he might be attempting the hoop, which surprises me.
I guess if you're 2 games up and you've given James no easy hits.
Well, it really does stamp your authority on it if you get it. No, I was wrong.
No, he was going past it.
He was definitely not going for the hoop.
So he has gone about 2 or 3 yards south of black with the rush to yellow. So, hey, I called it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty strong leave, but he improved on my idea by having a sort of free go at getting in front of hoop 1. If he got perfectly in front, he could have maybe started straight away and got something out of nothing.
Yeah.
But he'll be quite happy with this outcome. It's not a nice position for James to walk on and face, is it?
No, so there's not a whole lot you can do with this.
He's looking at yellow to see if there's any possibility for a double target. And
I don't think there is from this angle. However, this lawn, as you hit that boundary, does start to trail in a bit. If he aimed at blue, there's a chance there might be some drift back towards black, just from what I've been seeing, at least coming down from this way, from starting from the north end of the court. From where James is on the south end, it may have a slightly different effect.
Yellow is a yard in, so it looks like the sort of shot where I'd be aiming at the gap in the middle. Because I don't think the gap in the middle is going to be very big on that. But
no, not big at all.
But of course, that's extremely risky because it does leave red right in between.
On court, yeah. So
into the
there's
corner.
great break prospects. So the safer play here is to play red at something, so one of the opponents in the corner.
Yeah.
Red at black.
But he may take the
blue. And he's being defensive.
He's cornering, which slightly surprises me, but I can see why. He's hoping that black won't rush blue close to yellow.
Yeah.
But
he's gone just outside the corner. There's also something to be said. I don't mind this. Sometimes if I'm not shooting particularly well and I have opportunities to maybe, corner or something, I will aim for like the corner peg or the corner flag or something, and I'll just take it as a free practice shot to try and hey, can I actually hit a good target here?
Absolutely. That's always worth doing, even if you haven't got a shot into a corner to aim for. I would, whenever you're hitting the ball, not aiming to shoot at something, I would always try and pick a spot to aim at.
Right.
As you say, get a free practice game. But he may live to regret this because there are some players in the world, and Robert is one of them, where they're just almost too good to ever corner. Do you know what I mean, Tom?
Yeah, he's going to roll. So he's going to try to rush this down behind yellow, pop blue out just a little bit, focus on rushing yellow to 1.
Yeah.
Then the move after that is, depending on what rush he gets out of the hoop, he could go back to the corner 4. But, that's not a great rush.
No.
Wanted, if anything, to catch the other side of that.
Yeah.
And so, but had he been able to get down to yellow, once he makes hoop 1, he can get to red. He then can do the tricky-ish but fairly standard maneuver of rolling red out along the north boundary, getting position on hoop 2 just to bang through to the boundary.
Yeah.
And pick up your break from there, assuming you've been able to split a ball over anywhere near hoop 3. And you can see the replay there. Just Robert caught a little bit the right half of that. And I'm telling you, right off of that corner, that boundary comes in a little bit. I don't know if that was just mostly him misaiming, but every single person who has missed down that line has missed on the inside.
Okay.
So I think that there's just a little bit of maybe a rut there or like just a hill. So because I doubt Robert would have hit that poor of a shot from that distance, the way he's been hitting his rushes.
Well, it's not an easy shot to play, so this has probably justified James's choice of not taking a more aggressive shot.
Yeah.
But he could still make this 15-yard takeoff. You know, it's a free game. He's not going to go off the lawn with yellow being there.
He has some extra space, it being inside. So the real trick here is just pace. So,
and you're probably happy to get a rush to hoop 1 or to corner 2 from here. So you don't have to be on the exact blade of grass. You've got a foot or 2 of room where you might get a useful rush.
The only thing you don't want is short.
Well,
that's
he's short
curling
and
in.
inside. Yeah.
And you see that thing curl in?
Yeah.
Look at this.
He's
That
actually,
started on the line halfway between yellow and the boundary.
I'm surprised he didn't allow for that by this stage because he would have known, having played enough on this court by now.
I think it's really hard to make yourself aim almost at the boundary line on a
It
takeoff.
is,
I think it's really hard.
Because you've got years of
Right.
experience of courts
And you
that
can
tend to slope the other way.
And you can see that takeoff there. So this is going to be a big cut.
Not a bad effort.
No, it's not a bad effort at all. So unfortunately, I highly doubt there's going to be any serious. He is on the midpoint of the B-balk right now, so just behind hoop 6. And red is, like we said, a foot or so outside of corner 2 to the south. And that corner is looking brown over there. So I highly doubt that there's any serious prospects of him getting any sort of hopes here. So it looks like he's just putting the yellow ball down towards hoop 1, and he's going to go join back up on the east boundary with his partner and force James to make another decision.
I expect so. Oh, we've got...
All right, so we have a quick player interview coming up. We have the winner and the unfortunate, defeated of quarterfinalist of the match that just concluded over on Lawn 7. We have Ben Rothman to interview Logan McCorkindale. So we're going to throw the camera on us for a second. And here we go.
No, you guys are fine.
Oh, we're going to sit? All right.
Yeah, let's see.
Sit.
We are this side, is
Yeah,
that?
this side. Someone stand on this side of me.
All right.
So,
Come on over here. Hopefully
Logan, you
people
stand
can
in
hear
between
us.
us.
All right. So, congratulations, Logan McCorkindale. A 3-0 victory with 2 triples there at the end. How does it feel having made yourself a spot in the semifinal tomorrow?
I'm definitely more relieved than anything. I'm relieved that I didn't blow a 2-0 lead, didn't make a shambles of it, and I've gone through to my first semi-final, which I was quarterfinalist last Worlds. This feels great because at least I know I'm getting a medal. So this means this was definitely one of my goals, was being at least a semi-finalist, having got so close last time.
All right, just a matter of what color that medal is. So I noticed you had some very aggressive play, some real tough-angled hoops building from balls on the boundary. You never set an extra leave. You just went for the builds. What was your match tactic going in?
I think early on, so during the majority of the tournament, I haven't shot well. So aggressive openings.
You haven't shot well.
Outside
He
of
saved
this
it just for
match-
you.
Outside of probably this match
was building
and
it.
my match,
Lies.
my top 16 match, I haven't shot well, so I haven't had tons of confidence in my shooting. So I've been playing.
The beer, apparently. Yeah.
I've been playing some obviously very dry openings because I don't want to give anything away. No easy starts. And then as I began to play better and better, I was quite happy to take on the aggressive starts, the difficult starts. Even in that last game when I was building my break, at any point I probably could have abandoned it and still had a good lead. So that was definitely the way I was kind of approaching it. I didn't want to give away anything easy. because I didn't trust myself to shoot my way back into the match.
Yeah, like I never saw you, throw a ball in an inconvenient place for the break so that you had like a go at the leave.
Yeah.
But yeah, you had balls spread out there. You weren't, over committing to 2 balls within 6 yards and then a long rush away to a hoop either. So
Yeah.
it was well balanced. So any thoughts on your opponent for tomorrow? One Reginald Bamford.
I mean, obviously, Reg is arguably, he's one of the greatest players to have played the game, so I think there's a lot of respect there. I'll probably, if my shooting continues, if I continue to shoot well from this match, going forward, I'll probably play some aggressive openings, hoping to get balls around and hopefully not make any errors. And yeah, it's at this point of the competition, it's every opposition's good opposition. Everyone's going to make you pay if you make mistakes. So it's giving myself the best chance to score hoops, make breaks, and hopefully not make any errors, and we'll see what happens.
All right, well, congratulations. Thank you for sitting in on an interview. And if you play like you did today, I think you have a great chance tomorrow. So good luck, Logan McCorkindale.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for that interview. And thank you, Logan, for your words on that. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow. So just to bring us all back up to speed, we had the cameras on the action there for a brief moment, for a few of those moments. But Robert attempted a very aggressive long takeoff to get his break established from north of hoop 2, and obviously didn't get position, so he rejoined with partner on the east boundary. James has sent the ball that was hovering deep behind hoop 1 over into corner 4, and Robert had left himself a pretty good rush to get to the south boundary, and now has a genuine approach attempt at hoop 1. And like we said, even though he has no real pioneer at hoop 2, he will have a serious chance of getting the break going by rolling the red ball from behind hoop 2 over to the side and getting in front of the hoop. Or at this point, he could even play a takeoff from where that red is.
You want a break, or you could go with Reg?
Good. All right. Thank you for joining us, Marcus. And here we are again with the illustrious Reg Bamford, who has triumphed earlier this morning, or early this afternoon, against Stephen Forster in 3 straight. Hello, Reg.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
I wish I was playing, but other than that, but I'm doing okay. It's a lovely day full of great croquet. We're just watching Robert here attempt the first real hoop shot of game 3. It's fairly straightforward, but it's a bit of a tester. He has to run it firmly. He's left blue deep, and he's ran it off the south boundary. So because Robert's stop shot is so good, this was another way he could play this. He could genuinely have a chance. He genuinely gave himself a chance to get blue in decent hoop 2 pioneer position. And if he could run that ball off the north boundary as he has, it's a fairly easy pickup with red, send it over to 3 and get on blue.
Yeah.
So a little less complicated croquet strokes needed in this than if he had left blue down at hoop 1, split it up, and then had to do the reverse sort of roll shot off of red at hoop 2.
Yeah. So he completely took off the boards, like dribbling through that hoop, and then what on earth do you do? Do you shoot it blue, or do you shoot it red? So he was almost guaranteed to go off that north boundary, wasn't he?
Yes, and you saw that the hoop flexed a little bit when he went through it. So these hoops, though they've been set really well, and as we've seen even today with Matthew and Mark, have both had a couple of hoop failures.
Yeah.
If you hit them with enough power, they will give way to you if you hit them in the middle.
Yeah.
So much safer to be approaching that, especially when you're at the distance he was with some power. So this is a fairly straightforward croquet stroke. Obviously, we'll be wanting the rush on blue, but even if you don't get it, it's not a requirement.
Well, all I'm looking for here is a forward roquet on blue up towards the hoop, because it's one of the soft hoops, like 2 and 4 are the soft hoops where...
That's a great shot.
Yeah. Okay. So it won't just be a forward roquet; it'll actually be a bit of a rush. So, right, I actually didn't see you play a lot yesterday.
That's because I didn't. so there was really? Not a lot of court time. I think I made 1 hit in in 3 games, and I was unable to effectuate anything in that hit in. So it was.
So it was a long day and a short day for you.
Yes, we were done before lunch.
Tom, I'm very sorry to hear that, because you actually have the game to win this, and it's always frustrating and irritating and a bit down when that happens to you. But
Yeah, there's been an unfortunate pattern emerging this year where I keep going the distance in a lot of tournaments and I get either, deep in the knockout or to a final even, and then I have a very uncharacteristically poor performance where it's like I just can't get anything going, and the hitting leaves me. And so I think there's something mental in there that I need to try to suss out and work on when I'm in those high pressure matches against opponents that are, like on paper, it's like, okay, this is a person to beat. So,
and Tom, do you think that? Do you feel slightly different when you in those sort of positions, or is it just the way the game pans out?
I think I don't think there's anything conscious that I feel where it's like, oh, I feel nervous or stressed, but I think there is just a inherent stress to it that I haven't quite learned how to cope with. One of the things that me and Matthew had a good post-match discussion, and Matthew made the point that, I did really well at the Worlds 2 years ago because I came in with no expectations as sort of an underdog. I was fairly low ranked, and I just started playing really well. Yeah. And I was loose and just was like sort of, screw it, let's go. And now that I've sort of gotten my grade up and have become a person that people expect to do well in this event, that I think I put a lot of pressure on myself to play well at all times. And then there's that added pressure you add to yourself, which is like, oh, I don't want to put on a disappointing performance for what I expect to be able to do.
I think that blue ball is too short. I would like that blue ball to be in that square formed by fourth corner and the fourth hoop.
Yeah, so
just because I reckon I'm going down to yellow after I make this hoop.
Yeah, definitely. For either shot, whether you get red to 5 and are just sending yellow back up the lawn, or what he's electing to do here. Well, he might actually be rushing that to 5, but
All right, so we have an update from the Matthew and Mark Avery match. Matthew Essick has he had a hampered stroke coming through 3-back, but he did hit it, and now he had to abandon the new standard and set an old standard. So any minute now, we're going to cut in to see Mark's hidden attempt.
And it is a weird old standard because both balls are actually along the south boundary. So yellow is a few yards to the west of corner 4 on the south boundary. So Mark will have a single ball, but he'll have a few yards shorter of a hit than you would normally get. So maybe about an 11-yarder.
11-yarder. I think that he'll be looking
with the potential for some sort of cannon.
Looking forward to hitting this, I think.
And then the other ball I cannot locate. The black ball, it's probably up towards hoop 2.
So there's an interesting tactic. He has rushed
Get the corner.
red to behind hoop 4. Presumably he'll pick it up after making hoop 4 to go.
And
yellow.
Mark has hit.
I think I would have been tempted to go to rush red to 5 and then take off to yellow.
So Mark has hit in.
Okay.
So I believe he crashed hoop 1. So I think the only clip on 4-back is Matthew's ball.
Yeah, they both failed hoop 1
Right, so we'll
once.
see if Mark builds for 1 or goes for a TPO. But I'll keep you guys updated. And now you can get back to the Fletcher Deeth matchup.
So
Okay.
Robert here will be rolling yellow over to hoop 5, getting shape on blue, and he'll probably just take off from blue or something and leave it there because if he's coming through to red, he'll want room to be able to maybe rush it down to 4-back as well.
Yeah. But this is a very different shot to a little stop shot. And that's why I'd have much preferred blue within that box.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's going to make much difference because again, just like hoop 2 and commentator's curse, all you need is a forward rocket on blue. I don't know. This is a nasty little takeoff. I don't like playing that takeoff.
So it looks like Mark has managed to get a rush on red that was in the corner to about 1 yard to the east, west, I should say, of hoop 1. And we'll see if he can make a better hoop approach.
Okay, well done,
Good
Robert.
takeoff here. So this will just be banged off the south boundary.
Again, I have seen these hoops missed.
Oh yeah.
It's that nasty little takeoff. So people think the takeoff is a very easy, accurate shot. Over long distances, it absolutely is. But if you are approaching a hoop from 3, 4, 5 yards, I think the takeoff is the last shot you want to be playing. I would far rather be playing a croquet shot, a little stop shot, where
Mark has made hoop 1, but
He's hampered. He's made it through by an inch or 2. Okay. So there we go. The angle that red is, though, it looks like he should be able. He had one just like this at hoop 5 in his final game against Andrew Johnston.
Yeah, this
earlier
was a
today
tough angled hoop shot that he had.
Yeah, so
he
I
was
think he
lucky
can
to
get a clean
through
hit on
it
this.
all. And
So-
it does look like he can hit it from the back
Yeah.
to a lot of different angles. So it might be trivial, but it's hard to tell from here.
So he has, and the black ball is waiting as a ball just to the side of hoop 2, where it was left in the new standard leaf position. So if he hits this, he should have reasonable prospects of going around. He has hit it. He has clipped it. So
I think he was quite lucky there because he was in that spot where he had a free shot.
yeah. Okay, so Robert here, approaching hoop 5.
Run front, and he has got control. So I can imagine there'll be a clip on 4 back soon enough.
So just preloading 2 back with partner. And for those at home, and we've said it a couple times throughout the week, but if you're just tuning in for us and you're a croquet player who's thinking about getting into AC or is beginning in AC and looking to sort of improve some of your break play, one of the things you can do in a position like this is if your partner ball is naturally not the ball in the break that would be at hoop 6, you can double load hoop 5 with it and put it at 2 back early.
Yeah.
And then sort of 3-ball the next couple of hoops with that Pioneer already there. And the reason for that is twofold. Number one, loading the 2-back Pioneer is often a position where people get themselves into trouble.
Correct.
Yep. And you've already done that. So now yellow and red have no reason to go down the court, so you can keep things nice and tidy.
Yep.
And then the second reason is if you are going to set your leave, you really don't want blue to either end up as the 3-back Pioneer or really even the pivot ball too late in the break. You'd like to have it under control and put one of the opponent balls by the peg as early as possible.
I think it's a sign of the growing maturation of you American players. You are now getting good break hygiene and things like that. 5 or 6 years ago, it would have completely escaped you guys. But you guys are now on top of that, and you are spot on. I would always like to have partner as my 2-back Pioneer because I can load it from hoop 5. I'm guaranteed to get it right in front, and it means that that my hoop 3-back Pioneer is going to be the oppo, and that's the one that's going to go up to the west boundary. I'm assuming that that Robert is a diagonal spreader.
He has set new standards today, and it looks like he's going to do the same. But even with what we've just said, it's completely fine.
Yep.
You still don't want partner as the Pioneer 3-back because when you come through 3-back, you want to have approached it from a very tight position so that you can control getting that ball against the wire or almost against the wire.
Yeah.
And if you have to end up having the oppo ball as your 2-back Pioneer, well, you either need to get a really good rush across or have a very accurate full roll.
Yep.
Neither one of those is very likely to get you in a position to do that.
Yep.
So at all costs, you must be able to put oppo in good position at 3-back to be a reception ball there.
Now, Tom, this is probably an unfair question given that you didn't really take croquet in your game against Matt. But what sort of leave were you favoring here?
So, and I spoke about this a little bit earlier today, is one of the things that I need to work on is I pretty much only ever set diagonals. It's the leave I learned, it's the leave I was taught. Yep. And for the majority of my croquet career, okay, so he's not going to try to sort of, he's not even trying to hug that to the hoop. He's just going to throw that one out there. So he's been running around with black, and he has just made a hoop 7.
Yeah.
So, and that is the only current clip position other than hoop 1.
Yeah.
So, it's when I go home or over the winter when I am practicing, I think the next one of the few things I'm going to work on is getting more comfortable with setting in SLs and different ways of setting them up because it is nice when your opponent, especially when your opponent already has a ball on one clip. On 4-back or something else to put them in that position. And I normally just do delayed triples because, again, diagonals, but unless someone happens to give me off of the short shot. But it would be nice to get more on-time opportunities. So setting in an SL would definitely be helpful for that. And I think that's just an example of I fall into, you fall into patterns sometimes in your practice, things you're most comfortable with, and you just do those, and you just try to get those things good and rely on them. But I'm trying to now maybe go outside the boundaries of what I'm comfortable with.
I've actually got a question for Reg based on what Tom said. If people don't shoot the short shot at you, how do you sometimes get the standard triple going from the diagonal? Because you set a lot of diagonals too.
I do. So I just simply do not do any of these NSLs and fancy stuff. I am known for being quite a simple croquet player, and I just like my diagonal spreads.
Yeah, so do I.
And Tom, I do it because I think they're very easy to execute, and then I'm just so much more comfortable simply because I've played so many of them. So Ben's question is, when someone shoots down into corner 4, when and how do you pick it up? Now, to create the standard triple, let me just see what Rob's doing now. I think Rob's going to be doing a tight red up against that hoop. Is the roll out of corner 4, loading hoop 3 and going to partner that is at hoop 2. So it's a big pass roll, but if you are putting partner to the east side of the line of hoops 1 and 2, peg is not an option, and hoop 6 is also not going to be in the way. So that really is a shot that is actually not that difficult to do. It probably sounds like a massive big shot, but
I've done some math on this.
Yeah.
It's a 110% roll shot, so it's only 11 to 10.
Yeah.
It's barely a
Yeah.
pass roll.
Yeah.
And like you said, if you leave the hoop 2 ball a little
For
short,
sure.
it's a full roll.
Correct.
With a large gap between the peg and 6 for your striker ball to go through.
Yeah. And what then is important is when you play your very first shot of the break, which is the rush basically towards the peg ball, you want to know where you're going to put that hoop 2 pioneer, because you don't want to be overhitting that rush and then leaving yourself 5, 6, 7 yards away from hoop 2. You really want to know exactly where you want to put that hoop 2 pioneer. But as you say, it's a full roll, and all you really need is a forward roquet onto a soft hoop, and boy, does it make the break so much easier if you can get that shot done.
So Robert has left himself in an interesting position here. He's going to have to play this with some draw because he won't have a backswing otherwise at a blue that he left rather far away. Ooh, and you look at that, how much that bent.
Isn't that a beautiful shot
It is.
of the pull on these new Invictus balls?
Yeah, can we get a replay of that?
Yeah,
absolutely.
and thank you, Marco, for a great
Yeah.
angle there.
Yeah.
Great camera.
So
work.
look, he has this aimed dead center of this wire at best.
At best.
And then as soon as it comes off the ball, it was almost on a
look at
path
that.
to go into the hoop.
Oh, that's such a great shot.
So that's at least half
Great
a ball's
camera
worth
work.
of pull over the course
Yeah.
of less than a foot of motion.
I know. Well, I mean, it has been incredible watching all these top players looking baffled and bemused at what happens to their peels. I have seen so many triple peels being aborted
Yes.
quite early on because people get absolutely freaked out by the pull.
So, Reg, when you're building off a corner 4 ball, are you trying to rush to it after hoop 1? Would you ever benefit from a cannon in that situation, or are you just rushing near enough to put a ball at hoop 4 and then doing the Hogan roll?
So even if you were to run hoop 1 and you've got to rush down south, I think that's fine. All you're doing is you're playing a roll shot, loading hoop 4 and going to the corner 4 ball. So really any sort of rush that heads sort of southeast, I think is fine, because all you're looking to do is to load hoop 4 and going to a ball in corner 4.
So Robert has gone back over to yellow to tidy things up, it seems.
Interesting.
So it seems that he doesn't want a short shot from the immediate end of B-block, so he might be looking to push it just a little bit south of where it currently sits.
And Tom, was that because he didn't have enough space to put yellow further south?
I'm not certain, because he left a ball in a similar position there in an earlier game, I thought.
I mean, that really is quite extraordinary that he has moved it 1 foot. He's gone all the way up to yellow and moved it 1 foot.
Right. So again,
I'm
he's
not-
looking at this line from the end of B-block. He must be really worried about James taking that short hit,
Yeah.
and then I guess doing a thick takeoff to get a break going back over to the opponents. But
Yeah, but
it seems a bit unnecessary, but then again, it's fairly free effort because
Well, now you have this takeoff back to blue to try and position black. Okay, it's a pretty standard takeoff, and you really should be getting within 2 or 3 yards of where you want to go. But wow, I wouldn't have even thought of doing that, Tom. Huh?
Yeah, that seems a bit unnecessary. I do get that with the takeoff, he's actually pushed yellow considerably deeper.
Yeah.
So he's lengthened the shot. It's actually now in the line of the shadow of that light pole, whereas before it was probably a couple of yards north of that.
So maybe he just didn't have the space to put yellow there when he, just after he ran one back.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember now exactly how that sequence went. He had actually rolled red over to one back and then made it off of yellow, so I guess he did not have a great amount of space.
Yeah.
Keith Ayton says 2 balls at 3 is better than a ball at 4. So not quite sure what that translates to.
I believe he's talking about if you get a southeast rush after 1, as we were talking with Reg. Keith would want you to send a ball to 3 going to corner 4.
Oh, Keith, that's a big shot.
And then do the Hogan roll. So you have every ball at hoop 3 except PLE. Which,
Okay, Keith,
is kind of the one ball that you need there.
That's quite a big croquet shot, putting a ball at hoop 3 and going to a corner 4 ball. Look, if you were, let's say, on the middle of the south boundary, Tom, you are playing a croquet shot because you pretty much got the natural angle to split it to 3, going to the ball in corner 4. Mm-hmm. Granted, Keith, that would be an option. But if you don't rush to that position, like, for example, if you're behind hoop 4 or east of hoop 4, then you're simply loading hoop 4 because it's actually quite a simple shot.
Yeah, or if hoop 5 is in the way of sending a ball down to 3.
Yeah. But who am I to be questioning Keith's tactical nous? I mean, he's been playing the game an awfully long time, and he's very well known for his tactical nous, and I'm not.
So we're going to watch Mr. Deeth hit in here, and then regardless of the outcome, we're going to break for a brief 60-second commercial. So
I think that he might have a sliver of red because it's actually worth taking the shot at blue or black if there's also a sliver of red, because if you do clang into the hoop, you sometimes.
Do we have the other camera angle by any chance?
Yeah.
Looking just behind over James' shoulder?
Okay.
Yeah, so there's.
So maybe he's got a little slice of red. So it's maybe just.
Tell the viewers when he hits.
And he's backed off of it.
Backed off.
First refusal.
The wind has picked up considerably.
No. So you can see there on the top of the camera angle there, all those flags waving in the wind.
Yeah.
So those people that don't have any sort of holes in their matted heads, this is
James is approaching again for the shot. Can we get the other camera view?
How many whiskers would you recommend for
this is a good one. Very good here. Boom.
Oh,
and he's got
that was way open.
He had half of that.
That's a lot of that red ball.
And he actually hit. So Robert in game 2 left it open a bit on the south side of the hoop, and James hit center ball on it.
Right. So if we remember that little takeoff that Robert did,
beautiful replay. Boom.
That curvature, that great shot Marco got where you could see the draw. Yeah. That was really critical because that's the ball James hit near center.
And now,
but that was almost a double. I think Robert almost left a double. Now,
given how, we're going to go to a quick 60-second commercial. So we'll be right back, folks. Stay with us. And we're back, folks. Thank you for sticking with us through that short commercial break. We come back now to just see Mark Avery over on Lawn 3 finishing up his new standard leave against Matthew Essick. And Matthew will have a very important hit-in to potentially determine the outcome of Game 3 with them one apiece. Over on our featured lawn, James has just ran Hoop 1, so he, with James's amazing stop shot ratios, he managed to get the red ball all the way up next to Hoop 2 and was still able to hold close enough position that he could hit the line ball at blue and get a beautiful rush on black.
That was very impressive.
I couldn't do that in 1,000 years if you gave me a million tries.
I think that's a feature of his game is a very powerful stop shot where, he gets a ratio of 1-8, and that means that he's got a really tight Hoop 2 pioneer. But we were speaking during that break, Tom, on that leave of Roberts, and why I bring that up is because we were both saying that there was no real need for the NSL leave there, and you are embracing a bit of risk because I actually think it's a more difficult leave to do than a diagonal spread. But James effectively had a double.
He did, and not a very long shot to that first ball in that double either. One of the downsides of the NSL is that you're leaving that ball well in lawn, so it's much shorter than 13 yards. So if they can see even a sliver of it, and with a full ball in the background, it's a very confident shot for people to take on, like especially for James. So James now looks like he's preparing for the TPO. I think he sent black a little further than he wanted it, but he's put both of the now that's really poor. So I think it's slightly more east than dead center, so he should still be able to do this, but no rush anywhere useful out of this. Not that.
No, I mean he might just blast through and just send it down to the boundary, which I suspect is going to happen here.
That is very angled.
Oh no,
so, not very angled, but like you see, his back is to the peg.
Oh yeah.
So and again,
and these are brittle hoops, aren't they?
And with a wind,
and there's a bit of wind.
There's some wind blowing up. You can see,
and he's at that awkward.
Okay, he got it, but he didn't touch red.
All right, we're gonna break into Matthew's game here.
So we're going over. Matthew Essick will be attempting the short boundary hit in. It looks like.
So the question is, does he have a double, or does he have a sliver of yellow?
Yellow looks southerly.
I mean. I think it's exactly the same situation as the James James's shot, where you got the full ball on black, Tom, and then
that yellow ball is very open on the south. It's like level with the hoop. Look at that.
For sure, it is. That is a double again. What are these guys playing at?
Maybe I don't need to practice NSL.
So the state of the game is that Matthew has a ball on 4-back, and now Mark has a ball on 4-back. So we're 1-1 in the match, first to 3, best of 5,
and he's also
we are
red.
a break all. So this hit kind of is the will swing the match one way or the other.
Yep.
Whoever takes Croquet next has a good chance of being up 2-1.
I don't think he's aiming. I can't tell if he's aiming at yellow or if he's just taking the clean shot at the black ball. His mount looks a little bit south to be aimed at yellow, but Matthew doesn't line up dead straight all the time, so I can't tell.
I think he's aiming at black.
Yeah, I think he is too. So maybe yellow is not nearly as open, or there's no ball in the background. Yeah, that's black. And he pulled it just a little bit to the left.
Or pushed it slightly to the left.
Yes. So that's right, because he reverses his hand grip for his Solomon.
Okay.
He's left-handed.
I
Solomon.
see. Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, right-handed Irish, left-handed Solomon.
Okay.
So very unusual.
I will take that back. But so Tom, it does look as if yellow is sticking out on the south side.
I don't know if it rushes.
And well, maybe that's what caused Matt to take the shot. But the point that I'm trying to make here is there must have been a point along that A balk where he could have turned that into a ball and a half. No?
Yeah, he would have taken a longer shot, but he probably could have gotten some wide double out of it. James, on the other hand, has not gone for the TPO, perhaps because black was so deep. He's elected just to throw it down to 4, so he'll be doing this just as a straightforward break.
Yeah,
I don't think a lot of players are particularly thrilled to get into a 2v1 ending against Fletcher.
No. And I wouldn't
And
be too
that is
thrilled
not a great hoop
approaching
approach.
hoop 3 from where he did. I mean, there's some pretty poor croquet being played here by Jimbo here.
He hasn't had a lot of court time.
No,
So he didn't get any in the last game. So let's see how smooth this is.
and maybe he's just a bit nervous.
He's got through it well. So
Okay.
now things should be far less adventurous. He's got all the balls in front of him.
Got all the balls, and I don't think there's any peeling going on here. So, so do you think it's a spread or is it an NSL? I think Jimbo typically does NSLs, doesn't he?
Yeah, I just wonder if you've seen
maybe there's going to be a pop.
maybe. So I just think that his break play hasn't been precise enough. He might be thinking that it's not worth it because he's had 2 slightly rough approaches at the last hoops in a row.
Yep.
And for me, if I'm, still debating on whether or not to sort of make a turn a little more advanced, maybe doing some popping or a TPO, which I don't often do, I'd have to feel really tight about my break play in the first few hoops.
Yeah.
Especially if I've been sitting. If I've been on the lawn a lot and I'm feeling good, then
Yeah, the thing is, Tom, though, the pop through hoop 1 is relatively straightforward if going to hoops 5 or 6.
yeah.
You're not sort of just stressing your breakout too much. I actually recall playing Fulford in the I think it was a semi-final of the British Open, and he goes in first, puts out a super shot. I go to a boundary somewhere, and he hits, and he goes all the way to fallback on this beautiful 3-ball break, and has popped me twice. On the 3-ball break.
I think I saw that video.
It was quite a remarkable break, and I mean he was playing superb croquet. He thumped me 3-0, and Rob, can sometimes play godlike croquet, and that day he was.
That makes the advance look very simple.
Oh, gee, he played that beautifully. So is there something interesting going on here with Jimbo? I think
he's just preparing to load 2 back early.
Okay.
So he's put red slightly east of 5 and behind it, and blue will go out slightly west. And then black is a bit of an adventurous pioneer, but nothing he shouldn't be able to handle. No. So, got to get the scoreboard up. Whoops. I'm being a bad scoreboard keeper, but so, all right.
Okay.
And over on lawn 1, Mark came up a little short on his rush, did manage to rush it fairly well over to hoop 1, and has now just hit the return roquet after running hoop 1 by about 5 yards. So.
Okay, red's just gone a bit far. I mean, I'm probably being a bit fussy here, but it basically means loading 3 back from that west boundary sometimes.
Yeah.
And, sometimes you don't really want to be doing that.
Where is your ideal position to be loading 3 back from if you have a really good 2 back pioneer?
I would like to be loading it from about 6 or 7 yards in front of 2 back with a little stop shot. So red, I'd actually like to have on the peg side of 2 back. So maybe 1.5 yards east of where that currently is, because he's going to have to load it from some considerable distance. Which, I mean, I don't think James is going to struggle with that. But if you're wanting to play perfect croquet and put pioneers right in front of hoops, right, you want to make those croquet shots as short and as simple and as easy as possible. But he's going to have to load it from, somewhere near the boundary, somewhere near that west boundary.
Our scoreboard is going on temporarily while I try to get the flags to show back up again. So please excuse us while we. I don't know why they're showing up on my screen, but they're not showing up on the.
Wow, those flags are fluttering like crazy.
They are. This is the most active I've seen them all week. Okay, that should have the flags back in play. I don't know why they weren't showing up before.
And Tom, does the wind affect your play?
As a big caster, yes, it does. If the wind gets up, I remember being at the McRobertson in 22 when I first experienced wind that was almost debilitating to my swing. I would literally be lining up a 1 foot hoop shot and I'd have to stop and wait to be able to even get my mallet to go in front of the hoop. It'd be blowing side to side. So I feel like I have learned to cope with it a bit more since then, but rarely do you find conditions so windy that it is truly affecting you. But it can be a mild annoyance if you,
Good cut.
Yeah. That was a really good cut.
That's a good
cut.
cut.
So see, if this were me right now, I would be thinking, man, I needed that off the boundary because my stop shot ratio is not good. But James is probably perfectly capable of getting a decent ball over there.
So this is a sort of 1 in 6 here, and he has a. Okay. But it's a soft boundary. That's a soft hoop. You can just blast it through. Willie has got himself a nice pioneer now.
He's overhit that a bit, so now he's to the side a little. So, and again, I mean, he'll be able to send this fairly deep and get himself just any 2 foot hoop position. Yeah. So.
Again, I think, that is not a good hoop running position.
It's not great.
No.
Very makeable, but you lose the control.
Yeah. And with these hoops, if there's any angle, you're going to take some wire. So you have to add a bit more oomph to the shot. Come on, James. I actually think you should be tighter than this. It's a pretty standard 4-ball break here.
He has been on the bench quite a bit. So, and that's partially what I think I've suffered from was when I was playing Matthew, the one time in game 2 that I did hit in, the balls were not in maybe the best positions to start with, and my break play was just too loose, and I couldn't get control of it.
Yeah.
And had I, had just 10% better touch, it might have been different.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
So it's one of those things that makes AC difficult, more so than golf croquet, which is you're not constantly on the lawn, constantly getting to sort of update your swing and adjust and get grooved in. In golf croquet, after the first 2 hoops or so, you should be feeling the groove pretty well. But in AC, it's like, well, I got a couple of shots, and now I've sat for 30 minutes, and now I have to go out and hit again. And it can be quite difficult in certain situations. All right. So, James here will be setting an NSL.
Now, where is he putting black? I think he's probably going to leave black there, isn't he?
I think so. It looks pretty good. It's in he touched it. That's okay. He can adjust it as needed. But it's actually in a similar position, I think, from this camera angle that Fletcher left that half ball open.
I know.
He probably wants to scoot it just a couple inches that way. So to the right of our camera view. So if everyone remembers when we had that wonderful replay to show the pull on Fletcher's shot, it ended in a position where it looked like it was almost directly behind the opening of the hoop, just like this. And we want to make sure, or James wants to, he's actually hitting this through the hoop.
Jimbo, he loves doing stuff like this, doesn't he? I wouldn't dare be playing this.
I was about to say.
Huh?
I was about to say this is.
I wouldn't be doing that.
This seems I mean, I know you want a thin takeoff.
No,
but
there's a ton of wind blowing, and next thing you're going to clunk one of those uprights.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't be doing this.
his mallet head is also not that long.
All right, guys, I'm just going to break in for a minute. Mark got the back peel after making hoop 3, so he's got 1 peel done to the triple.
Okay.
And that is game 3. So again, the winner of game 2 will kind of take over control of that match. And Mark is a third of the way done. He's got 9 hoops left for 2 peels. Okay. And so that is the current state of Matthew Essick and Mark Avery.
He has not moved that black ball very far at all. He just wobbled it. So I think that'll be partially open from. Well, I think the only thing that's different is I think that ball is closer to the wire of the hoop than Roberts was.
Yeah.
So I think it's more hampered just by virtue of the fact that it's more secure against the hoop.
Did you guys talk about the possibility of TPOing Fletcher if he's hitting and finishing well? And
we did
James
talk about it.
Wanted more play and sitting Robert down after he's played 2 triples already in this match, and it's a longer turn.
That's
you get
a
to
short
make
blue.
your opponent sit on the bench for a longer time, running 12 hoops and trying to get a TPO.
Yeah.
That's a short blue in this. Against Robert, I don't, obviously that's a very aggressive shot to take from the end of B-ball, right? Because you just put all the balls over there. But I don't know. If I'm a hitter like Robert, I might like myself to hit that a good majority of the time. And if I'm 2 games up to 0.
Tom, I think that my view is where's he now going? Is he?
He's setting up his leave. He's done.
He has left a 10-yarder.
Yeah. Black to blue is about a 10, 11 yarder.
He's left Robert at 11-yarder. I will be amazed if Black doesn't.
Well, this is kind of how I favor the diagonal. This is one of my ways of getting the standard going. Is I put that hoop 2-ball well on lawn. It wasn't until the knockout that anybody bothered to look at it. But Greg Hill shot at that in game 2, and Robert Fulford, being no slouch, immediately game 1 he saw that and shot at it.
Yeah.
Look, Blue's going to shoot. So, but that said, it is such a short shot.
Yeah. If Robert were trusting his hit in and just wanted to make sure that he got the innings, he could just forego running that hoop 1 ball around and just take that really short shot and just make James hit a lift.
Possibly if this were game,
or a leave, I should say. Hit a
A
leave.
very long leave.
Yeah.
if Robert were
Wrong
down
word.
2-0, maybe he'd be taking the 11-yarder or whatever.
Yeah.
Instead of if he's up 2-0, maybe he's just going to play the back ball and try to finish.
Interesting. Yeah. So, right, so Ben, do you think that the odds of winning the game
And actually,
change?
I think the distance between
he's gonna take blue.
Bebop and a ball that is 9.5 yards north and 7 yards east, it's like the same difference. It's 1 yard difference than shooting from a corner hoop to the peg, which is 13 yards. So
Yeah.
it's like a 12-yarder.
Yeah.
If it's level with hoop 6.
All right. So,
So
Robert
a 12-yarder versus, what is this, 19, 20?
Yeah. So Robert here just inside of the corner area, shooting down at red. Now, we have seen that the majority, pretty much every shot that has been taken down this boundary line has missed to the right. So, and there has been a noticeable curvature there.
Really?
We've seen a couple of takeoffs.
So, Tom, do you line up for that, or do you just hit it slightly harder?
You have to ask Tom if he's going to just hit it harder.
I'm going to ask Tom that question.
I keep the same pace, and I probably aim just left of the ball,
Okay.
left edge, depending on how aggressive I know the curve is, because it's very hard to make yourself aim not at the ball entirely.
After the hit-in, we'll break into Mark's match. He'll do the second peel.
So we have quite a good line here, don't we? We can. There's a lot of wind.
So,
And he's.
and it's off, and it's
to the right.
curved. Oh, he hit it.
Hey, he's claiming it.
He's gone.
Oh, can we have a
Can we
close up
get?
of that?
do we
Yeah,
have? Do we have a
replay.
zoomed-in replay of that?
Definitely claimed it.
Enhance.
Right.
we-
CSI Miami.
Okay.
So
Okay. No.
no, we need the ball. We need the ball. We need. Oh, he's got. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Well, it's hard with the
It's
camera
moving
moving. We need
too
the,
much.
we need the
Can we see the
still
stationary camera
Yeah.
and just slow it down?
Yeah.
So
I certainly trust Rob. Rob
Oh,
is
yeah,
a very
yeah.
honorable
Yeah.
fellow, but it's interesting
Here
to
we
see
go, here we go.
how
Oh, it's
much
blurry.
or how little it's
Oh,
moved.
boy.
It's a bit blurry. Oh.
I think I could see it wobble on that. I think I could just make that a little blur.
Wobble because he claimed it.
Well,
Yeah.
if they were stripes, we would blame the paint for
So-
that hidden.
So one time I was playing Mr. Sharif Abdul Wahab at Pinehurst, and he took a short A-ball shot against my diagonal, and we were playing with stripes. And I think he and I and everyone else would have thought he missed the ball, except that the stripe, which was sitting about level with the ground, rotated a quarter of a ball.
Oh, did it?
The ball didn't move. The ball didn't visibly wobble, but the stripe rotated when he touched it.
All right, in the Avery Essick match, Mark got a real quick back peel at 6 and peeled it down all the way to the peg. So Mark is now 2 peels done in his first 6 hoops. He has 6 hoops remaining and just 1 peel to complete the triple. So it's looking good for Mr. Avery. He'll put him in control of the best of 5, 2-1 if he can finish this turn.
And that's the last hope for the Americans over there on lawn.
Okay, so Tom, if you had a red ball where it is right now, would you be focusing on your rush on black, or would you be liking to load hoop 2 here?
Oh, I can't get, with my stop shot, I can't get anywhere near hoop 2 with this. I would be focusing on the rush. I'd have yellow and red somewhat close. As soon as I make it through hoop 1, I'll just get over to them and get my rush.
Okay.
So
Because I would be focusing every effort on getting right in front of hoop 1 here, and I wouldn't really care where red and yellow are.
yeah. The assumption is that if I don't break down like I'm supposed to, then I'll fix them. You know,
Correct.
Two bad pioneers makes a good one. These are really bad pioneers, but
Whatever angle you have from that black ball, you're hitting a nice straight drive shot then.
Yeah.
Whether it sends yellow level with 5 or level
Yeah.
with 6 or toward 2 or toward peg, you're just hitting it a straight shot. So
He
you
has-
take out the variable of the split and play a nice drive shot so that you can really control that distance, just like a hoop approach.
Yeah.
Robert has committed the sin that most people have had coming from over there. He has overhit the rush. Most people have gone past it. So it's a very
Right. Is that
And
down the
it's a-
slope, or is it fast there, or is it with the wind, or?
I think it's a combination of just the courts are fast, and I think there's a big fear of coming up short, especially when you have to cut it slightly.
Yeah.
So, but
I don't know who's operating the U.S. Croquet Association
Nice.
Commentary.
That's
but
Brian Hovis.
I'm pretty sure Mark peeled 11 after 6. It would be quite odd if he peeled it after 5, but I could be wrong.
So Robert here, back in play.
Yeah, he's run it well. This looks like a pretty standard triple. So maybe there's an argument to say that 2 bad pioneers make 1 good pioneer.
Yes. Well, if you can get a rush on the one bad pioneer to the other,
I'd say it's hard to call either of those pioneers. It's 2 bad pivots.
2 bad pivots.
if we really
I
think
think-
about what the pioneers were doing, they were just out there in the middle of nowhere, man.
Well, I think 2 bad pivots make a good pioneer.
Yeah, hey, they say put your pioneer inside the box. He's done it twofold.
So
2
he,
balls
the heck
inside the
is
box.
that?
so he's choosing to go to
That was not great.
red. Well, black is a bit short, and I would have liked to have had a
But
rush
he has to
to
really
red.
cut.
Yeah, the peg might be in the way of rushing yellow to 2, but I certainly think he could have rushed yellow closer to
He
red.
could have. That was a. Oh,
I'd be taking off here, guys.
he's doing a croquet stroke.
Oh no, I wouldn't be doing this shot.
No, I wouldn't
No,
do
no. I'd be.
You must be really confident. In you. Let's watch this for a second.
Yeah,
'cause
this is
dicey.
getting hairy here. I would not be playing this shot, Tom.
No, I'd be taking off. I
No,
would have been
I'd
rushing
be-
yellow to red. He never even
Yes.
thought about it.
Oh no. Okay.
He's played it well, but like I don't know. It's just. Oh,
So-
and he peeled yellow through 4-back. accidentally.
TPO is in play, gentlemen.
He accidentally
Well,
peeled yellow through 4-back. which,
He has stated his intention by putting that clip on Penn. He doesn't want to do any more peels.
so how lucky slash unlucky, or just
This is
just slipped right through it.
This is 1 foot.
Had he intended to do that, that would have been
1
the best
foot
peel of the
longer than
tournament.
I like.
Yeah.
Every now and then, if you're trying to roll partner from somewhere you left it on the east boundary, you're rolling it down to 3, going to 2, and you dream of it
sure.
dribbling through like that on your way to 2. You're rolling across with like a wide full roll, and that's the dream. Is that ball just dribbles through and saves you so much trouble.
So he's made a really good rush over, and so he can send this red ball a little deep and get a good hoop position and just come through firmly.
No, this is pretty. Oh, he left that way short. Gee whiz, I would. That's 4 foot.
It's not quite 4 foot, but it's definitely a yard. It's a yard.
Okay, maybe a yard. Okay.
No harm, no foul. So
Copes with
All
that.
right, for an update on the Avery Essek match, it looks like Mark failed to jaws the peel attempt on the way to 3-back. So we're looking at a straight rover. He had 6 hoops to get 1 peel. He had 1 peel attempt, and it did not even hit the middle of the hoop. It bounced off to the east side. So Mark will spend the next couple hoops tidying that ball up. A doubles partner I once had said, what's better than a 1 foot straight in front of rover, peelee? And he told me 6 inches straight in front of rover. So Mark may come back to that ball multiple times to get himself a really good straight rover peel effort.
Yeah, these are very easy court conditions. I wouldn't say hoop conditions, but court conditions. So you really can get your rover peelee right in front of rover. You got 3 or 4 hoops to do that.
Did you have to venture some straight rovers today in your 3 triples?
I had 3 straight rovers, Ben. One was from the jaws.
So not a lot of Hogan rolls to get things going standard, huh?
No.
So Robert will have a nice, tidy black here to peel through when he comes back. So he'll just push this back over on his takeoff
Yep.
and should get a very controlled hoop shot off of yellow.
I wonder if he's familiar with the pull of these balls.
He seems to have coped with it well so far.
I think he's been practicing a lot with these balls. I think it's unfair. I actually don't think a player in contention should be allowed to supply balls. Or hoops.
Isn't that what all players in contention
He tried to-
supply to each game?
What is he doing?
He just was doing it as a croquet stroke. A little interesting. I don't know if I would have done that, but then again, he has much better mallet control on those roll shots than I probably do. So,
well, he's a very particular player. Beautiful touch, of course, and he's got a pretty high completion rate for these. Hey, Tom.
yeah,
I don't think there's much.
I doubt he drops many on-time triples from this position.
No. So now, let's see if we can get some nice close-ups of this pull, because I suspect there's going to be some pull because he's going to rush yellow down towards red.
So in real life, you're looking almost down the barrel of this peel.
Yep.
So maybe you can see it a little bit better than this camera angle, because Reg's head is a little more left than what the camera is showing.
Robert, yeah. So here's the deal. In the block, Robert had 1 TPO and 4 TPs. In his first 5 games of the knockout, he had 4 TPs, and he's got 2 already today, I believe. Okay. So he's on a 6-game TP streak. So I would say the odds are definitely in his favor here.
So this is probably being aimed at that right stanchion. Tom?
Yeah, it looks like he's giving for a fairly moderate amount of pull, even though this is going to be short.
Yeah.
Because I think he's probably going to hit it flat or very nearly flat. Yeah, blue's in really good shape for Mark Avery's straight rover peel attempt. It's probably just a 1.5 feet away from rover in front.
So let's see if we can get some good camera work.
He's going to do this. He's going to do this flat.
Oh, is he?
Oh, straight.
Straight.
Okay.
Okay.
He's been doing that, I think.
Okay.
That was actually advice Robin Brown once gave me, was if you're comfortable with the roll shot on a 3-ball, because you have a good hoop 4 pioneer and you're having trouble with the pull, it's a great idea to just do it straight. But he had the rush as well. Now we might break into the Avery game where Mark will be attempting a straight rover now that Robert has a little bit of a 3-ball.
Yeah, so Robert has got things pretty well in order here for the next few hoops. So if we can get the cameras over there, we go. So Mark Avery has now just pushed red to be a side ball to get this position with what appears to be a very straight rover peel from about 1 foot or less out of the hoop.
Yeah, he did not follow Reginald's advice when Reginald was my doubles partner and come back to it
Benjamin,
after 4
what are you
back
talking about?
to put it 6 inches in front. So he's going to have to do it from 1 foot.
Benjamin out here telling old stories.
He is.
Who's this Benjamin you're talking about?
Benjamin.
Don't know him either.
I've been called Reginald for a while. Well, my wife calls me Reginald now and again.
Fair's fair. Ben Hunter would be the long name for me.
Okay.
And his brother, Benjamin Gatherer.
My daughter, Leonora Fox, and my other daughter, Zafira Raven.
So Mark has got a 1 foot Irish.
Yep.
He does play the Irish grip, doesn't he?
So for the viewers, the most important stuff going on here is the left picture.
Yep.
And it's a
Beautifully done.
Ooh, is it through or not?
Ooh, hang on a second. Where's black?
Yeah, if there's a millimeter difference there between that being a great shot and a terrible
He's
shot.
going to have to hit yellow.
It's not
If
through.
he is
It's not
through, then he only has 1 shot remaining, and he needs
It's
to
not
hit
through.
something.
It's not through.
If it's not through, then he can use his 1 remaining shot to score the hoop,
he-
and then he
he's-
gets an
He
extra
is
shot.
lucky. He is lucky because that could have gone through another 1/4 inch,
Yeah.
and then he would have been in big trouble. Okay, so Mark's going to win that game.
All right,
got a
looking
simple
good for
peg out.
Mark. We can go back to the featured court with Robert Fletcher. So
Robert has
Avery
just
probably
made-
takes over 2-1 in that match, barring tragedy.
Okay, so now we can focus here on Fletcher versus Death.
If he defeats Death, do we all get to stay living?
Only Robert.
So there are some tips here. We have to introduce ourselves every 30 minutes. So I'm Reg.
I'm Tom.
And I'm Ben Hunter Rothman,
That Benjamin.
Who?
not Benjamin.
So
Sorry.
So-
That's incriminating evidence.
Hey,
I do apologize,
At
everyone.
least
We
it's
work
empty
clean here, people.
and not full of like spittoon or anything.
Yeah,
Thank goodness I wasn't smoking.
that was apple juice. But anyway,
Ooh,
so-
is that a pass roll? Almost.
It is a big roll, and he's played that very beautifully.
Wow, got the rush.
That
to
is a
six and
very
everything.
beautiful shot. So a big split shot,
yeah, that
going
worked out
probably
really well.
18 yards, and I have typically left that about 2 or 3 yards short, just because I'm
All
going
right.
to a live boundary.
Yes.
In the
And
other
I
match,
haven't
Mark
quite got the
Mark
mastery
has a
of those
1
big
yard
splits
peg
yet.
out.
Hey, Tom.
Mark has a 1 yard peg out here to go up 2-1.
He's done it. So
So
all right. So Mark Avery 2-1 up against Matthew Essick in the other quarterfinal. And then Robert here with things well in hand, it seems.
So because yellow isn't right in front of hoop 5, he has elected to rush black past and then play the stop shot to load it at pen. Whereas I think I might have been tempted just to rush it over to pen
And do the takeoff.
and do a little takeoff, just because
As you said, they're hard hoops, but not difficult court
I
conditions.
think they're pretty easy court conditions.
Right.
And
you trust yourself to get a good
Yeah.
shape on that yellow ball with the takeoff.
Whereas,
If you rush that short and black were level with yellow, then it would be a debacle. You wouldn't be able to get it all the way up, or you'd have to leave yourself a long
but Ben, I'm just
return
not going to rush
roquet.
it short.
All right. But also, then you just like the 7 yard rush instead of the 24 yard rush or whatever it needs to
I
be.
must say, right, these balls have been behaving very, very oddly with pulls and cut rushes. But I think your straight rush and your like a slight cut rush, boy, they're accurate.
I've gotten a lot of good center ball rushes where
Yeah.
your ball just stops dead if
Stops
it's a
dead.
yard or two. It's in
beautiful.
golf croquet, the stop shots would be amazing.
Yeah. So there's it is quite interesting because the big cut rush or the very fine cut rush, I find it very difficult with these balls. There's a lot of grip.
Right, it's kind of unpredictable.
Yeah.
But I'd like to remind everybody while we reintroduced ourselves, we are here in West Palm Beach, Florida at the National Croquet Center, the Charles P. Stuber National Croquet Center, brought to you by, as you can see on the screen, I Do Live Streams, idolivestreams.com. And you can see they've changed the logo now. We have the Croquet Foundation of America brings you the Charles P. Stuber National Croquet Center. So we're here in West Palm Beach. If you guys want to come down, watch the semifinals tomorrow or the finals on Sunday. There's a lot of other croquet going on in the constellation events, but on the live stream, we're going to feature those main events.
And we should say that major support for the event has been provided by the WP Carey Foundation. This featured match is actually being played on a lawn. You can see the sign over to the left for sponsored by the WP Carey Foundation. And I have been informed that they will be, well, we were all informed at the draw that the winner of this event will receive a special custom engraved mallet from
Yes.
the foundation
Oh,
as a
yeah.
special prize to the winner. And we'd also like to thank the Palm Beach Sports Commission for their continued support of croquet here in Florida, and also the NCC in particular.
Yeah, so the WP Carey Foundation has a cool motto. It's doing good while doing well. And the Palm Beach Sports Foundation, they have a nice banner up that says, just bring your game. So the Sports Foundation will handle the rest. You come to Palm Beach County and just bring your game, and they'll handle the rest in terms of sporting.
Other sponsorships for this event include Oakley Woods Croquet, White Tie Croquet, PFC Hoopmaker Mallets, and you can see on the screen, well, they just changed over, but Invictus Croquet, which, as we mentioned earlier, is from Robert Fletcher. He is using an Invictus mallet, and he has supplied the balls
I
for this
believe it's
event.
the RF Pro titanium mallet.
Yes.
And he calls them the X balls. So on the little logo on top, there's a little X. So even if the Invictus wears away over time, it'll be like finding the old G on a Barlow GT.
The G spot.
Yeah. Well, here we have the X spot, Reg.
Sorry, the X spot.
X marks the spot on these balls.
And we'd also like to remind everyone that this live stream is coming to you from the USCA YouTube channel, which, if you have not done so already, please like and subscribe. And for more videos throughout the coming months and years, we see the information there on the screen. We've had a huge uptick in subscribers just throughout this event.
Thank you.
We are pleased to have you all joining from all four corners of the world for these live streams.
What's
And
that, Reg? If we get another 100 subscribers, you're going to eat pickles pig's feet on camera? Oh my goodness. People, subscribe right now.
Support for the YouTube channel has been generously provided by Chris and Gail Barley. Chris is a first-time participant in this World Championship and a member and good friend of mine and a longtime supporter of YouTube efforts here in the United States. Oakley Woods Croquet, who we mentioned earlier, is not only just a sponsor of this event, but for pretty much all efforts of U.S. Croquet, far and wide. And then Chris and Karen Weiss, members of the Sarasota County Croquet Club, who have been very dutifully watching on the live streams and keeping up with all the action. And we thank them all for the continued support they give to help us bring live streams and recorded video for you all to see some of the best croquet in the world.
Yeah, so you can see Robert there got the back peel after hoop 6. He made the hoop and roquet in one shot, and then he chose to do a nice, straight, gentle drive shot. He had the escape ball in position, so he didn't have to calculate any of that draw. Even the manufacturer of these balls will favor a nice, straight, no-draw peel. But you can see he got the rush on red, but had to go way out wide. That was kind of a poorly placed yellow ball, don't you think?
It was about 2 yards too deep.
And now red has also been fairly poorly placed.
Well, that is because the yellow was poorly placed.
Oh, we got compounding errors. It's a bit of a
Compounding errors, I
downward
know.
spiral where one ball 2 yards out of place. Now red is what, 6 yards out of place? And a good player, the break will get tighter as you go along. So a couple of good shots here, and he should be able to get the break in control again. I think that's probably a product of the peels. You are taking your focus away from the break itself and making do with a substandard Pioneer in order to get a good shot at the peel. And now he's just going to rebuild a little bit.
So one of the things that was taught to me by David, and it was one of the big things that sort of helped me become a much tighter croquet player was, I had a tendency when I was playing sloppy breaks to blame the shot that broke down. Maybe it didn't bad rush or a 3-foot hoop shot. And what David really drove home to me was that this is David Malouf, I didn't specify that earlier, but what he drove home to me was that don't blame the difficult 50-50 shot that you failed. It was 5 shots before that when the easy shots started to get away from you and you failed to get things back under control. And that was where the main improvement had to lie. So most people will misapproach a hoop off of a difficult hoop approach and say, oh, well, that was I clanged the hoop because I made a bad hoop stroke.
Right.
Well, why were you even in a position to have a difficult hoop that you were in jeopardy of missing?
Yeah, a hoop earlier, you didn't get a rush on a pivot ball.
Right.
And it spiraled from there to be a poor Pioneer and a poor approach and then a stuffed hoop. But yeah, what you don't realize was it was the inattention to detail 4 or 5 shots previous that really set that up for failure.
Right.
Which also means you have time to fix it. So we'll see if Robert can fix it here. He's got a good rush down toward Rover, got a decent inside the box 3-back Pioneer, maybe not ideal for the peeling scenario, but within the box and closer to 3-back than any other hoop. And now he's going to do a thick takeoff to make sure he gets a good rush on that out of position Pioneer at 2-back.
And the pace looks pretty good. He's gone a little past it, but it's in the right line. So any sort of center ball hit here with just to sort of plunk it in front of hoop 8.
And he knows that he can pull a break together, but the real trick is finishing the peel because he can keep James Deeth off the lawn and punch his ticket to the semifinals here if he just makes sure that he pulls the break together. But really, the last peel is the difficult bit to end the game.
So Chris Farthing says, when the lawns are slow like this, it really highlights how super advanced is needed for high-level play. The whole day has felt like anyone can beat anyone.
Well, what is the speed of the lawns, Reg? What's your guess on plumbers? How many seconds does it take a 100-foot shot to go?
I think it's probably about 12 seconds at the moment, so it's not terribly challenging. I mean, there has been a bit of chatter, Chris.
You can see how much the hoop moves on that strong hoop stroke.
And several players raised the sort of very intriguing idea that a bit like in
this hoop wiggle
in 6-wicket is that your turn ends when you run through a hoop and go off the boundary. And the thing with the super advanced is that it's probably a too big a change for the World Croquet Federation to really get that through the big 4 countries.
I think part of the problem was that because the MAC wasn't adopting it, the English wondered why they kept plodding along with this version of the game that didn't help them prepare for the big, international test match.
Yeah.
Yes.
But a really big change would be your turn ends when you run through a hoop off the lawn.
Well,
Unless, of course, you rotate another ball.
have you heard of the color order association croquet, where you must roquet balls in color order? Because instead of just, it feels like super advanced is kind of a solved game, and in somewhat the similar way that advanced, association laws, we know what each player is trying to do. Before this turn began, you could tell exactly what Robert would try to do, and with very little variation, when the peel is, which rush he got out of which hoop. But in the color order game, it changes the break itself. Super advanced became kind of a solved game. They had people would stop before 3-back to avoid being TPO'd because the TPO became compulsory. People fell in love with the contact leave with 2 balls around corner 4. Very few people, such as yourself and Robert Fulford, actually tried to innovate with the sextuple. But if the point was to make the game more interactive, making it so that the top 2 players can win one way and everybody else has to give contact doesn't really promote interactivity when playing you and Robert.
Robert has gotten a beautiful rush. He's elected to try to rush the Peely back over to Rover after 3-back, and he's managed to get a really nice rush. His escape ball is a little bit.
This is in the Wiley book.
Yeah.
So if you don't get a chance to peel 3-back peel Rover on the way to 3-back, you put Peely as an escape from 3-back, and you rush over, and then you try to peel going back to the oppo ball. So this is thanks of Expert Croquet Tactics by Keith Wiley, probably available at thecroquetstore.com, definitely available from the Croquet Association. And we'll see how he does navigating the pull.
He's just cleaning that up and placing it in a much nicer position.
Okay.
So that's less than a foot, I think, out of the hoop right now. Slightly angled, but
Not taking any risks, trying to send it beyond the hoop.
yeah.
for
He's
an
made
attempted peel.
both of his Rover peels this match have been straight peels, and they've both been from virtually the same place and very clean. So
I think Chris Farthing's comments are spot on. I think with these sort of conditions, with this quality of field, you just introduce a bit too much randomness in terms of who wins and who loses, because these hoop conditions are just not challenging enough.
So there's been experimentation with a quadway-like hoop with fins on it for soft soil like this that has apparently, that Zach Watson and some others have experimented with, that apparently showed some very good starting results for soft soil.
What we can see here is that in game 4, Matthew Essick, down 1-2, has hit in third turn and built a break. So this is his approach to hoop 3. Behind the light pole there, you can see the blue balls all the way down at 4. So Matthew is going for a 5th turn triple, in theory, to quickly level the match. So he's wasted no time and got going on 3rd turn with a 3-ball break. So thank you, Armando, for cutting over to the other game for the American viewers who want to know what's going on with Matt. And now we can see Robert to see if he can finish the match. And then we'll probably focus all our efforts on covering the Avery-Essick battle on 1-3. Nothing, guys?
Just waiting for something
How
interesting
many
to happen.
how many 3rd turn breaks have you gone for this tournament, Reg? Are you putting out the super shot a lot?
No, I haven't. I don't think I've had any.
All right, Tom, did you go for super shot this tournament, or were the hoops too prohibitive?
I think I set 1 in block play when I had some really good hit-ins earlier that day, and I was like, all right, I'll go for it. And I think I did manage to get that break around. I don't remember.
Well done.
I didn't get the triple,
I
but
know that I heard Chris Clark talk about how he thought that might separate players in this event if nobody's going for sextuples, which, as far as I know, were there any honest attempts at a sextuple?
I think Sharif tried one against James Deeth.
Okay,
In
but
block
for the
play, but
most
it
part, none
And
of
did
the
6
players.
peels.
Oh my goodness!
And did
Well
6
done.
peels.
Just not on his ball.
No. Did 6 peels, but didn't peg out.
Oh,
Wow,
Yeah.
good effort, Sharif. I believe he has an American rules sextuple.
he does.
Sharif has a very high ceiling in skill. I think the consistency is more the issue, but one of our greatest ever American golf croquet players, and he was an alternate for our Open Shaw championship team this February. But yeah, Chris Clark predicted that without sextuples, one of the big differentiators of the top players would be who could get around third turn and really put pressure on. But it sounds like a lot of our top players aren't trying it, except, of course, right now, Matthew Essick on long 3. Okay, we can get a great
hoops.
angle here from Marco.
hoops.
Thank you, Marco.
Yeah, it's just, I think with the super shot, if you don't get that perfect rush over to one and you end up having to approach it from 4 or 5 yards, as often happens if you don't get immediate control, it's like, I don't want to have a 1.5 yard hoop shot, you know,
As
to
Reg
start a
said,
break.
And you're gonna be
difficult
leaving doubles and
hoop
triples.
conditions.
Yeah.
So with difficult hoop conditions, you don't want to have a lot of tough approaches, and that's what you end up with on that 3-ball break.
Same peel that he's had virtually every other game, and same result. Jaws the back
result.
ball.
Okay.
So 3 identical straight rover peels in
Right.
3
Game over.
straight games.
So again, to explain kind of the rule to folks at home, sometimes you hit that hard enough that your back ball could go through. And as we saw, we almost saw in Mark's game, if it just scores the hoop, you might be hampered and unable to hit the other balls, which is
Great
why there's a
camera work.
ball
Look at that.
beside
Yep.
the hoop. Now, if you don't go through, as blue kind of stuck in the middle, you have one remaining shot. And so with that one remaining shot, you score the hoop with control, and that way you can avoid hitting your partner because you want to rush your partner to the peg in order to get the peg out. You don't want to have to hit your partner first. So an odd TP with a single peel on opponent. So we remember the roll to hoop 3 and kind of through yellow, through 4 back. So it's going to be an odd score. Instead of plus 17 TP, it'll be plus 16 TP. But it looks like that's going to punch Robert Fletcher's ticket to the semifinal.
Yep, he's giving himself about a 2.5, 3 yard peg out here. So he'll line this up carefully so it shouldn't present any problems whatsoever.
So, Rod, I saw you and Burridge propping up the bar earlier, and he had a game against Jenny, and he had that rush
I can talk to Rob for 2 seconds.
to peg.
And he grievous, I heard.
And it landed right on the peg, a turnover, and he lost. He was looking slightly dejected.
Yes. That's always an unexpected one. All right. Black has been pegged out, and blue will follow suit. And Robert Fletcher is the 3rd player qualified for the semifinals and will face the winner of Avery Essick over here on Lawn 3. And commiserations to James Deeth, who did not play poorly.
No.
Just didn't get a whole lot of play. Robert hit when he needed to. James missed a couple of critical ones. And so Ben Rothman looks like he might be attempting to catch Robert for a quick courtside interview when they come over. So having a little conversation, obviously. These two, we mentioned on the live stream, these two have played a total of, coming into this event, played a total of 9 times. They played in a world champion in 2009, and Robert won in the quarterfinals there, and just like he did here. And then the 2014 McRobertson, they played as well. So Ben has given the thumbs up. So the microphone may be
James
able to
or
be picked
Robert,
up.
I'll take
He's
all
saying
comers.
things I can't hear him, but maybe some people on the live stream can. So to bring us an update, if we pan the cameras over to Lawn 3 while we await for this interview to kick up. So then we see that Matthew is
Checking to make sure that
approaching hoop 9 to set his leave. He has a slightly longish rush with a somewhat deep pioneer, but he's got the rush that he wanted and gets it right next to hoop 9, so it shouldn't be any real trouble. So we're going to update the scoreboard if we can, just to reflect upon this other match that's still in progress. Can I change the scoreboard to the other match? So, all righty. So,
Looks as if James and Rob are still talking about that kind of half double that Rob left. But it's all moot. James kicks it off in despair. His world is over, unfortunately for Jimbo. You know, he has the game to win it, doesn't he?
He does. There can be only one, though,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah. He's,
Well, like you said, you know, luck plays a factor
yeah.
at this stage. Everyone's capable of winning. But, you know, if you come out and just if the court happens to roll off, he got unlucky when Robert snicked that red ball that we couldn't even see move. You know, that thing was curling off, and had it moved even a 1/10 of an inch more, he might have actually won that game with a triple of his own. So there's never any telling what's going to happen. So
we're looking to see if we can get an interview with Rob.
I don't remember the exact scores of the Matthew Avery games. I believe Matthew won the first one with a triple against Avery's 9, and then Avery just won. I know he won the second one with a triple against Matthew's 9. So I'm going to leave those there for now as that. Someone may be able to prove me wrong as to. And then, oh, no, I'm sorry. Matthew won the second one. Avery won the first one. I'm backwards. And then Avery just won the third one. So I think it was 26 TP9 to Avery first game, and then the other way to Matthew, and then Avery just won 26 TP9. So it's been a solid match, back and forth. Neither player showing much weakness. They had a couple of failed hoop 1 attempts in game 2. Matthew putting the black ball very defensively all the way off of the east boundary, west, I should say, in his match. So, and he has blue and red with a rush pointed towards it, just inside of the of hoop 4, and yellow is taking the short shot, as you should against someone of Matthew's caliber of finishing.
Yep, I agree.
So, all right, we'll get the scoreboard up for you guys in just a minute.
So here's Mark's shot. He's pretty quick about playing these shots.
He is.
A shot at blue, and it
looks good. Oh, he just missed. He puts his head up in sort of frustration. I think he thought he had it. So it was just to the right from his perspective. We'll try to get the cameras pointed over there here in a second, but it looks like Robert is finally making his way to the north boundary, and Ben is there like a hawk ready to catch him. So, and we'll hopefully get a... So Reg is going to briefly depart. So Reg is going to briefly depart, but he will be back with us presently. So I will hold down the fort while he is away. But we may have a few minutes here. Ben is going to bring Robert Fletcher upstairs, I believe, to do the interview, because I don't know if the microphone actually works. Okay, so we'll have Robert up here in a minute, hopefully, to do the post-game interview. Meanwhile, Matthew is starting his potentially winning turn over here on lawn 3. So Avery missed with the yellow ball, and Matthew has now picked it up and is going to pop it out onto the lawn, trying to get a rush on red over to the black ball, which we cannot see, but it is off of the west boundary, just south of 6. So if Matthew can rush, he's given himself a bit of a cut rush, I will say. Maybe not quite a half ball, but almost. That looks like a good rush. Where's it going? Ooh, he's overcut that a bit. So he has rushed that about 5 or 6 yards, 4 or 5, north of that black. Not the end of the world by any means, but it does make getting this precise rush just a little bit trickier. So he has to do a wide-angled split now to send red out towards hoop 2 and get a rush on black. So it looks like he's actually going to sacrifice red being a perfect pioneer and play a little bit narrower of an angle of split so that it has more control. So yeah, I can't tell how that rush is pointed. So you see that red there, he's left well short of hoop 2, but it's still a reasonable pioneer again. And he's rushing black down. Ooh, it has some pace on it. Not a bad rush. It's gone a little deeper than he might like. And I'm joined here now with James Deeth and Robert Fletcher. Hello, gentlemen.
G'day, Tom.
So congratulations, Robert. Commiserations, James. Tough match. Just before I ask any specific questions, any thoughts from that? Anything that stood out to you during your play? That I saw you guys having a bit of a conversation there about maybe some of those NSLs where the ball may have gotten away from you a little bit at hoop 4.
Yeah, we were having a bit of a conversation about exactly that. Well spotted. Yeah, it was a little tricky around 3 back there. Yeah, so we were just talking about that and how, that kind of affected the match to some degree in terms of what shots were available. And then also on that last lift shot that James hit of mine, I didn't realize that he essentially about a yard out of balk, off the end of A balk, ended up with a shot and what he ended up hitting of the ball at hoop 4, which was a bit careless of me. I just didn't even realize it was in play there. And yeah, James hits 2 straight to leave those.
And so, James, you had obviously you hit 2 of those NSL balls in the first game and the second game. In the second game, we had a debate up here in the booth whether or not that you had a double. The ball, you hit it on the north side of the hoop, and you ended up driving it to about level with hoop 4 on the east boundary. Could you see the blue ball in the background?
No, they weren't a target at all. It was 2 completely separate balls.
So how much of that red could you see?
Oh, sorry, on the third game.
Was it the third one? Yeah, second or third, whichever one it was where you could see the red ball north of.
Yeah, so I've got a full blue ball on the boundary, which is what I'm aiming at.
Okay.
And I've got, about a third of red sticking out on the side of the target.
And you hit about as much of it as you could see, I think.
Yeah, no,
because you hit
I one of my good shots. Which,
yes.
Unfortunately, not enough of them today. Yeah, Robbie was just too good on the day, and good luck to him for the rest of it.
Yeah, Robert, you looked extremely solid out there. Everything seemed to be well under control. You had a bit of good luck there with that one boundary line hit, and it was curving off on you, but you just happened to take a piece of paint off of that red ball.
Yeah, I did.
So,
yeah, definitely a bit of luck.
Yeah, we had made the remark that almost every single shot down that boundary had curled in, and hardly anyone had actually hit. For the last several days, we had seen that on this lawn, down that from the corner 3 down the east boundary. So
I found on my shots down that boundary that in the warm-up it was straight. I just found when I took my shots down there, I just hit bad shots. So I just wasn't close.
Yeah, I kind of found as long as I was hitting it with enough pace, it wasn't I wasn't really getting any noticeable hill. Not enough to worry on a 19-yarder.
Because you had that takeoff down to yellow when it was a few yards out of the corner that curled in on you considerably. When you were coming from blue, taking off down the boundary to get to hoop 1. And so seeing that, we kind of made us think like, okay, maybe there's some serious character on that boundary to be considerate of.
Yeah, I think there's definitely character. It just depends on the pace that you're shooting at. And I think the pace that James and I shoot at, it just wasn't a factor, looking anywhere from kind of 22, 23 yards and under.
So we had some questions about when you were running that last triple, right? There were some moments where we thought, so when you had done the beautiful roll shot to come back up to P. Lee behind 4-back, and then you decided to rush it back down the lawn. Reg and I were talking, and Reg made the comment that, he normally would be satisfied with the rush you had to just rush it straight over to Pinnault and do the takeoff because your touch had been extremely good. Was there a particular reason that you felt more comfortable doing the longer cut rush and then stop shotting it back up to the hoop?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a bunch of shots that I'm good at, I suppose. So it's more of what I'm kind of comfortable with. I mean, obviously, it's better to place any ball into position with a croquet stroke, rather than rushing and then kind of taking off. But yeah, in that situation, I mean, the textbook thing is just to is just to rush it, 2-6 and do the takeoff. But it's just kind of what I do, and I'm good enough at the cut rushes to. Well, I mean, it's just a rush for me. So obviously, had I not played a good croquet stroke, then I'd just do the kind of the rush to 6 or as close as I can, and then just take off. But yeah, just a personal preference.
Just to cut in a little bit, over on lawn 3 we're working on getting better cameras for the viewers so that we don't just have this wide angle webcam from the window up here. But Matthew was on a 5th turn triple attempt, had Peely in good shape, had an angled hoop 3, and trying to make it with a little bit of a jump so that he would have some control. He's stuffed hoop 3. So now it's looking like Mark Avery is going to take over and run his first break where he has the opportunity for a TPO. Matthew will be for hoop 3 and 4 back unless he gets rush field. So that is just to keep the viewers updated, and we're trying to improve our camera situation so that we can get you guys some good quality feed for that.
So
that is the Secnd and Avery match, game 4.
So, James, I'd like to ask you a question really quick. Both of you during the course of that match set nothing, I believe, but NSLs. I think, Robert, I've seen you mostly set NSLs throughout the times I've seen you play. I might be wrong about that, but I see you set quite a few of them. James, is that your preferred leave? Because we had some discussions up in the booth about NSLs versus diagonals and about how easy they are to set up or to get that ball perfectly placed. What's your preference there?
I do a mixture. I used to never do NSLs because with my old mallet, the shot out of corner 4 wasn't great, just the wrong ratio. Today, it was going to be a diagonal in the first game until I was stuck in 3 back. It was going to be a diagonal in the third game, but with such a poor 3-back pioneer, I had to send the other one down, and it just sort of presented itself as let's play an NSL instead. So I was quite happy with the diagonal and take the delayed TP when he misses, but Robbie doesn't miss much.
And we were kind of talking about that. Reg was up here and he was saying how he is strictly diagonals. He does not set NSLs. He thinks that just the management of that ball around hoop 4, which in both, in several games did have some character trouble, give you guys some trouble with the character around that hoop, is just more trouble than it's worth. And he feels good enough about getting the delayed TP. So on conditions like this, where the hoops are maybe just a little bit firmer on, if you happen to come up on an angle, but where the delayed TP doesn't present a huge amount of trouble, as Robert, as you go forward, or James, you had to do it again, you would have probably played more diagonals and just been a little safer on the leave?
Not necessarily. As the conditions get harder, I'd go more for NSLs.
Really?
Because you just keep all the balls in control, take everything to 3 back, and then just tidy up at the end. You don't want to leave anything behind and make your life easier.
This is true. And Robert?
Yeah, I mean, if like the lawns have to get pretty difficult before, I just revert to diagonal spreads. But I think, what an NSL or an MSL gives you in terms of options, I think you're just leaving too much on the table if you don't have that. For most players in their repertoire, especially over a best of 5 or just over the course of a championship like this. Yeah.
Had a lot of very technical questions. I have a couple of fun ones. James, what's the current tally on the bar tab? Are we looking at triple digits here, or are we still in double digits? I know you've been buying a lot of drinks for opponents to get this far in the tournament. Any guesses at what the tally is?
Unfortunately not, but they clear the tabs each day, so there's not a running total.
Oh, all right. Well, hard luck. All right, and Robbie, is this tournament different with a beard? Did you grow the beard for the Florida heat so that you had less sunscreen on, or what is the the impetus behind this new facial feature?
I wish I put that much thought into it, but sun care is as good as anything, I think. Yeah.
It's to save on the sun cream.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, who knows what they put in sunscreen these days? So just better to block it out.
Yeah, an alarming study just came out about the one I use. So let's go back to the drawing board on that one.
I'm worried for you.
Yeah, well, it might have already be too late.
All right, Mark is on to hoop 3. It doesn't look like he's organized for any sort of TPO here, so we might just be seeing a break around and see if he sets another NSL.
So
some more questions for these guys?
Yeah, there was one more I want to ask. So earlier in the live stream, Andrew Gregory, when this y'all's match started, Andrew Gregory brought up the fact that y'all have played historically 9 different times, and which I guessed correctly. I don't know how, and it's been spread out over McRobertson, some World Championships for many years now. I know, Robert, that you've played Matthew quite a bit, especially in the last few years. Do you have much experience playing Mr. Avery?
Recently, yes. I'd say we played in the semi-finals of the British Open. But in general, yeah, we've played a bit, but I played Mark, well, at least once, but I don't know. I don't think, actually, no, I can think of a couple of times, but he wasn't in the best form, so I don't think it was, he seemed to have a few years there where he was not in his best form, and then these last maybe 4 or 5 years, I think he's been playing as well as ever, and we had a great match in Nottingham, actually, in the semi-final there, which he won in 5, and then went on to win the British Open, which I think made him had the biggest gap between wins.
Yes, 36 years.
Right. Which was a fantastic achievement. So, so we've had some matches. Not a lot of matches. But we I guess some good recent ones.
If you had your pick of opponents at the end of this match, do you have a preference?
No, I don't have a preference. Yeah, I mean, it's there are things you can control and things you can't, and
you don't really worry about those other
and
things.
opponents. It's definitely in the box of things that I can't control for sure.
All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for stopping in to answer our questions, and good luck to you, Robert, and the rest of the tournament. So, and we will see what happens by the end of this match today and who you'll be facing tomorrow.
And congratulations, James, on a tournament well played.
Yes, sir.
Cheers.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, guys. All right. So we're back into the immediate action here. So unfortunately, and we had a little interlude just to explain it earlier, but the triple attempt that Matthew started has unfortunately broken down by Matthew splitting, or Matthew stuffing, I should say. Splitting is not the right word here. It's a croquet word, but not the correct one. Matthew stuffing an angled hoop 3 on his triple attempt, giving Mark Avery an easy way back in. So Mark Avery now has just made hoop 5 and has preloaded 2 back with partner, as we've seen in the last couple of matches that we've seen. With the yellow ball, this is his first break around. So a lot of pressure on Matthew right now. This is obviously only the first break, but Matthew is staring down the barrel of having only one more shot, potentially, before the end of this match. Mark has been in great form, 2 triples. He's missed a couple of his hit-ins, but he's managed to survive it. And Matthew will have to make one hit. I believe the last game when Avery set the leave, Matthew narrowly missed by about maybe, well, it wasn't the narrowest to miss, but he missed the NSL leave that Mark had set from A-Balk. And then started this game, he did make a really good hit-in to hit the super shot leave and go around. But he'll have potentially one more shot to make if Avery finishes this turn in control.
To keep his tournament hopes alive.
Keep it alive. So a lot of pressure is going to be on Matthew to come off the bench. He's not going to be feeling great after having dropped that triple turn to even things.
So, Tom, what do you think? With the tournament on the line, Mark's up a game. If Mark sets a nice leave, if there's a choice of a short shot, Mark could very well put the balls at 19 yards, and it's just there's no choice. And then, you shoot whichever shot you think is going to go straighter. But if he gave Matthew a 16-yarder, like level with hoop 5, versus that would be like a 23-yarder from B-Balk, what shot do you shoot, knowing that he might finish and you might not get another shot in the tournament?
So I think I would ask myself, 2 questions. The first one is, how well have I been hitting? Is that couple extra yards going to make a big difference to whether I hit or not? If I've been slamming 16-yarders dead in the middle pretty consistently, then it's like, all right, I'm going to bet on myself to make the 16-yarder again. If I've just been snicking balls a little bit or missing a couple, then it's like defense, there's a higher percent chance that I might miss. Defense might be the name of the game here. And then the second question is, how good has Mark's peeling turns been looking? Have they all been on time? Has he had any sort of adventurous turns in there? Has he failed any? And he has not failed.
Yeah, of course, the problem is with the NSL that shooting from B-Balk doesn't necessarily end up being too defensive. So
right.
maybe you shoot the short shot knowing that he's already got a chance at a standard TP if you miss from 23 yards. The short shot, there are some plays to organize things just as well as if you miss the long shot into corner 4. But yeah, I think I would be pretty tempted to shoot the short shot, especially on NSL, because they have a chance for the standard triple either way.
Yeah. And the NSL, so it'll be interesting to see. So if Mark Avery wants Matthew to lift the hoop 2 ball, the unfortunate thing is that
it looks like, it also looks like he popped him to 4.
Right, because Matthew was stuck in the jaws.
4, hoop 4. But yeah, the ball that's left at hoop 2, if he picks that one up.
Right. Then, so if Mark Avery wants him to leave the on time, he knows Matthew wants to pick up blue, right? Which means putting blue at hoop 2.
Oh, it looks like he's left black at 2, though, yeah?
Interesting.
Okay,
so he must be worried about Matthew hitting it. So his idea might just be like, okay, I'll put blue over at hoop 4. You can hit, but it's not going to be a very easy build out of here to keep the break going. So, which is probably prudent. What this does mean, though, is Matthew will be lifting the hoop 4 ball, and your prospects of an on-time triple go down a little bit if Matthew decides to hit the defensive shot.
So black is really close to hoop 2, and currently it looks like we saw in the other match where it was a little bit too close to the balk line, and James hit a third of it. I think it looks like black is possibly hittable from B-balk. So it would be like a 9.5 yarder, but it's probably only half a ball or something like that. I don't know that I would choose a half of a 9 yarder over a clean open 16 yarder, but it would allow Matthew to lift his back ball blue and play it at black. Of course, Mark could still tidy that ball up. Mark might be setting a reverse NSL for all we know, because that way he could be on the west side of the court, and if Matthew hits with blue, none of the balls would be close to hoop 4.
Yeah, Matthew's going to have to make, basically, I think he's just going to have to put on his mallet and say, if I miss, it's over. If I hit, I win.
Yeah, backwards hat, red hat. What are we talking here, hat wise?
Oh, it's definitely a backwards red hat moment.
Okay.
So, but for those viewers in other countries who may not be familiar with Matthew Essex's MO,
he very much believes in the Sunday Tiger, where Tiger Woods used to wear like a red shirt on Sundays and play his best golf. But Matthew has a red hat that actually says what Sunday Tiger on it.
Something like that. And it's an old beat-up ball cap.
Used to be an Emirates cap, I think.
And it is his sort of final good luck charm. He wears it at all of his major.
You can see our I Do Live Sports crew there in the black shirt. That is Armando, our director and producer. And in the white up under the tent is Marco, our cameraman. So they are working really hard to get those cameras over so you guys get a better view of the end of this match.
And you will also see to the left of Marco there is in the high seat with the other camera is John Graney, who for the YouTube channel that we are streaming on has been filming some of the non-featured matches just to record and release later.
Yeah, so
and we've also talked about maybe doing some overlaid post commentary on those afterwards. But so this entire match, I assume he's been filming for the entirety of the match, or at least most of it. The majority of that match, at least, should be filmed and released later, even though we were featuring this long on the live stream.
I think John was on court 7 with us, but a couple hours ago when Logan finished up at 3:00, I think John probably switched over. So not all of Matthew's match will be on there, but I think all of my match will be on there. Oh, there you can see Matthew with the red hat, red sleeves.
It's forwards.
Sporting the new Team USA kit, which allows for navy pants, which I don't necessarily recommend on sunny days here, but today it seems reasonable.
I don't know if I could pull off the navy pants.
The camera seems to be drifting.
I didn't touch anything. Oh, the other Tom. There we go. It's coming back. Woo! Swung back hard. All right. Shiver me timbers. We're taking on a lot of water. All right. So little turbulence there, little rocking on the waves, but we're at it again. So it's a stormy sea out there, people. I am not an expert. So Armando is thankfully walking back upstairs. All right. No. Now we're zooming all the way out. So Michael Kernigan says, that's good news. I saw the balding Fordyce already. Yes, neither I nor Edmund's proudest performance ever. Thankfully, I was just in a little bit better form. Edmund missed his hit-ins, unfortunately, kind of like the fate I suffered the next day against Matthew. Edmund is obviously a very capable player. But, yes, we did have a a fun first round. Well, fun for me, but we had an interesting first round. So Armando is hopefully back soon, so he's able to. Yeah, the captain is back in the bridge and is hopefully able to right the ship. So I'm running out of nautical references for what's going on with this camera, so let's get this under control
we
soon.
did see Ahab Abdulwahab out there, if you want
is
to go
that
with
who it
one
was?
more.
As,
Sharif and his
Call me
brother.
Ishmael. All right.
There you go. I think we've a circle gets the square.
So
So we see Matthew considering his shot choices. Hopefully Armando can rectify whatever wrongs I've done pressing buttons. We can see Adam Peck there measuring out the court for tomorrow's semifinal. Again, great thanks to Omero and the lawn crew that's been keeping things going, and Michael Albert and Adam Peck, and Rocky Smith that are, or is that Tom Cooper, Rocky Smith and Adam Peck that are currently measuring out the lawn to get us some new hoop holes for tomorrow.
no, that's Michael.
Okay, you can see Mark Avery walking off the court after a successful break of 9 hoops. He took 9, as the parlance goes. It's kind of like running the table in billiards. So we talk a lot about how this game is chess on grass, but it's the tactics of chess, the accuracy and skill, a little bit of golf, certainly, putting, and then the turn building and creativity of billiards. So Mark just effectively ran the table in taking 9 hoops. Now from this angle, we see Matthew's looking at that hoop 2 ball. So that is corner 2 with the red flag. And Matthew is looking at black, which is his forward ball.
Yeah, so this has become an old standard. And interesting. So blue is in the midst of the lawn and has no double, I believe, to red and yellow. Otherwise, I think we'd see Matthew take that right away because he would actually have a cannon opportunity if he hit yellow into that corner. But so it'll be interesting to see what Matthew decides to do here.
Yeah, obviously the ball that helps Mark the most currently is that ball sitting at hoop 2. If Matthew leaves that there, then Mark just gets a rush to hoop 1, and he will already have a ball sitting there, a nice tidy ball at hoop 2, which is why Matthew is now playing the ball that can't finish the game. So if Matthew hits in here, he could make 3 hoops, but he's more likely to just set a leave. Blue is the ball that for Matthew could actually finish this game in 1 turn. So this is a bit of a conservative play, taking away the hoop 2 ball.
So now the question becomes, off of this boundary, how much character there is, because on the immediate adjacent court 6, there is quite a bit of drop off on that south boundary on the next lawn over. And you can see these brown patches sort of in front of the cabana. So I don't know how true this boundary is. Matthew's obviously one of those people who hits it at a much firmer pace. So
this is a 13-yarder. It's going right to
almost
corner 4. We're
she's
trying
bucking,
to get
Captain.
That camera over
She's
there
rocking
for
in the
ya.
waves. A little more to the left.
We'll
and
do it like radio. Big backswing,
It's
head
off,
down,
and
he
center balled
it into the corner.
All right, so we're off to the races.
There we go. Marco's on it. So now you can see how there was no double there because yellow was like 2 yards away up the boundary. And that was enough of a gap that if he shot with blue, there was probably a foot between those balls.
Probably.
And so he's played the forward ball. In theory, Matthew could run 3 hoops and set a leave. But in making 4 back, he'd be giving Mark a lift. So he'd have to set a leave away from all the balk lines. What I think is a lot more likely for a player of Matthew's caliber is to spread these balls out more than 25 yards. Yeah. So there's no short shots for Mark, and set up blue with hopefully a chance to build a finishing turn.
So he's popped it out a little bit. He's rushing yellow up into the midst of the lawn near blue. And we will see where he decides to place this yellow ball. So what leave are you foreseeing here, Ben?
So where red is, I assume he's going to try to put yellow somewhere deep, maybe near corner 3, and then try to get blue over to the west side of the lawn and set a useful rush, whether that's toward corner 3. Oh, looks like he's going due north.
Yeah. So
blue is for 4. We can assume Mark's going to lift red because Mark does not want a ball anywhere near hoop 4 because that is the hoop that Matthew needs to score on blue's turn, which will be the next turn. Oh, we're going for the break. He was going for a rush to 4 back. That's why he was sending yellow
very
there.
disappointed with that.
He wanted to rush to 4 back. He was just going to be peg and 4 and set a lift leave. But this should change everything. I guess not.
He's going for it. He did this against me in our first game, and the one mistake he made in that match was he overdid his rush off of the ball that was a little south of the peg, and he rolled up to 2, shot it firmly from about 2 yards out, and clanged it.
Has Mark been hitting everything?
No.
Let's see. Yeah, the reason Mark got in was because Matthew missed hoop 3.
He's straight on the hoop, but he's about 2.5 yards back.
Really aggressive because even if this works, he then gives Mark a lift. I kind of favored, putting those balls 30 yards apart and going over to the west boundary, setting a useful rush to 4.
Big swing.
He's through nicely. All right. Mischief managed. He has dealt with the hurdle, the adversity of not getting a good rush to his hoop, and now he should be in good shape here. So you can see him refocus. We'll see if he takes a little off this shot to try to hit blue gently, but at that missable distance, he might just hit it hard. And if he can't send it all the way to Rover while going to yellow, we might see him go dig out red.
Yeah, I learned my lesson the hard way when I was playing Matthew. After that failure at hoop 2, it was on 3rd turn, and I got to have a lift to the end of B-balk, and I decided to try to hit an 8-yarder softly to try and keep it near hoop 2, and I paid the price.
I saw that shot.
Yes.
It's 8 yards from B-balk to the hoop, and that ball was a couple yards closer, but it was, it was just one of those focus issues like you were talking about with Reg, where you're just not turning in your best performance. I missed an 8 and a 9-yarder today at the beginning of my match with Logan. It's just hard to really appreciate the opportunity, but as I tell people, sometimes in the middle of your break, you give yourself a 7 to 10 yarder you have to hit. Yeah. And I find one of the mental tricks is to imagine my opponent left me this shot, and I'm a lot more focused and eager to hit. And that allows you to kind of forget the error that got you that such a tough shot, if that helps. The problem is if you're having trouble taking advantage of the opponent giving you a 7-yarder, then maybe you have to imagine you made the hoop to there, and this is just a return Croquet. You have to find some mental trick that allows you to put on a good swing.
So Michael Kernigan says, I expected Americans to have home field advantage, but at this point it doesn't look like it. So unfortunately, Michael, on lawns of this quality, I don't really think any player from any country is advantaged or disadvantaged.
We had 6 players out of 32 in the knockout. We had 5 left for the round of 16, and then we had 2 in the round of 8. So
with an unfortunate fact that me and Matthew had to knock one of those 5 out anyway.
Right. I think we were pretty well represented. I'm not sure if it comes down to home field advantage, although I think Zach had a wonderful tournament, and these are his home courts. We do play here, but Zach literally lives here, and this is his 3rd season as the pro at the National Croquet Center.
I believe so.
Hopefully they can get him a nice contract and reward him for his loyalty and his time here, because the courts have gotten a lot better since he was the pro here.
They have. This is the best I've ever seen the NCC courts run, and they're very beautiful at the moment. Good speed, very true.
Yeah, they can be a little tricky around the boundaries, but the fact that they've gotten rid of a lot of the curves, and some of that's Omero and his crew, but I think a lot of that is Zach's attention to detail, because as a top player, he recognizes just what big effect these things can have. So what is Matthew thinking about right now, Tom? He's just scored penult.
Yeah. So he's got to be thinking about what type of leave he's going to set now that he's given up a lift. Red is still a few yards off of the east boundary, over the other side of 4. So
he's sent yellow deep. I assume that's going to be his reception ball. Yeah. He's going to make Rover to hit yellow first. And now he wants to send red somewhere that would be helpful for the leave. And then he might just take off to the hoop from blue. I assume he wants a rush on blue first.
Yeah.
So here we go. We can get a better view there. So yellow's in good position. If he makes the hoop hard or soft, so long as he goes through by a yard or more, even to the south boundary, he'd be able to hit yellow. Now we'll see if he's going to put red. So if blue is for 4, useful places for red are near the peg, near hoop 5, near hoop 6. I think it's a little late to get it tight to hoop 6. Yeah. Might just set an old standard.
He's throwing it out pretty deep. Black is trailing towards the peg. Ooh, he's just to the side of it.
Yeah. I think he got a good rush, but yeah, a little flirting with disaster there if that had stopped within a foot of the peg.
You don't expect it to happen, but it does happen.
So we might just see some sort of old standard, whether it's a traditional where his balls are in corner 4, much like Mark's leave, or a reverse old standard where Matthew could go all the way to corner 2, which is very far from hoop 4. But what it means is if Mark misses a shot, he won't be missing into corner 2. He would be missing into corner 4, which is where Matthew would love to have a ball. That's a good takeoff.
That is very good. So
yeah, we might see Matthew, send one ball to the east side of the court, one ball to the west, and then we'll see if he rushes blue away toward corner 4 or corner 2 for an old standard leave, where you're just trying to get the balls at least 40 feet apart. You don't really maximize the hit-in distance, but it's not easy to put a good enough swing on to hit a 40-footer knowing the game is on the line. And while Mark is ahead, sometimes you feel more pressure being ahead like that, where you think you want to win it now, you don't want to lose momentum to your obviously skilled opponent. All right, so he's not going to red. Maybe he's just leaving red.
It's an old standard, I think, of some sort. So red is
He's happy with red already. Oh, it's a deep red. All right, over by 2.
So
that might be kind of a short shot from, might be around an 11 to 12-yard shot from Bebok to shoot it red. But yeah, it looks like he's going to go hide in corner 4.
It's going to be a little longer than that because I think it's about 4 or 5 yards south of 2.
Yeah, 3.5 yards south of 2 is a 12-yarder.
Right, and it's about 5 yards south of 2. So,
all right.
So
13-yarder.
13, 14.
It's going to be consistent with the old standard where all the shots are about 13, 14 yards. That kind of forces your opponent to make a decision. If most of the shots are 18 yards and there's one 13-yarder, becomes pretty clear what the shortest shot is. But sometimes making it a bevy of options, they don't know which one's shorter. It takes them longer to decide. The only problem with that is if all of the shots are the same distance, then you pick the one over ground that you know is flat rather than shooting down a boundary or something where you're not sure. There you can see Michael walking off like Thor with Mjolnir. A heroic journey across the lawn with that big old hammer. And now Matthew has put 2 balls on the east boundary, so it could be a double target from Bebok, but it would be a really long double target. It's much more likely that Mark will shoot one of the 13-yard options. So I think yellow at black is probably about 13 yards. Yellow at red, Bebok to red, those are all about 13 yards. So we'll see if Mark can hit a 40-foot shot to give himself a finishing turn. I assume he would play red because red is his back ball.
Yeah, at this point, if you're facing this and Matthew only needing to run one break, regardless of how aggressive or defensive it is, I think you need to hit with the ball. You need to run and just make this the last turn. I don't think you really want to start getting into a leave and hit match with Matthew.
Yeah, the most defensive shot would be yellow could shoot from A-Bach at red and end up in corner 2 if it misses. But Matthew, with a ball in a corner and a ball in the lawn 12 yards away, is probably going to pick up that break anyway. It's just a question of whether or not he'll get the triple. Mark's looking at possible doubles from Bebok. You can see got a bit of a scowl going. Doesn't like that shot. It's too long, I assume.
Yeah. So if we remember, Matthew is for hoop 4 with blue. So
why is it 12? Isn't he?
With blue.
Oh yeah, so he's for the peg. He doesn't need a triple. He just needs the break.
Right.
Gotcha.
So he's for hoop 4 with blue. He's for peg with black. He needs one break. So this is giving up a lot because Matthew has a boundary line rush, albeit maybe a 3-yarder, 4-yarder, up towards yellow. And if he can get past yellow at all, regardless of where red puts this, that's a start of a good 3-ball break.
Right, and if red misses, it might give blue a chance to hit red, get a better rush on black, and then he'll have a 4-ball. So this is a very hittable shot. Like I said, most of these shots are about 13 yards, but a miss is almost surely a game ender. You'd expect an opponent in the quarterfinals of the Worlds to build and run this break, 90% of the time, 95% of the time.
So the other problem with this shot is even if he hits it, it is not a straightforward build.
Yellow's also almost peg high. This might be one of the longer shot options. He's missed yellow. Did he set up a double with the other ball?
Nope.
No. Okay, so Matthew will have a couple yard shot at red. I don't know if it got all the way to the corner.
I think it got pretty close.
Or he might just hit black if it's closer. He could also rush yellow to red and rush red to hoop 4 because now red and black are kind of the close balls to his hoop.
Mark started walking after that shot almost the second he hit it, and he looked like
Leaning forward.
The way he almost slowed down, it looked like he thought he hit something.
Huh.
So, I can't
Might have gotten some hill. But here comes Matthew with his Sunday Tiger hat on. Glasses on the hat. I'm not sure how much that helps with the sun protection to add the glasses to the hat. That way, does the hat not get sun damaged?
It's reflecting heat. All right, so he's going with
hard
red.
in the corner immediately.
Yeah. So these are the kind of shots that most players will never play in this position.
If you're golf croquet world champion and world team champion, your team says, "Yeah, we didn't expect you to miss a 6-yarder,"
and he didn't. So,
dealer's choice on that one. You wouldn't want to talk a doubles partner into that shot, but if they like it, and that way he can pop red out, maybe put it as a reception to 4, or just take off and get a better rush on black so that he can hopefully get himself a better rush on yellow. If he really wanted, he could just take off to try to get a rush on black to 4. But no, it looks like he's going to pop red out, maybe red to 5, hit black, and he's going to take off for his rush on yellow. Let's see. I could definitely understand that corner's got a little bit of a dry spot. So I could understand not wanting to rush toward the corner and having to take off from 3 yards to get behind that ball.
yeah.
So instead of using it as the pioneer for the hoop, he's just going to hit it first, send it out to 5, get a rush to yellow. And as we pan over or switch cameras, might get a great angle to see if red successfully got to 5. I think
He's about 2-3 yards behind it.
Yeah, red's close enough to 5 to be serviceable for a build. Certainly closer than any ball is to 4. So again, this break is going to get tighter as things go along. For these top players, the first hoop of the break should be the hardest one.
Yes.
Once you get that break going, these players, everything gets more controlled and in better position as the break goes on.
Matthew pulling back, I think the wind there was just kind of bothering him slightly.
We've had a first refusal. Those of you in the bar know what that means. Oh, little cut.
Little extra cut. Came up short.
Promote
where he
black.
wanted, but still he'll make this hoop most likely.
Okay, so
more likely than
what
not.
is
He'll
it about
run.
these even hoops that makes them easy to build on, Tom?
So even if Matthew sends this yellow ball quite deep, as long as he doesn't send it out of bounds, he can accept any 1 yard or so hoop position and just play it a firm stroke, nice comfortable stroke, all the way to the boundary. And he will get a natural reverse. Oh, that's a little longer than a yard.
outside a yard, but a 4-footer, just like he opted for the 6-yarder to start the turn.
These
a
hoops have
4-foot
responded
hoop
well
shot
to
is-
firm shots, as long as you hit them somewhere near the middle. And I expect this to go through to the boundary, and he'll have a reverse rush. Yep.
Yep, I saw a lot of those today from Logan McCorkindale.
Yes.
A tough approach and then just drilling the hoop shot. Sometimes it looks like it swished or maybe hit one stanchion, which is quite impressive. We had the hoops reset. Thanks again to the grounds crew that made sure that the hoops were set nicely. That is, Adam Peck and Michael Albert and Tom Cooper getting everything set up nicely. And that left us these really tight hoops. And Logan still just made them to the boundary, made them look easy. You can see on some of these close-ups that the hoop definitely like wiggles and the sand kicks up in the air because it's just not offering a ton of resistance in a sand-based court, even though they set them real tight.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see. We mentioned it earlier, but the experimentation that Zach Watson's done with like a finned quadway here. It'll be very interesting to see if a design like that can bring a lot of the benefits of a quadway, but still maintain some more difficulty in soft soil, because obviously in firm soil like we had at Chesapeake Bay, they're just as tough as they come. You wouldn't want to make them any tougher than that.
I don't know if the Chesapeake Bay conditions made for a very interesting golf croquet worlds.
It would be
I think it would be
brutal.
Yeah, just really difficult to play American or association rules there, where a 1.5 foot hoop shot was 50-50.
Yeah.
And it just
you
became
wouldn't
really
be running them with
difficult.
the control ever.
Never. So I'd like to, we can see Matthew organizing a really nice 4-ball. So you see he's got red as reception, and then he has black about halfway between his current hoop and the next hoop, and that is his pivot ball. Allows him to pivot from one ball at a hoop to the next one, and yellow is up ahead at his next hoop. We call that the Pioneer. So this is a pretty classic break, and I assume Matthew's going to give you all a great little clinic on how to manage this break, get good rushes, and keep yourself out of trouble. He's going to try to keep these balls away from the furniture. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Beach Club for their generosity in allowing us to use their 2 full-size lawns. And again, Eileen Sue for running the tournament there during the block stages. I think they're doing some of the plate events there. I'm not sure if that's still going on today. Do you know if they're doing that at the Beach Club today?
I haven't heard. I think I saw. Well, I can't lay claim on whether or not I saw Eileen earlier today. For some reason, I think I did. But that
I
may have
saw
been-
her here, but yeah, I don't know. I know they did some of maybe the plate block over there, but now that we're down to the knockout, it might all be over here. But thank you for the Beach Club for allowing us to use those lawns. That really allowed us to pump up the numbers to 72 instead of a 64-player tournament. So I'm sure the qualifiers appreciate it, and some of our member places that came from the underrepresented countries appreciated that. And so, including, I believe, Switzerland, Latvia, Egypt, the players who I don't think would have had a ranking spot. That's a tricky angle, but look, now we can see it's a nice straight-on hoop shot. I'd also like to thank the Croquet Foundation of America for making these courts at the National Croquet Center available to the USCA for free for tournaments such as these. So that is a very generous gift from the Croquet Foundation of America and David McCoy. Thank you for that. And Sandy James, Fine Food and Productions, the exclusive caterer for the National Croquet Club. Have you been enjoying the Sandy James Fine Foods?
I have indeed. So they've been taking really good care of us throughout the week, as they always do.
Do you have a favorite food that they offered this week? Was there one that really hit the spot?
So I ordered off the menu a couple of times, and they have a very good sirloin burger. That
They
is probably
grind
one of
their
the.
own?
I'm not exactly certain on that, but it is one of the finer burgers I've had down this way.
Nice.
So if anyone has looked at it on the menu and is waffling whether or not to try it, it is worth the effort.
I got it. Burger and waffles, right? No? Is that not what you said?
If that's your preference, yeah.
All right. I'd also like to thank the USCA for hosting this tournament, all the wonderful work they did to get this organized, including Bev Cardo, Michael Albert, Jeff Sue, and the whole organizational committee, Rocky and Elaine Smith. The USCA fosters croquet in all its forms, from the backyard game to the modern sport played on 6-wicket courts. We invite anyone to come and join us in the U.S. croquet community. This broadcast is made possible by USCA members like some of you. Visit croquetamerica.com for more information.
And then, like to thank the World Croquet Federation. Sorry, there, had a little hiccup. World Croquet Federation is the international governing body for the sport of croquet. They have organized world championships in association and golf croquet, including this one, the 19th Association Croquet World Championship. The first one was in 1989, correct?
All right, yeah.
And these are the individual championships. They also organize the team championships, such as the McRobertson Shield, which is the AC World teams that we will be playing in England next summer, and the Openshaw Shield, which was hosted in Launceston, Tasmania earlier this year, where the USA, including myself and Mr. Rothman, took our first ever gold. So happy about that.
Always,
and then,
we'll always have Tasmania, Tom.
Yes, we'll always have Tasmania. And then also the women's AC and GC individual championships and over 60 and under 21 GC individual championships. We don't yet have a under 21 AC world championship yet. There's not as many players in the young category.
Well, hey, you're on one of the WCF committees. Make it known, Tom.
I'm only on the rules committees, but for GC.
Make a rule.
So,
make a rule that they should
GC,
have an
for
under 21
GC.
AC Worlds. Ooh, this is kind of his first big roll shot here. So Matthew's gone from the first lap around, where you end up going through the middle hoops. He started at hoop 4. Now he's going to the second lap around, where he's going from 1 back to 2 back. It's a lot bigger distance between the hoops. So he had kind of a big roll split there, but it looks like it landed nicely. That red ball's within a yard of where you'd want it. You got a nice rush on yellow. Everything's good and under control here. And you can look up these game results and other results at croquetscores.com. Looking for croquet scores from a recent tournament? Look no further. Tim Murphy has created a resource for finding GC, AC, American rules, and even recent ricochet scores. Croquet scores at www.croquetscores.com.
So Matthew here has gotten everything pretty much tidied up to where he wants it. So he'll be rushing, he'll be sending the yellow ball back over to 4-back and rushing black down to tidy up his 3-back Pioneer, which...
Well, I think the 3-back Pioneer is, it's not right in front of 3-back, and it's a little bit inside the box that those outer 4 hoops make. But I think that's ideal because you're usually going to be coming either from 2-back or from the middle of the lawn. So long as he ends up either west, which is the 2-back side, or north of that red ball, he'll have a rush to position. So I don't know if it needs tidying. He just wants to end up on the northwest side of it somewhere. So everything looks in good control. And I see that he moved his pivot ball to straight between 3-back and 4-back. I think that shows his lack of trust in these hoops.
Yeah, so it's been very common throughout the week that people have had to come through the hoops with a little less control than normal. So especially if you come up on them slightly angled, you have to add just a little bit more power. And so like this, it's slightly angled, a little bit longer. So to run it comfortably, if you don't end up catching wire, and you see right there, he runs it actually a little bit past red and all the way down next to black. So
if it had gone another 4 yards, he's just hitting black.
Right. So it's not a bad idea to keep your pivot ball in between you and the next hoop, because this actually happened to me earlier yesterday in my match against Matthew, which was I did not get great position on hoop 1, ran all the way past the reception ball, which I had not put that deep, all the way to the hoop 2 ball. And I was unable to recover things from there with a couple of bad takeoffs. So had I had a pivot ball in the middle somewhere that was lurking maybe another 5 yards behind me, I would have much preferred to just take that pivot ball back down the court.
It's okay, Tom.
So
it's not your fault.
It'll never be okay.
Let it go. Let it go, big guy. You got this. It's an easy game and you're good at it.
Well, I wasn't yesterday.
But it does help. Usually I'm trying to put that pivot ball kind of directly between the hoop I'm making and 2 hoops ahead. So that ball that was at 3-back would get sent up to penultimate. So when I have control of these hoops, I want that pivot ball on that line. So I'm just doing straight drive shots for my croquet strokes. But these hoops, like you said, they offer such a challenge that I've been on these odd hoop approaches, whether it's, in this case, 3-back or 1-back or even penult. I'll put that pivot ball straight in the middle because I've been running these hoops sometimes 7 to 10 yards just to make sure it gets through.
Yeah, because we've seen already, Mark had one in his previous match this morning against Mr. Johnston and in his earlier game against Matthew, where he's tried to run a couple of hoops with control and has just sort of bobbled through them a few inches and ended up having a hampered stroke, which both times I witnessed it, he was able to hit his reception ball because he had put it at a good angle to do so.
It's hard to get lucky with that angle. Sometimes it's straight behind the hoop and you can just swing through the hoop or hit it from the back, as Matthew likes to do. Alternatively, you just have to predict. Are you going to grovel through and hill a little left and you'd like the ball on the right? Or are you going to grovel through and hill a little right and you'd like that reception a little bit left to allow you a clear shot? It's a bit of a crapshoot there. So the better play, send that pivot ball to a useful position so you can club it through and not worry about it. I would not be surprised to see Matthew put a deep ball here behind Rover. I like to do this on these 4 balls to the finish. You just, after he makes penalt, he'll put probably yellow deep behind Rover hoop. And that way, if you hill off to an angle, you can run Rover to the line and use that deep reception ball, Callum Highland style.
Yes, it's probably one of the more missed shots in AC to run Rover firmly and have about a 6-7 yard return and to just whiff it entirely.
It's a bad time for a missable shot.
Yeah.
After you've scored all of the hoops.
Yeah.
I'd like to remind you of some of our sponsors, including PFC Hoop Maker Mallets. They make custom mallets. The only way to score points is to make hoops. Use Hoop Maker Mallets. Make hoops, score points, win. Introducing the Formula 1 mallet. It's down there at the White Tie Croquet booth for you to try this week on the south side of the veranda. That is PFC Hoop Maker Mallets, an official sponsor of the USCA and these AC World Championships.
Russ Dilly has a question in the chat, which is, does anyone use Richie's rule for the reception ball? 1/3 of the way plus 1 yard?
No. We don't usually listen to John Riches.
I've never even heard of such.
I believe the idea is if you wanted your reception ball a yard past the hoop or a yard past 1/3 of the way past the hoop, you'd aim at 1/3 the distance between the hoop and where you want the reception ball for your approach shot. And that's like many heuristics or rules of thumb one might use. The expert croquet players are a lot more nuanced than that. So you might aim your split shot. You're aiming your mallet a little bit behind the hoop when you're approaching the hoop from an angle. But I have never really thought of considering John Ritchie's contributions when it comes to my croquet play. So now we're going to see Matthew. He did put a deep ball there, but didn't need to use it. Made Rover with control and avoided the Grievous. And that means we're going to be going to game 5, folks. So
Mark
this was plus 17, 26-9, no triple for Matthew, but you don't need the triple. You just need to get the win here.
So this is one of those moments where we can look back and say, had there just been a little tidier play when Mark Avery set the lead, it might have been a different game.
Right. He had to revert to an old standard, which, again, in the old days was the standard.
Yeah.
And people would actually peel their partner through 1 to set the old standard, because the old standard, you hit your partner, you could send it to 3. The other balls you've left on lawn are very rushable to 2, and you would be on your way to a triple. But we have better, tidier leaves, the diagonal, the new standard, the mom standard, summer leave, things like that that allow you to give the opponent longer shots and force them into giving you standard triples. And so the fact that Mark couldn't get that new standard organized, he played it safe in just spreading the balls out, but it left Matthew a 40-footer instead of, normally it's at least 50, maybe 60 feet for those hit-ins.
Yeah, and you just think, and obviously Matthew hit it center ball, and there's no guarantee that he wouldn't have just hit it just as well on a longer one. But to say that there is no difference between a 40-footer and even a 50-footer in terms of difficulty to hit is incorrect.
It's
because
ignorant. We saw with the nibble, as James Deeth was calling it, that Robert Fletcher hit down the sideline. I promise you, had that been 1 foot further away, it doesn't nibble. It just misses.
Yeah. So Mark will definitely be kicking himself a little bit for that. That was, not his normal. He's been playing very tight.
I could understand it. He was up a game, and he wanted to make sure he didn't have a poor error where Matthew had an 8-yarder. So he spread the balls out, made sure it was at least a 13-yarder. But I imagine here in Game 5, he's going to try a lot harder to get a much tighter leaving Matthew longer shots. So I'd like to mention another one of our sponsors of not just the USCA and this YouTube channel, but of this event, Oakley Woods Mallets, for all your croquet needs. Don Oakley uses various woods to make mallets. It's all in the name. Oakley Woods Mallets, featuring the Arrow Mallet at www.croquetstore.com, an official sponsor of the USCA and these AC World Championships. I played a lot this summer with the Kyle Maloof version of the Arrow Mallet. I really liked it. I can get some good stop shots on it. Not quite ready to give up on the Morford, but since Bob is no longer with us and making mallets, figured I should probably have a plan for the next mallet.
Yeah, back up just in case. You never know when an airport's going to do you dirty.
I'll probably end up with a Kyle Maloof Arrow Mallet because played really well this summer.
I might need to pursue one if it gives a better stop shot.
It did. I think I could get like an 8-1 with it. Not reliably like James Deeth, but you could get some really good stop shots on it, especially with one of the mid-flex shafts that he offers. I like the more firm shafts, but I could still get a good stop shot with loose wrists and kind of no follow through.
Yeah, I need to definitely work on different ways to get a better stop shot ratio. Yes, so we're just going to break for a quick 60-second commercial while we're resetting the hoops out here. You see David Maloof and Adam Peck, joined by Michael Albert, about to fix the court for the 5th and final game of the final quarterfinal.
The deciding game of these quarterfinals.
That's right, to determine who will have the privilege to play Mr. Fletcher. So we will be right back with you in a few moments, and stay tuned with these commercials. we're back, everybody. I'm Tom Balding.
I'm Ben Rothman.
And we are just here with you in the evening of our quarterfinal day at the 19th AC World Championship. And 3 of the 4 matches have concluded. On one side of the bracket, we have Reg Bamford, who tomorrow will be facing off against Logan McCorkindale.
So that's Reg representing the Republic of South Africa by way of London, where he's lived for at least 30 years, I believe.
Very long time.
But he's still repping South Africa. He plays for their team in GC. And Logan McCorkindale, who is representing New Zealand.
Yeah, Logan's been having a fantastic tournament. He got knocked out of the quarterfinals 2 years ago by Robert Fulford, who went on to win the event. And so we see here up on the screen what the current status of the bracket is. And then the last match we are waiting for will be this Matthew Essick Mark Avery match. We don't have Matthew Essick's second win up on the board just yet. Croquet Scores has not been updated,
Right,
but
so
it will be.
There will be 4 different countries represented in these semifinals, whether it's America or England in this last match. But we have Australian Robert Fletcher, world number 1. We have Reg Bamford, 5-time AC world champion, and Logan McCorkindale, who I think is a 2-time New Zealand Open champion, but doesn't have any tournament wins outside of New Zealand.
Does he not?
I don't think so. When I looked at his rankings, all 3 wins were in New Zealand, but he's top 7 in the world right now.
I think his win over you today will launch him into the top 5. He was only 2 points behind the players in front of him. They were both tied for 3rd and 4th, 2 points ahead of him. So I think this will be enough to have pushed him over the finish line.
Well, you're welcome. You should be thanking Logan, because had I beat him today, I think it would have given me the 6 points to vault over you.
No, this is fair. So, so my voodoo magic worked last night. So.
Oh, hey, rude. All right. Anyway, live from West Palm Beach, Florida, we're at the Charles P. Stuber National Croquet Center. This is WNCC. As we're getting ready for Game 5, the deciding game here in a best of 5. You can see it's been back and forth the whole way. Nobody has had a weird clip position failure, or if they did, they cleaned it up nicely, because those are some very clean scores. So when the opponent gets 9 points, why is that a clean score, Tom?
So 9 points is the standard number of hoops that you're going to run in your first break. So in AC, unlike in American rules, for those of our American friends, or any international friends who only play golf croquet, if you go through 1 back and 4 back, or hoops 7 and 10 respectively, in your first turn, you give up a lift to being ball in hand, or a lift to contact, as we call it. And this is obviously, for the top players, a very detrimental thing to allow your opponent to have.
Right. So this is a variation they came up with. This is Advanced Rules Association laws. So originally you could just run around to the peg and the opponents had to hit in, but they've added these lift hoops where you get a lift after 1 back and after 4 back. And yes, on that first time around, if you make 1 back for the first time in a game and 4 back in that same turn, the opponent doesn't have to hit in. They can just play contact. So the majority, almost every single person in this tournament, if they get their first break going, they will only make 9 hoops, and they will stop short of 4 back to avoid giving contact.
And that's what we were referencing earlier with Mr. Mark Avery, was setting the leave. And he set what we call the old standard leave, or a variation there of such. And setting a leave is what you do after you've made the 9th hoop. You plan not to make any further hoops, but you have given up a lift to a balk line. And so you need to arrange the balls in such an orientation where the opponent has no easy shots. Unfortunately, for Mark, the old standard leave was not the most optimal, and he gave Matthew a slightly shorter hit-in than you should probably be giving a player of Matthew's shooting caliber.
Yeah, in general, if you can give your opponent long shots and you get short shots, you're going to have greater success. At this level, anytime you're able to hit a ball, you are a threat to get a break going. And that is where you make multiple hoops in a turn. And these players, those TPs on the scoreboard, that represents a player who may have finished the game where they only really had control for 2 turns. That first turn, they run 9 hoops. And on the second turn, since they are not giving up a lift to contact, they run all 12 hoops. But for the added bonus of avoiding letting the opponent shoot again, they go ahead and they send their partner ball through those remaining hoops. 4-back, Pendleton, Rover, also known as 10, 11, and 12. And so that is called the triple peel, and that's what those letters are. So you can see the first 3 games, the losing player had one break around, and had they gotten control one more turn, they might have won that game. So very close there.
Yeah, unlike golf croquet, AC can kind of swing very quickly in either direction. In golf croquet, momentum is very important, and you can go on a streak winning several hoops in a row and really build your lead. And in AC, you are at any given point maybe 1 or 2 shots away from defeat, even if you've made 25 out of 26 hoops.
Right. So you can see that last game score, the fact that there aren't letters means that Matthew gave up 1 extra shot to Mark, which we saw at the end there. Matthew spread out the balls and set some sort of, old standard leave, similar to what Mark had left him, but Mark missed the hit-in. That was the only difference, was Mark missing the hit-in. Now we can see the beginning of this game, I think.
Mark has set the super shot.
Okay, so we saw Matthew run a third turn break in game 4, and now Mark is aiming for a third turn break.
Yep. Matthew has narrowly missed the super shot ball with a soft pace. So
What do you call that shot, Tom?
what do I call that shot?
Yeah, shooting at the super shot gently.
I just call it a lag at the
I call it a duper.
a duper.
You go super, then duper.
Okay.
And the idea is that there might be a double target for the opponent, but if they shoot hard at that double target, they end up on the north boundary or often on B-Bach, giving you a very easy Roquet 4th turn. Do you know who missed to B-Bach for me this tournament?
Who was that?
None other than Robert Fulford yesterday.
Ah, yes.
So he put out a super shot. I have not been playing the super shot because I was not confident of my 3-ball breaks on these hoops. And I shot the duper shot, went a bit past the peg, and Robert Fulford hit it, not an alarming pace, but his normal pace. And it went all the way to the north boundary, gave me contact on 4th turn to run the break around. But here, Mark played at pace. Had he missed that
Straight
might
on
have been
B-Bach.
off B-Bach.
Yeah.
Because it looks like blue is a little bit west, but it would have been very close to B-Bach for Matthew to hit.
Yeah. And the downside of playing the shot Matthew played is if you miss and there's not a significant amount of curve, which it didn't look like there was, there's a storm brewing, Captain.
I think Armando's fixing it. So Mark's going to be trying to get a rush to 1. We'll keep you updated. But you were saying?
So if there's no significant curve with Matthew's second ball, which it did not appear there was, it's fairly easy for Mark Avery to line up a double target at that shot.
But there was some separation between those balls.
There
A
was.
traditional double, there are 2 balls like on a boundary within a couple yards of each other. That double, they're separated by 6 to 10 yards. So it takes some luck to miss on the correct side. You're not aiming to the side of the near ball. You're aiming at the center of the near ball. And then you'd have to miss to the correct side and not have it hill in those 6 to 10 yards.
So Mark gives himself a slightly angled hoop, but a very short approach.
See a
and makes
smooth
it through.
follow through.
So I think the reason he hit that considerably harder is we saw some failures from a similar position in earlier games in this match to drop first breaks.
I think game 3. Yeah, game 4, Matthew went around 3rd turn, but game 3, I think they both failed hoop 1.
He
And
tried to miss that.
A nibbler. A nibbler right
He tried
there.
to miss it. And that would have been really bad. If he missed it, he got stuck in the jaws.
Oh, well, yeah, had he missed it, he might have ended up on A-Bach.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't, yeah. So, anyway.
So Mark is going to have a decently makeable roll shot here. He'd really like a rush on that red ball, throwing blue all the way across the lawn corner to hoop 3. So blue has avoided the peg, but it's not real close to 3. See if he got a rush on red. As always, the striker ball is the priority. So
he did not
blue's
really get a great
perfect.
rush on red.
I think it's cuttable. He might be able to cut it next to the hoop.
Yeah.
There you go. Mark wearing all whites, but a little red in the shoes, kind of similar to the English flag, a little white and red there.
Mark Hammond has a question for Ben and Tom. Does the fact that the Invictus X balls have deeper milling make jump shots easier? And if so, why?
Not that I know of. I imagine they'd grab onto the grass a bit more, but
Yeah, I
might
don't
have
think there's
more
been any-
spin.
I don't
But
think there's been any real research on that.
We don't play a ton of jump shots in this tournament. It would only come up for tough angled hoops or the straight rover peel generally. So we might know more in a golf croquet tournament. I played with these balls all summer, and the jump shots played very similar to the old Dawsons. At Quag Field Club, where I worked this summer, we had old Dawsons. We had these brand new Invictus balls. Howard sent me a set of the new Sunshinies. And honestly, in testing, wide croquet strokes to see how much draw there was, even the brand new Invictus balls and the 20-year-old Dawsons played very similarly. I hit like a wide 4-yard peel attempt lined up for the middle of 4-back, and then I split it by like 60 degrees. So, of course, the object ball never hit 4-back. But that was the same with Dawson's and Invictus. And all the balls, I have a picture of this, they all ended up within like a 2-yard circle of each other, even though the object ball went like 8 yards and the striker ball went like 4 or 5 yards because of the split. They were all very similar. So I know that there is milling and there is pull, but I don't know that it's so alarmingly different, than what people are used to.
So Mark has rushed blue well. It was a little short, as you said. He unfortunately rushed it a little short. It was on the perfect cut line, but it didn't make it all the way up in front of the hoop. So he'll now have a fairly big roll shot down to a admittedly good 4 Pioneer. It's fine. So, but he's just given himself. He would have liked to by this point maybe tidied this up a bit and gotten some slightly smaller shots. So hopefully after this,
you're assuming that there's trust in these hoops. I'm used to having to make these roll shots because I got trust issues with these hoops. I don't believe them for a minute.
Well, normally I would have, like, from his position, I would have been trying to maybe rush that ball a little deeper so I could throw.
There he might have thought that he'd get more draw from the milling on these balls because normally you'd want that ball at or east to the hoop 4 side of hoop 5. So I think sometimes players get it in their head that there's a lot of draw, a lot of pull, and you see some shots that it just doesn't manifest.
Yeah, and with big ratio roll shots like that, draw is minimized typically. So
at the start, eventually it comes in when they slow down.
Which
is why
but by the time
peels,
it slowed down, it was already on the wrong side of the hoop.
Yeah.
So
on peels, you play those shots to have less pull because they have less to start.
Yeah.
The issue is over the course of a long roll shot, you see all that pull, all that spin comes in at the end when it slows down. But we see Mark has good control. Again, those even hoops are easy to manage. You run them to the boundary. I'd like to bring up one of our sponsors. We have White Tie Croquet. Dress to conquer, play to win. Windproof, rainproof, and SPF-rated sunproof white clothes for all the croquet players you know. Better-looking clothes make better-looking players. That's www.whitetiecroquet.com, an official sponsor of the USCA and these AC World Championships. You might be able to see Vicky in the background over there on the veranda, south side. She's got a whole large display with last year's shirts for a discount and this year's new shirts and pants and vests and even the PFC Hoopmaker Formula One mallet over there.
Yeah, Vicky Johnston is the official representative for the USA to Peter Coles in Australia with the PFC mallet. So she is sort of pulling double duty here this week with her stall. But I took a look at some of her inventory earlier. It's wonderful stuff. So if anyone is in the local area and is thinking about stopping by anytime between now and the end of the week, please give her a visit.
All right, you can. There's the PFC Croquet mallets there on screen. A quick blip. We saw Invictus Croquet, a sponsor of this event. And, zooming in, you may have seen some unpaid sponsors on Mark's shoes and socks. Really poor job. He couldn't match Reebok socks with Reebok shoes. He's a bit mismatched today. At least the socks are the same brand.
He's like a NASCAR man. You got to just fit as many in as you can.
Got multiple sponsors, a sock guy and a shoe guy.
Is there still open room on the car?
Yeah,
put a sticker on.
A lot of room for patches on the back. So you can see Mark making an aggressive play there, putting a ball all the way at one back.
Yeah, I think that went further than he intended it to.
So usually, even if you don't get a rush out of a hoop, there is a roll shot that will send a ball to the Pioneer while getting you to your next hoop. The exception is when you go from the first lap, making hoops 6, to the second lap, making hoop 1 back, you are actually going outside the box from an inside hoop. Yeah. So there is not an easy split shot from hoop 6 that sends a ball down to 2 back and gets to 7. So Mark, having put a ball all the way at 7, he really needed a rush to get outside of the box, which thankfully he got.
Secured.
So he got a forward rush with red to make some room here.
And even if he hadn't gotten any sort of rush, he was prudent to put it sort of to the other side from hoop 7 so that if he just needed to rush it back in the middle, he widens the angle enough that he should be able to get back to that blue ball without keeping good spacing.
Yeah, notice he didn't put red close to hoop 6. He put it deep behind 6. So that gave him some room to make this shot. If he were ball in hand at hoop 6, he'd really have to make some compromises as to whether he has a ball down at 2 back or he gets close to 1 back. And thankfully, by rushing that ball outside the box, he's made some room. But I think this is why a lot of breaks, especially 3-ball breaks, fail at 2 back. It's because the transition from the inside hoops of 5 and 6 to the outside hoops of 1 back and 2 back, you lose a little bit of control. The distances get bigger, the angles get wider.
Well, it's the only turnaround on the court where the ball you have to send a Pioneer to.
In the background there, you could see Zach Watson, NCC Pro and Team USA member, holding little James Watson.
Yes.
His wife, Sydney. Oh, my goodness. They even brought the puppy.
Ooh.
Wow.
He's putting his mount up immediately, so I assume that this is...
And Lily is all dressed up for a day of croquet.
So I assume that this is a fairly straightforward hit. This will be the third one of the match. Or the second one of this match, third one of total. But
you can see
watch
he
this
really
replay.
trusted the ball to sail through by 4 yards, but it just grabbed. A little inaccuracy. He was lucky to spin through. I had a couple of those today. Fortunately, I had a ball off to the side, so I didn't have to do any sweep stuff. This looks fairly straightforward in that I think he's just going to hit it from the back, swing through the hoop, and he should be able to hit the middle of the mallet on the middle of the ball. These get a lot trickier if blue are off to the side.
Yeah, so obviously he wasn't intending for this to happen, and he didn't put blue there specifically because he thought this was a risk. But he has had this happen several times, and he's been lucky so far that he's been able to get a clean swing.
All right,
at
and
these
we've
balls.
got one of our best on-lawn referees, David Malouf, watching out here, marking the balls.
And he hits it cleanly.
Yeah, it was pretty trivial there.
He actually rushed it to a really good spot, too.
All right, yeah, that was well managed. Sometimes we call that a courtesy call, especially in an event like this. You don't want anybody, thinking that you were avoiding having a ref, but you call the ref out just to put your opponent at ease.
Michael Kernigan says Mark is in a pickle. So, Michael, I believe just based on how quickly he threw his mallet up, I think it was never really in a doubt in his mind that he could hit that ball.
Did he say Mark is a pickle?
Mark is in a pickle.
Yeah, not Pickle Mark?
No. So, control yourself. So now that that little spot of drama is over, then it looks like everything's well in hand. Blue is a good three-back Pioneer.
The question is, how aggressive of a leave does Mark set here? So Robert Fulford created a 3-duck sleeve, which he has since said he regrets because it made the game too sort of easy. So the 3 ducks is you put all 3 of these balls because the opponent has to play the 4th ball into the game. And you put all 3 of these balls up near max distance on the west boundary, all in a line so that there's no double targets from A balk or B balk. And if the opponent misses the 17 to 19 yarder, you have all 4 balls on the west side of the court. It's really easy to get going and to organize the triple. Alternatively, if the opponent hits, it's really easy to get going and organize a TPO, where you would triple peel the opponent out. And I think I've heard Robert, or maybe read his writing about how he regrets it, and that leave kind of just degenerates the game into a hitting fest because it's too easy. So we might see a more conservative leave. Do you know what conservative leave might Mark do here?
Well, we saw Matthew earlier in the match when he laid his super shot do something similar to this, where he would put red on the boundary with a rush on blue over to the far boundary, and then he put his yellow, well, what would now be Mark's yellow ball, off of the lawn on the other side.
Almost like a diagonal, but
very defensive,
with the ball all the way off the west side of the court.
And the idea is that he can get it if Matthew misses, or whoever misses against that. What Matthew did in that game is he would pop, if they miss the short shot and you're nearby, he grabs the opponent, pops them out, gets his rush back on that ball, and tries to take it just south or north, depending on his preference, of that ball off the boundary, put it out as a 2 Pioneer, and get a controlled rush back down to 1.
Yeah, I would assume if it's on the boundary, you want to be a bit south, so you have some room to send a hoop 2 ball out there.
He had rushed it in the previous game about 5 yards north.
I think Mark might be setting the 3 ducks because he's got red as a nice sort of pivot, so he can drive shot blue to the west side and then rush red to the west side.
He's overrolled it. Oh, he touched red.
Well, I guess he could have still rushed red back. I'm not sure if he was trying to go past it or not. We'll see. If he rolls back to the east side, it's a diagonal. If he rolls to the west side, it's 3 ducks.
He pulled that up very quickly, so he's upset with that. Just seems by his body language that he really wanted that rush. And of course,
I think he was going for the 3 ducks because, like you said, one of the ways for that defensive diagonal to still be an on-time or standard triple is if you put your striker ball on the west side, because then your partner will be taking the peelee to hoop 1, and it would naturally become the Pioneer at hoop 3, which is the peeling hoop. So to send blue over there tells me that he didn't want blue to be the hoop 1 ball. He wanted to bring red over, and he wanted red to take yellow to hoop 1. So this was supposed to be a 3 ducks leave. Right. And now he's looking at maybe rolling yellow out of bounds. and then he would hope to keep red about a yard in the court from a yard or two in court from blue.
So that would be a
Or
very
he would
tricky
keep
pass
yellow
roll.
a yard or two in court. No. So
Oh,
red
okay,
would go
yeah,
out
I see.
as the back ball, and then he would want, almost like Orion's belt, or even all of them in a proper line, where red would be the boundary ball, and it has a rush kind of toward the peg on blue, and then blue would effectively have a rush on yellow toward the peg. And if they're all in line with the peg, that eliminates any double targets from either A block or B block. So I think we're looking at 3 ducks, which is a very aggressive leave to set, and basically brings this match down to a single shot by Matthew Essick. If Matthew hits, his hopes are alive and he could do a TPO. If he misses the 3 ducks, Mark is very likely to pick up the standard triple.
Yeah, as we can see from the previous scores up on the board there have not been a lot of failed triple attempts. Matthew, in the 4th game, didn't fail one. He didn't get one because he decided to lift his 4-back ball and finish it out first. So he only had a single break to run after that off of Mark's failed hit-in. So none of these players have really been failing a lot. Matthew's only failure in game 4, actually, I misspoke. He did fail the triple attempt in
Angled hoop 3.
an angled hoop 3. And he had a chance if he wanted to restart it later if he had played the blue ball, but he elected to play it safer and not do that. So,
all right, with Mark playing toward the boundary line, I'd like to read an ad for Painted Chalk Lines. Tired of all the personal injury lawsuits from people who tripped over the boundary string? Try Painted Chalk Lines. Sure, they can kill the grass and never end up straight, but just think of the debates you can have when players cannot determine if a ball is in or out of bounds. Painted Chalk Lines. They're not perfect, but it's just a game anyways.
So red is inside of blue by a couple of yards.
All right, but I think it avoided any double targets from A block or B block. So now the question is, if you wanted your partner to take yellow to 1, how far on court does it need to be, or can it be on the boundary?
Yeah,
He might be relying on the 4th ball missing over here somewhere, because yellow on the boundary, I don't think he'd get blue very far toward hoop 2.
Yeah, Mark has a good stop shot, but for any shot like that, you want to control the rush as much as possible, and just going for that, wider angle or more extreme stop shot is just never super reliable.
So he's looking at leaving yellow more on court, which makes it a little closer to both balk lines, by maybe a half yard or a yard. But that would allow red to hit blue, send blue to 2, and get an easy rush on yellow. So these 3 ducks are a little bit more out in the open than normal, but quack, quack, quack. We got 3 ducks, Tom.
All right. So did Matthew bring the shotgun today?
I think it might be more of like a shooting gallery with a rifle. Each of those ducks has a little bullseye on it, and Matthew's got to hit to have a chance. My question is, if he hits, might he try a TPO, or is he just going to run 9 and try to make Mark hit in?
We've seen Matthew in these. Well, I'm reminded of the World Championship final in 23 where he did TPO Fulford in the 5th game.
Yep. Oh, there's Adam getting some footy practice.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Adam at one point was a semi-professional soccer player.
I did not know.
And has coached soccer at a very high level. And so very athletic man.
Also plays a lot of beach volleyball.
Yes. Probably the most in shape of any croquet player I know. So
no argument there.
Yeah. Second place goes to Zach Watson. 3rd place probably goes to Matthew.
How about Robert Fletcher? I think Robert.
That's
Matthew
That's true. Robert Fletcher. Yeah. So that's just an American list. Robert Fletcher
in asking Zach's wife Sydney, about how Robert Fletcher's a quiet guy, she said, "Oh, I asked him about the gym. You talked my ear off. Yeah. He goes to the gym all the time." So there are ways to relate to even quiet croquet players. You got to find their second or third passion, and apparently Robert Fletcher's is the gym and fitness. Yeah. So here comes Matthew. What's the distance here? Are we thinking 16, 18 yards?
Something like that.
Probably shooting at blue, maybe yellow.
It's hard to tell. We don't have a good camera angle either in front or behind him, but we're going to find out in just a minute. Oh, blue. It looks like blue. Or is that red? It's hard to tell.
Red a hair closer than the others?
It's yellow. We were both wrong. Really?
So, yeah. Not a great parallax view. You can tell he thought it was on.
Yeah.
Missed by very little. And the trouble with missing yellow is that now black is the closest ball to hoop 1. So he gave Mark possibly an even shorter rush to hoop 1 if Mark chooses to rush to that ball.
Yeah, here's a
let's see
replay
if he
from the
keeps
other
his
side.
Head down, smooth takeaway, body comes down, kept the head down.
His body language really seemed surprised that he missed it.
Yeah.
So perhaps there's just a touch, like he was left to begin with, and maybe just a touch of drift there, but he took his hat off in frustration.
Must have felt good.
Watch
must
him.
have looked
He's
really
like,
good.
He can't believe it. So
disappointed in that miss. Missed by a hair.
Chris, I don't want to let it disappear too quickly, but Chris O'Byrne says, maybe I'm weird, but doesn't feel like Avery gets anywhere near enough appreciation for how good he is in a break. I think Mark Avery is safely one of the best AC players ever. And
he in the last. I don't know where you're getting that. I don't know that we've criticized Mark at all, but Mark is. He was a little overshadowed at their recent McRobb victory in 2022.
That's not a good rush.
He was a little bit overshadowed because Jamie, his doubles partner, went 15-0. But what people forget is that all of those doubles wins were with Mark, and Mark only lost one singles match. So Mark was 14-1 through a 3-week McRobertson Shield in their victorious effort in Cairnlea, Australia. So maybe he's a little under-celebrated, but nobody here disrespects Mark and his abilities. He was in those 1989 World Championships. He's won the Sonoma-Cutrer World Championships, and he is one of the players that has been relevant for 40 years.
It should be specified he was the silver medalist at that first World Championship.
Even better.
So,
but yeah, other than Stephen
that
Mulliner, I don't know if anybody has been to as many World Championships or has been as good as a player for that time. Mulliner having won these AC World Championships in 2016 puts him a little bit above Mark, but they've both been on successful McRobertson Shield teams. And as far as I know, nobody disrespects Mark as a shooter, break runner, triple peeler. He is also soft-spoken, but nobody here is underrating Mark Avery, sir.
It should also be reminded that Mark Avery, in his early 60s, is currently still the 6th ranked player in the world in AC. And
you can generally assume all those players are running absolutely phenomenal breaks with precision and peeling on a regular basis, and Mark represents that quite well.
So this has gone somewhat interesting. He made it through Hoop 1 a little long. He did not really rush yellow south as much as he wanted to, so he didn't have a split angle to really get it to 3 going to black.
Yeah, I think, I might have built this a little bit differently. It looks like he ignored black altogether. I would much rather have Peely as a pivot than Peely as the Hoop 1 pioneer, unless you have a pivot out there. And with black on the sideline, I think the play might have been blue to 2, rush yellow to black, try to pop yellow on the lawn a little bit, take black to 1. That way, black just has to become a pivot. Literally anywhere inside the box would be fine.
Yeah.
And you go to yellow, and even if you don't get a rush on yellow, you have a very makeable roll that sends yellow from the west boundary to hoop 3, and then you make hoop 2 off blue. He would have been in better shape. He's still fine. He rushes blue back. He gets a rush on yellow. Yellow is going to go to hoop 3 as a pivot, but he'll put it in peeling position while going to black. This is still very makeable. The real difficulty is if your peeling ball is your hoop 2 pioneer. That is the tough play, to then get a rush over to hoop 3 with it. But here we'll see blue go to 4, and we will see Mark get a rush on yellow. That will help him organize the peel effort. How good is that black ball, Tom? Do you have an angle? We have a good hoop 3 pioneer.
Black is in a direct line between 3 and 6, and it is about maybe 2.5, 3 yards from 3.
That should be perfectly fine. If he rushes yellow anywhere past the peg, preferably past hoop 6, he'll be able to grab a rush on black without having to go past it or to the side of it. And the real trick is just positioning yellow 1 to 2 yards in front of the hoop. Yeah. Hoop 1's going to offer a little bit of an annoyance here, but he's just got to avoid drawing into the hoop, which he did.
Yeah, he's gone a touch longer than he might want, but he was not playing too cute with that crosswire opportunity that presented itself from
right.
that.
So blue is a little bit inside the box, like a little bit west of hoop 4, but a perfectly good pioneer, only 2 yards away from the hoop. So I don't know if he even needs a rush after the peel attempt, because he could roll to blue quite easily. So now we will see him. This is a very critical shot here. Want to put yellow in peelable position. So usually that means 1 to 2 yards relatively straight behind the hoop. So the fact that he rushed straight in front of 4-back means that all he has to worry about is the distance of yellow, not the direction. Just kind of getting it 1 to 2 yards. You see a little twitchy pass roll to get over to black. Got himself a long rush on black, but black isn't really the critical ball yet. It was getting yellow in good position, and now he can touch up black. As long as it's not directly behind the hoop, he's fine. This will be interesting to see if Mark goes for a rush on black, which would probably mean a split shot on the peel. And that's when we'll get that draw, that pull, that you have to do some guesswork and calculation as to how much that ball will curve on its shot.
Great shot from Mark.
It's possible with Mark's stop shot, he's got black in a position that he's happy to just do a straight drive shot on yellow.
Yeah, blue is in again, a fine pioneer position. We saw him do a similar roll up from this in the first break on his 3 ball. He had sent the 5 pioneer out a little bit west of where he ideally wanted it, but it offered very little resistance to the rest of his break.
Right. So here, especially if there's a bit of an angle to the peel, I would love to be able to hit a straight drive shot. Fair warning, don't put red in the jaws of the hoop. That will ruin your triple peel immediately, as I learned yesterday against Robert Fulford.
Did you do that?
Well, I had black really tight and needed to rush
I
it to
see.
6. So I needed to stop a foot or 6 inches in front of the hoop.
That's a
like
beautiful
that.
shot.
And the peely went through and my ball dribbled in the hoop. It was not fun.
So yellow may be just maybe I can see. So yellow's like just in the mouth of the jaws. It's not quite really in there, but it's very rush peelable.
The mouth of the jaws.
Yeah, you heard me.
So might be a little bit into the hoop? So like the outer like eighth of the ball is in the hoop.
Something like that.
It's just not halfway. It's not easy to It's not easy to rush peel it, but it's relatively
right.
simple.
You'd have to approach it pretty straight if you wanted to rush peel it cleanly and with any sort of control.
And
but
getting the rush on black, made this nice and tidy. Get the rush on blue. He's gonna want to rush back up there. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to roll yellow at all or just takes off from it. I'd like to mention that support for these World Championships provided by the WP Carey Foundation, doing good while doing well, including, I believe, the winner of this event, where we told is going to get a custom WP Carey mallet.
Yes.
And it's really well weighted. It's kind of what you would imagine if you took the skin off a mallet, where you'd want all the weight. It's got metal behind each corner.
We have our first error, unforced error.
Adversity.
He has rushed blue. Instead of back up the lawn, he has rushed blue directly into the back of hoop 4.
So that was a bit lazy because he rushed blue close enough to the hoop that he could have put it directly
Here we go again.
beside the hoop.
He's got plenty of room.
He put it behind and rushed it right into the hoop itself. He's lucky it bounced out.
He's very lucky. It looks like he's trying to peel it through the hoop now going to his 5 pioneer.
All right.
So no, he was able to get it just out.
He was able to get it towards 6. So,
but now he's lost just a little bit of control here. He doesn't have a great rush on this black ball. He won't get a rush out of the hoop anywhere useful.
So there is a scenario in the Keith Wiley book, Advanced
he cut it well.
Or Expert Croquet Tactics, for just this scenario, Tom. Do you know the Wiley peel that he suggests here?
Yes. So in order to keep the triple on time when you have that ball in the jaws, he is going to effectively send black to the boundary line very deep behind hoop 6, rush peel yellow through, and then instead of worrying about such a precise roll shot to get yellow directly in line with penalt, he's actually going to intentionally put it just a yard or off to the side and go to the blue ball. What this will allow him to do is when he comes through 6, he is going to come through hard all the way to the black ball, send it down to 2 back, and get positioned to rush the peely back in front of penalt, and then use the blue ball, which he should have positioned appropriately, as an escape ball to 1 back.
Yeah, the trick is if you send black to 1 back, then you really need a great roll shot on yellow to get it in peeling position. Now, a player of Mark's caliber can do that, but Keith Wiley's supposition was it's a lot more likely that you'll roll it close to the hoop, but not in great peeling position. It looks like Mark is not taking Keith Wiley's advice.
He's going straight to 1 back.
He's sending that ball all the way to 1 back, but he's stayed north of the ball, well north.
Yeah. I suspect he's going to hit this quite firmly and not play around with it. He's about 4 yards away almost from that ball. It's fairly centered again, but it's not really deep in the hoop, so you really don't want a situation. Oh, he's calling a ref. It may not be exactly centered. You can see, Ben, on the camera that there's a little gap of air between the ball and that left wire. And
Why would he need a ref?
So I'm not exactly certain.
I could understand if it was most of the way through, you might need a ref to like see
Right.
that you actually rotate it instead of just hitting the hoop.
But I don't think
But
he can
it's
physically
most
really
of the
hit the
way
hoop.
not through.
Yeah, I don't think he can really lay hands on the hoop and without touching yellow. And if he did, it would be very obvious he missed yellow.
Yeah. I don't know. Checking the hoop.
He
Carrots pounding the hoop down.
that may be part of it.
I don't know. Maybe he just
he's just
wants to keep
umpiring
his
it.
head down and doesn't want to have to look.
He
All
hit
right.
it through with a nice control. So a little bit maybe unnecessary call of the umpire there.
A courtesy, but the question is courtesy for whom? Did Matthew even have any interest in a ref being out there? Sometimes you call a ref because you don't want to be responsible for watching the shot. So maybe he just wanted to keep his head down, and if red tickled the yellow ball, then David would tell him. But there you see the roll shot. It's a little offline. He might have benefited from a wily peel attempt.
I think that in these hoop conditions, I think that he was prioritizing more just having a good ball at one back, even if he has to go to a delay, just because, let's say you don't get the perfect rush to one back on that blue ball.
Yeah, the wily peel does force you to peel and escape a 7 to 8 yard rush over to one back. So this way, maybe the peel is less likely, but you don't need an escape rush. So he's avoiding having to rush to one back from hoop 6. We'll see. He's putting blue a little deep, so I assume he's going to try for a peel with a straight drive shot again, because the way he put blue means he doesn't have to split past blue to get the rush, really.
That ball caught up just a little bit, but it's actually been okay because he didn't run through it very far, so he didn't end up having to have a long angled return roquet on yellow to push it out of peeling position.
Yeah, there you see our support provided by WP Carey Foundation. Support is also provided by the Palm Beach Sports Foundation. Just bring your game. Come to Palm Beach County, and the Sports Foundation will take care of the rest. Just bring your game. So we'll see if Mark brought his game here on this 2, maybe 3 yard slightly angled peel.
You'd be very happy with jaws here. I actually prefer jawsing this pin-alt ball just because if it's on time, you have a chance to rush it down with some control and get it tidied up real nice. If you peel it through by a few inches to a foot, it's very difficult to get any sort of useful rush down the court.
Yeah, when you're closer and maybe have more predictable draw on the ball, you want to peel it hard. But I think
He peeled that through cleanly.
That went through very nice. So, but he did another straight shot, so that he didn't have to worry about the draw really on that ball, because it was just going straight on the same line. His red ball was going on the same line that yellow was, so he avoided the difficulty of the draw. Now it looks like he didn't plan this out as well as he thought. Maybe yellow's just in the way a little bit.
I don't think he anticipated yellow to go through nearly that far.
He thought it was going to jaws as well.
Or just trickle through because these hoops are a little sticky. So I think now he's gotten himself in a situation where not only is black slightly the other side of the hoop, so he's got to do a wide-angled split, which has more draw.
Is it the hoops that are sticky, or is it the green that's sticky icky, Tom?
I don't know, Ben. Care to elaborate?
I'm just curious. Sometimes there's sticky wicket, which I know refers more to the grass than it does to the posts in cricket. But in croquet, we usually think sticky is the hoop, not the grass. But sometimes the green here in Florida is sticky icky. It can get quite humid, and you can see some of the dew might be coming out there. We'll see if it's getting a little wet as the temperature drops. So he's playing a nice ball down to 2 back and trying to get a rush on black.
Perfect. Just about perfect. So he's gotten to the correct side of it. Might require a slight cut to keep it in front of the hoop because that black ball is awfully close, but he's so close he should be able to get whatever he wants out of this. Yeah, and we see that. So, and then
you can see the Abdul Wahab brothers in the background there. That is Sharif and Ahab Abdul Wahab, some of the top golf croquet players in America. Oh, got nice tidy control there with a little stop shot. Nice and smooth. And now he's going to hope to get a rush on yellow all the way down to Rover. They're the Abdul Wahab brothers.
So he has left blue. Blue was a little short just because of the angle he had to hit the split at. So, and it drew just a touch. It's almost directly north of 2 back by about
4 or 5 yards.
4 or 5 yards. So there will be no realistic peel attempt here, even if he gets a really good rush on it down to Rover.
It would have to be a wide angle or a 90-degree takeoff. So he might just rush yellow past blue and send it back to make sure he gets a good rush on blue.
Yeah.
And if he can place black a little bit west of 3 back, That'll make his possible roll peel going to 3-back narrower. Some people might even put it as an escape from 3-back, but we already saw him avoid having an escape ball from 6 to 7. So he's probably just put it inside the box a little bit west of 3-back, and he'll do the peel attempt on the way there.
And he's setting up exactly like we said. He's rushing yellow. He's cutting it so it's north of blue and just a little bit past the line of it north to south. And so he'll have a fairly narrow-angled stop shot to send yellow back over towards Rover and get a nice rush on the blue ball.
So
he's pretty much on the rush line he wants.
Even though the court is not very tricky, in general, to control that break, you want the striker ball to travel as ball in hand as often as you can. So instead of rushing yellow to the hoop and taking off to blue, he's rushed over toward blue, and with this little drive shot or stop shot, his striker ball doesn't have to roll on the ground very much. In tougher conditions, you really want to minimize the distance your striker ball is rolling, because if it's got bumps and maybe like some areas where it speeds up, some areas where it slows down, the longer the distance your striker ball is traveling, the more variable the outcome of your shot is.
And it seems like Mark has really sort of settled into the pace of the lawn here. His rushes are coming up really nice. His hoop shots, the last couple have all been from less than a foot or so.
And he's getting rushes out of the hoops with great control.
He is. So it's just a sign of a very experienced and mature player that even on these fast conditions with untrustworthy hoops that he's able to sort of make it look simple and keep it all nice and tidy. So he'll now be looking to send blue down to 4-back as a good pioneer, and there's a real chance here of getting shape on yellow to sort of push it more in front of Rover hoop and try to at least jaws it or get a decent peel attempt going to the good pioneer he's left at black.
Yeah, he could avoid having to do a straight Rover, but he didn't quite get past yellow.
Blue's a good pioneer.
This won't get much shorter. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind people we have a couple more tournaments coming up at the National Croquet Center. Next week, a lot of the top players, we have 16 top players staying on to try Howard Sosin's Golf Croquet Variations Tournament. And we have the second annual U.S. Open Golf Croquet Tournament. That is February 9th through 14th in 2026. That's a real big deal. Did you play in that last year?
I did. It was a very good tournament and won by Robert Fletcher of Australia and against his brother Malcolm.
The Fletcher finals.
Malcolm actually went on a really good tear. He took me out and then Matthew out to reach the final, but unfortunately was not able to triumph over his brother.
Yeah. Again, this was the Golf Croquet U.S. Open. And that will be in February.
And
Great
that is
angled
a clean peel with draw. So he really seems to have a good feel for these balls at this point.
This is not looking good for our teammate Matthew Essick. Mark just now has 4 hoops remaining. He's done all 3 peels. So he just has to run this 4-ball break for 4 hoops and peg out to move on to the semifinal. Now, do you know what it's called if he were to fail from here, Tom?
The mom error.
This is a mom error named after a friend of the show, David Mom.
Yes. I played David Mom in my second block game of my first Worlds, and it was quite an exciting thing at the Woking Club, so fond memories of meeting David there. And great player.
He I think he has the most games on record, the most wins on record, and the most triples on record, but he also has a lot of completed triple peels where he has then stuffed a hoop or missed a hampered shot or missed a return roquet. And so despite the fact that he could be known for having the most games and the most wins and the most triples, what a lot of the players like to refer to is the mom error, which is when you get all the peels done and then somehow mess up the break to not finish the game.
He does also have a positive thing named after him. He has the mom standard leave, which is a version of the NSL. What a lot of people think is just what the NSL is, but it's actually the variant where you hug the hoop 2 ball over against the wire of hoop 2, much like you do at hoop 4.
Is David Mom a big hugger?
So I saw him have a bottle of wine. He liked to hug people after that. Him and Justin had a good hug.
All right. I'd like to take this opportunity to advertise for tertiary colored balls. Haven't played a wrong ball in a while? Try tertiary colors. Which is your partner? Who plays next? Questions arise with tertiary colored balls. Teal, aubergine, orange, gray. What's an aubergine? The grape colors versus smoke and fire? Why not confuse everybody with tertiary colored balls?
So Mark here has pretty much everything in order. He didn't have a great pioneer. Actually, he has 2 not so great pioneers at Penalt, but 2 bad pioneers make a good one. So
Are they at least close together? Because 2 balls together equals a rush.
no, but what he does have is he has the black ball south of Penalt, so when he comes through, he'll be able to get shape on it back north, and then yellow is awaiting him there to rush up to the hoop.
Yeah, the real trick is you'd rather not make rover off of your partner ball in this case. But that can be figured out so long as you have a different reception ball at behind rover or get a good rush out of rover.
Well, if he does it the way I lined out, he'll actually have partner at Penalt.
And that'll make it really easy to send partner to the peg and even have 2 reception balls behind rover, and neither one do you really need a rush on.
Yeah, so you see here, black is well south, but he has room to just slide over as he sends blue all the rest of the way, or most of the way to rover. And then just to the left of our screen is yellow, waiting maybe 3 yards north of, and a little angled from
And you can
Penalt.
see
There it is.
our production company there, I Do Live Streaming. That's idolivestreaming.com. Thank you, Armando, Michelle, and Marco for all the work they've done, staying here late into the twilight hours, making sure that we get this great coverage. They even moved all the cameras to get you guys these excellent high-quality footage of the latest of the 4 quarterfinals matches.
Michael Kernigan says, I got the Invictus Tertiary set.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that. That's the X-Balls from Invictus Croquet.
Yes, one of our tournament sponsors, and I did not realize they made tertiaries. You cover all your bases, I guess. That's a good rush up to Penalt.
Yeah.
Looking out the window, just from
Sometimes
the,
the
other angle,
trick
it's about a
is
foot ahead
a
of the
faded
hoop.
red kind of looks like pink, which kind of looks like orange. Sometimes a faded black or a dirty white ball kind of looks like gray. Like sometimes the teal and the blue and the green all kind of look the same. So I hope that's one of the kinks that Mr. Fletcher worked out, is to make sure that they're very distinct differences between blue and green and teal, and very distinct differences between red and pink and orange, because the idea of having 3 different sets of balls on a lawn doesn't really work if you can't tell the difference between the colors.
You may be colorblind, Ben.
No, I'm all right, but it's sometimes
right.
you get the faded colors.
The doctor said I'm
We
normal.
we did have one player here. What was the confusion? It was brown versus red. We were coached to alert him if he was trying to lift a red ball when he was playing secondary colors, because brown and red were somewhat indistinguishable. For
I will
his
say, in
version
the
of
right
color
lighting
blindness.
conditions the other night, I did think that a brown ball was red until I was up on it, under the lights on those other courts.
I
But
was
it
having trouble last night playing green, peeling brown through rover, and trying to see the crescent of brown on the outside edges of green was quite difficult in the low light. Oh, he didn't put a deep ball in, so Mark's got some trust in this hoop. I would have put black deep behind rover, because
Yeah.
I am paranoid.
Yeah, and he clubbed that rush a bit. He cut it well, but, it's just these small little things like we talked about,
It should be fine, but if this is one of those hoops he dribbles through and he's got blue off at an angle, this could be the last hope for Matthew, is a dribble through here where he can't hit blue.
And that is approached the hoop, well, slightly angled, but very short.
Last touch, nope, seemingly just fine.
Yep.
It would be quite tragic from here. It's very likely Matthew is getting ready to shake hands, because it's very unlikely anybody fails from here. He's even going to rush black to yellow. He just has to make sure the general rule when rushing a ball to the peg is short and wide, because if he rushes yellow into the peg, that would be the end of his turn.
Yeah.
And it would take yellow out of the game, but he would not get any remaining shots. So that's the only thing left. They call that a grievous. I don't know if it's named after the Star Wars character. What do you think, Tom?
I think it's just a grievous error.
It is a grievous error, not a general.
There was
grievous
probably
error.
some old player a long time ago that did it and was like, oh, what a grievous fate this is.
There you go. So he's going to rush this short and or wide to make sure to avoid the grievous. And sadly for our teammate and other American spectators, there will be no American in the semifinals. It looks like Mark Avery will be playing from England, will be playing against Robert Fletcher from Australia, and Reg Bamford from South Africa will be playing against Logan McCorkindale from New Zealand. So we have 3 MAC countries and South Africa represented, but no host country player in the semifinals. So there you see Matthew, smile on his face, catching up with a friend. He's known Mark Avery for at least a decade now. And it's always nice to have these little camaraderie conversations at the end of a tough match.
Yeah, Matthew and I had a good one, and, he's very good about sort of dissecting what happened, both in his play and in someone else's play after the match, and he's always got a few encouraging words. So I'm sure that whatever they're talking about will be very insightful. I wish we had a live mic on them so that we could maybe hear some of the insights. But
Oh, that's a private conversation. They may come up and share some with us, but sometimes you're talking about your mess ups, and the last thing you want to do is air that on public YouTube stream.
but to be a fly on the wall.
But yeah, it's a wonderful tournament from Matthew. Had a great block, had a great knockout, and that was a really close match. The scores were all clean. We know that there was a little interactivity with stuffed hoops, whether it's hoop 1 or 3 there, but 26-9, 26-9, 26-9, 26-9, 26-0 with 4 triples is an extraordinarily high-level match. It could have been, in theory, that could be perfect play where the only mistake was not hitting in last. But there's a little interactivity, again, thanks to those really difficult hoops that Michael Albert and Adam Peck and Tom Cooper and Rocky Smith have been helping to get set to a 64th of an inch today. So once you bang the hoops and run them hard to the boundary, they might get a little bit looser, but they'd come and tighten them up between games. Did you have trouble with the hoops, Tom, or at your pace were they just a matter of how far you sail through?
I had trouble with some of the softer shots like what we saw with Matthew and Mark here, where you come up a little angled and you're trying to run it with control and it'll just catch you up. At a firmer pace, they were very forgiving, so you could just sort of bully your way through them if you needed to, but the problem was a reception ball was often not awaiting you on the other side if you decided to hit at that pace. I did have a few breaks where if I was approaching 3 and I was trying to build and there was a ball on the south boundary, if I didn't like my hoop approach, if it was maybe a yard or so back, I just would fire it through to the south boundary and try to pick up that ball in the corner and then come back because I had a ball at 4.
Right. Do I want to hit this gentle and get a less than 5-yarder or make the hoop hard and maybe the 5-yarder is picking up the 4th ball?
Right. Oh, there was not going to be a 5-yarder if I ran a gentle. There may not have been a ran hoop at all. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to definitely run the hoop and then deal with it.
Yeah, as always, it's a matter of risk versus reward. And on some of these, the reward of trying to run the hoop with control is worth it. If you need that forward rush, you need that peel, even an angled hoop like Matthew tried at hoop 3, you try to do it with spin instead of pace, and it doesn't work out all the time. But it's a risk-reward calculation where you're trying to figure out, is it worth taking some risk in missing the hoop by running it gentle, or do you just run it hard to a boundary? And like we saw a lot of those even-numbered hoops, 2, 4, even 6, you could run to the boundary and regain control of the break with just one relatively short roquet. The problem is the odd hoops, you still saw some people run it hard to the boundary. I know we had a game with Callum Highland where he used a red ball just off the south boundary as his reception for penalt and then rover, and then he set a leave and left it there, rushed to penalt, and with his second ball, he used that same red ball as reception at penalt and rover. So 4 consecutive hoops on 2 different turns. He ran hoops 11 and 12 all the way to the south boundary, which was, I think, pretty unique. And then I saw other players copy it because it worked. If there's a ball on the south boundary and you have an angled penalt, the risk-reward calculation was such that it was worth taking the risk of banging into the peg or the rover hoop or ending up in no man's land. They would just prefer to have a nice, smooth, big, full swing at that penalt hoop to ensure that they don't hang up.
So it's just interesting. I'm just watching here on the featured lawn. James Deeth and Tom Cooper are measuring the plumber speed.
What is the plumber as a unit of measurement?
So if you have a ball on the south or north boundary down the length of the court, you typically take 3 or 4 shots to try to pace a ball to land as close as possible or directly on the opposite boundary. And you count the seconds.
North to south, 105 feet, 35 yards?
Either way, and 105 feet. And you try to take the average of 3 or 4 shots that are close and determine how many seconds it took for the ball to get there. So the faster the lawn, the more seconds it'll take, because if the ball is rolling more and the court is not slow, it will slow down but keep moving. So you do not have to hit it as hard to get it to the other side.
So what is a difficult lawn in your mind? How many plumbers?
Once you start getting upwards of 13, certain shots become tricky. Like you said, running with these hoops with control, and on a 13-plus second lawn, all of a sudden it's like, and it's going, and it's going,
Even
and it just keeps
stopping
going.
in front of the hoop gets to be tricky. Certainly taking off to a corner ball from distance becomes a problem.
So I'm just going to count 4, 1,005, 1,006.
Makes great radio.
7. Yeah, I know. I'm just looking. But So it's looking like that ball came up short, and it came up short in about 9 or 10 seconds. So had he hit that just slightly harder and it had trickled a little bit more, we're probably looking at 11 to 12. And this is with the sun has now gone down behind the trees and the lawns are in shade.
Yeah, I think on the less cloudy days, we had a lot of sun, a lot of heat, and I think they got up to 12 plus, maybe 13. I don't think we've had anything past 13 or 14. That's usually light brown grass, yellow grass, where they don't have irrigation or they choose not to irrigate the lawns in order to get that speed up. Those get to be really difficult lawn conditions, and as Reg was saying earlier, these are difficult hoop conditions, not super difficult lawn conditions, and I think that's a credit to the care that they're taking of these lawns. I personally prefer to see green grass and not all light brown grass out here. It would certainly make these best of fives take a lot longer if you had 14-second, hilly lawns.
Yeah, and there's always the ongoing discussion of at the top level, how do you create more difficulty? And we talked a little bit earlier about super advanced to create interactivity and the drawbacks of different variants.
Maybe we could get the bracket up, Armando.
But it's a lot of people might argue that the only way at this level to get more interactivity is just to make it harder to go around and
crank those hoops tighter.
Get the lawns faster.
And the other thing you can do is. Yeah, there are variations of the game. We talked a little bit about super advanced rules earlier and how that kind of changed the leaves and a little bit of the peeling, but the breaks were kind of undistinguishable. You could watch somebody playing, and until they set the leave, you didn't know what game they were playing.
So here we have the bracket here, and the final piece of the puzzle has been slotted in. So in 5 games, Mark, the most interactive, the only over 3-game match of the quarterfinals. We have Mark Avery, who will face off tomorrow against Robert Fletcher of Australia. Robert having defeated James Deeth in 3 straight with some pretty clean triples.
I think Mark is our oldest competitor. So the fact that he had a best of 5, he had to finish a best of 5 at 8 a.m. this morning, he must be exhausted. I hope he gets some good rest because he's got a very tough competitor tomorrow.
He does. Of these 4 players, obviously Mark has not won a world championship. Logan has not. Reg and Robert have both won this event.
Robert must be thrilled. He does not have to face Matthew Essick for the 4th world championship semifinal in a row.
He said he had no preference. So obviously, in the south side, in the lower half of the bracket, I think Reg will be the favorite in that match just due to the weight of his experience in a tense situation. But the way Logan McCorkindale played today, like you said, very aggressive, taking a lot of shots and just, sort of punishing the hoops. It'll be interesting to see if youth and power prevail over older age and wisdom. And then on the top half, Robert Fletcher, Mark Avery. I think any match that Robert Fletcher enters into, he is by default the on-paper favorite just because he is the world number 1. He has the experience and he's very mentally steady. But
it doesn't hurt that he has 7 triples in a row in the world championship knockout.
Yes.
So he's certainly peaking at the right time. Although Mark himself got 3 triples today.
He did. He looked a lot stronger in that afternoon match versus that morning match against Andrew Johnston. So finding his form just in the nick of time to get past Matthew, who was not playing badly. Matthew was playing quite well. So obviously Mark Avery, also much older than Robert, a wealth of experience there. And so it'll kind of come down to the same thing between Reg and Logan is, what aspect is going to prevail given these conditions we're on and the length of the match. So it's going to be a very interesting pair of semifinals that we will bring to you tomorrow morning that should be starting at 8:30 Eastern, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, and they will again be best of 5 matches in untimed association laws croquet, and we will see how many triples they feature. So we had 4 matches, and we had 3, 7, 10. 12 triples in 4 matches, 12 triples out of, 14 games? That's a pretty amazing ratio. So we've definitely improved from the first days of the block when there were more triples at the Beach Club because there were so few triples here. Certainly the quality of player, average quality of player in the main event is stronger, but even the top players, even these 4 players weren't tripling at this rate on day 1 and day 2. So they've come into form, certainly. In the later stages of the tournament.
So, guys, that is all the action for today.
Yeah, we don't have word of Mark or Matthew coming up here for an interview, but maybe we can get some words from them tomorrow. Maybe we'll get Matthew on the commentary a little bit tomorrow, get his insights. But for tonight, this has been the 2025, the 19th Association Croquet World Championships, the WCF World Championships, here live from West Palm Beach at the Charles P. Stuber National Croquet Center. I am Ben Rothman, and all day doing a ton of commentary work and a great job is
Tom Balding.
Thank you, Tom. We really appreciate you. You know, my dad commented, he said, you're one of the best commentators in the world for croquet. So we really appreciate you and your time, Tom.
There's not that many, so but I'll take that as a great compliment.
All right. Well, thank you very much, folks. Signing off for I Do Live Streams, the USCA, the WCF. Good night.
See you tomorrow.